before we bring any remarks, I wondered if you just might favor us by opening us with a word of prayer. My prayer is that we, as a nation, have ears to hear, to listen to one another, and open hearts. And I'd be grateful if you started us with a devotion.
Thank you, Vice President Pence. Heavenly Father, we ask that you would lead us and guide us. You said if just two of us agree, that we would be able to bind darkness, release light, and see the blessing of God in an arena. Lord, let us have an agreement. Let us reason together and give wisdom to this administration, especially this Vice President and President and Scott Turner. We thank you so much for what you're doing, and let this time be fruitful. Amen.
Well, thank you, Bishop Jackson. Thank you for a warm welcome to Hope Christian Church. We gather at a challenging time in the life of our nation, and as President Trump said in the Rose Garden this morning, though, in this time we are determined as Americans to move forward and move forward together with a renewed commitment to equality and equality of opportunity for every American. It is a time, though, when as a nation we mourn with those who mourn and grieve with those who grieve. And the American people's hearts were broken to see the video that came from the streets of Minneapolis. The death of George Floyd was a tragedy. And we've said from the very outset, justice will be served. And I want to assure all of you and those looking on that we've deployed full resources of the Justice Department to support the prosecution of those responsible to the fullest extent of the law. Let me also say that it's clear that those images shock the conscience of the nation. We have no tolerance for violence against any individual in this country. No tolerance for police brutality, and no tolerance for rioting in the streets or looting, the destruction of property, or the claiming of innocent lives, including the lives of law enforcement. It's one of the reasons the President took the strong action earlier this week, working with governors, to deploy resources and personnel to our streets. And I'm pleased to report that in cities across the country, we've quelled the violence and made space for peaceful protesters to continue to let their voice be heard. We will always stand for the right of every American to engage in peaceful protest, to seek redress of the government. And because of the efforts of law enforcement and other personnel, we've moved past the violence that we saw in our streets, and we'll continue to do that. But I'm here today to talk about how we move forward. And I'm going to keep my remarks very brief because I'm really here to listen. I have the greatest regard for Bishop Jackson. He knows from the outset of this administration we've worked to expand opportunities for every American, including African Americans. And before the pandemic struck, we were deeply inspired that we had achieved the lowest unemployment rate ever recorded for African Americans. We'd expanded opportunity zones across the country that had generated over $100 billion of investment in inner cities that had too often been left behind in jobs and opportunities. We passed criminal justice reform, which had the effect of setting right inequities that were in our justice system for decades. And in the midst of all of that, we fought hard to expand educational opportunities and allowing parents to choose where their children go to school. This is all in an effort to address what have been historic inequities in our African American communities and in many of the communities and families in our inner cities. And as we make our way through this time as a nation, our focus now is on healing, on how we heal America. And we received encouraging news today. You may read about in the paper in the morning that our economy is showing strong signs of healing, but we want to follow that by listening and learning and putting into practice the things that will heal our land for every American, extend equality of opportunity to every American. And I thought it was altogether fitting to come here to a place of worship to do that. It is undeniable that in the long struggle for equality in this country, people of faith have played the decisive role. And the entire quest to end slavery emanated from the churches of this country that challenged the conscience of the nation. The civil rights movement that happened when I was a little boy in Columbus, Indiana, I am told by those that were involved, was driven out of the pews of this nation. I had the great privilege 10 years ago, Bishop Jackson, to take my wife and children to Alabama. We walked across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, arm in arm with my friend John Lewis. But the day before, we spent time in Dr. King's church. And there we met with many of the people that marched with Dr. King, and they said that before they marched, they prayed and they sang and they had worship. And I couldn't help but feel that as our nation reels from the tragic death of George Floyd, that a place to start the conversation is in a place of worship. It's the wellspring of our nation's strength. It's been the wellspring of our national unity and our steady march toward a more perfect union. And so I want to thank you, especially the religious leaders who are here. Thank you for your ministries. Thank you for your willingness to join us to sit down. I'm anxious to hear your counsel and your thoughts of how we can heal our land, how we can bring the American people together. It will not be enough just for us to heal our economy. We've got to heal that which divides by breaking down the barriers to opportunity to African Americans and any American that's been left behind. And so I'm anxious to gain your insights. I promise you I'll carry them back to President Donald Trump and our entire administration. And today is just one of many conversations that we will have here and across the country in the days ahead. But I'm absolutely confident that that with your steady counsel, with your steady leadership, and with God's grace, we will come through this challenging time. We'll come together, and I know we'll move our nation forward, just as we've always done. So thank you very much. And Bishop Jackson, I'd welcome your thoughts.
Thank you, Vice President. It's an honor to have you here. As we are gathering, it's important for us to remember that we have government leaders as well as business leaders. This is a bipartisan attempt to bring folks together in the wake of George, his death, George Floyd. It's almost like the George Floyd family has taken the place of the civil rights leader years ago, a young man named Emmett Till. Emmett Till, when he was murdered in Mississippi and his body was put on display in the greater Chicago, Illinois area, the civil rights movement began. His death was almost prophetic and symbolic of a time and a season that change had to come. And at that moment, whites and blacks came together to address the civil rights issues, and we found momentum. I think we're going to find momentum to see change in this season of time. But my father, Harry Jackson Sr., was a vice president threatened at gunpoint by a state trooper in Florida in the 50s. The guy discharged his weapon over my dad's ear, temporarily deafening him. My dad decided to leave the South at that point after he graduated from Florida A&M University. And my family was involved in politics from a layman's position, you know, bumper stickers, signs in the front yard. They were advocates from then on because they thought that voting was a sacred right. And so we are aware that there have been long-term race issues, two issues, and I'm almost finished with my little remarks as we start. I think that minorities need to hear that they're valued, that the lives of people really matter. My dad was misused and abused in the 50s, and it's not just George Floyd's death alone, but it's representative of an almost 400-year history of challenges that we've had. So this administration did not create this problem or this backdrop, but it has the opportunity to heal it. And so our opportunity is make our family feel together and strong across minority bounds, and then keep safety. I want to close with this analogy. The word picture is kind of like the story I used in a book we're writing, and it's this. Imagine a family going from Cincinnati, Ohio, where I was raised, back to our homeland in Norfolk, Virginia. We got kids in the back, mom and dad in the car. We're riding together. Over the years, we learn our family history, we come together, and we grow up and become equal participants in the drive, the excursions, etc., the kids and the parents. Right now, America is becoming a majority-minority country. It will take about 20 years before the majority of Americans are minorities, but it will happen soon. This year, 18 years old and under, we have a majority-minority. So every member in the family has got to feel loved and accepted. Now, that's not expressly the job of government. That's the job of government, business, and the church. We all got to do it together. And so as a family member, I close with this thought. Am I a full-fledged member of this family? Is what Hispanics, blacks, Asian Americans are asking of themselves somewhere. And then, am I going to be safe? Am I going to be cared for? And we've got to do it. So my book is going to be called A Manifesto, but it's really an American Christian worldview attempt to say, let's get our values together so we can rekindle King's dream, and I believe God's dream, that we be a part of a nation that gives glory to God. So thanks for coming. Those are my brief remarks. And we want to turn it over to our great friend, Scott Turner, who leads Opportunity Zones initiative.
Hello? Am I on?
Yeah, you're probably on, but
You're welcome. Thank you for tuning in. All right. How about that?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you, sir, for your leadership in our country, but also, one, your heart for the Lord and your heart for the American people. And so I personally thank you for that. And Bishop Jackson, my great friend and brother, thank you for having us here today. And to all of our guests and pastors and friends that are here, I'm very humbled to sit on the stage with you and consider it an honor. You know, I was sitting as I was listening to the Vice President and to Bishop speak about our country, where we have been, where we are, and where we're going. And I was sitting here and I was saying to myself, in the midst of everything that's happening in our country, our mission remains the same, and our resolve remains resolute. And as the Bible says, our face is set like flint, because we have the same spirit, and we have the same mission, and the 320 plus million people in this country matter. They not only matter, everyone is important, and our mission is to serve the people of America prior to the COVID pandemic. And as it goes for opportunity zones, of which I have the honor of stewarding the White House Opportunity and Revitalization Council. Prior to the pandemic, we had traveled to over 60 cities across America. Many of you haven't been involved in the Opportunity Zone initiative. And we have seen much fruit come to pass with private capital being investment, partner with federal resources, and building stakeholder groups and collaborations with faith leaders such as yourself and business leaders, education, community leaders, elected officials, transcending socioeconomic, transcending politics, parties, because poverty really doesn't have a party. Poverty doesn't have a color. You know,
Right.
poverty affects all of us either directly or indirectly, and our heart and our mission is the eradication of poverty, the building up of economic development and entrepreneurship and education and safe neighborhoods and workforce development inside of the distressed communities of America and the vulnerable communities. As the president talks about the forgotten people and forgotten communities, well, they're not forgotten anymore. And opportunity zones, we were moving along and we're still moving. But the president has refocused the council now to include all of the distressed communities, including opportunity zones, and to focus on access to health care, to focus on the expansion of broadband for telehealth and for distance learning for kids across our nation. Now they'll have access to the best teachers, you know, because we have virtual learning online. And with the CARES Act, we saw the vice president and the president administration make available resources for Health and Human Services, $2 billion to go to our community health centers, you know, to help those citizens, about 28 million people inside of distressed communities at our centers. Also for COVID testing for those that cannot afford it. With Secretary Carson and HUD, $4 billion grant to help with homelessness and foreclosures and evictions, as Bishop and I were talking about, and so on and so forth, and PPE, you know, and money being set aside for minority lending institutions for those businesses to thrive and to build and to recover. Because as the vice president said before, we are about action. We're about outcomes. We are about results, both short-term and long-term. And the heart here is long-term sustainability. And through the recovery of this pandemic, the sustainability is even now more important. Your voices have always been important. Your influence has always been important, and even now today is greater, because many of you, because of what God has called you to, see every stakeholder group of our country come in and out of your sanctuaries, in and out of your churches, your ministries, your foundations, and your voice is so important. So we're here today to listen to you, to see how you've been impacted, to hear your advice and wisdom for us, as the vice president said, so that we can help serve you and partner with you together to be a blessing to our country. And I stand ready, along with the vice president and the president and the entire administration and team, to serve you in a way that those that come behind us will be blessed. Generations to follow us will be blessed because of what we do today, because everybody in this country is so valuable and important. I thank God personally for his grace, because even through all of this, the anger, the pain, you know, that we feel, man, God's grace is sufficient for us. So I'm glad to be here, and I'm hushed and we're going to get on, so because we want to hear from all of you, and so we'll get to that portion of our time together to hear from you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Scott. And I'd love to just hear from all of you about your experience. Maybe we could start on this side. And you've got a microphone handy. And I didn't acknowledge some people, members of your church, people in the community who are with us. Thank you. Honored that you would be here. Aaron, I think members of the media are certainly welcome to stay. I'd like them to hear this council every bit as much as we are. So please, you might just introduce yourself for everybody.
Yes, my name is Damian Cook, and I'm a servant here at Hope Christian Church. And I'm also a professional in the addiction and behavioral health field. And I'm here today, and I'm actually very appreciative of the opportunity to really speak my piece. I was a little concerned because obviously just leery about this being some type of opportunity to kind of, garner votes, a photo op, because at the end of the day, there's a discussion that has to be had. I believe really that discussion is the voice of the young, the voice of the youth. I think they're not being heard. And if they're being heard, it hasn't been acknowledged. When I say that is, and I was just listening to you speak, and we do appreciate any advancements that you've made. However, it loses value in the eyes of the youth if their needs aren't being addressed, if their feelings aren't being addressed. The movement today is, say, Black lives. We understand human life is valuable. However, everybody's is enraged because it seems to be blacks who have been going viral after being murdered, right? We see these images and it's of blacks. We want that to be not just understood, but actually stand with us. What's happening is there's a division, as you see. You have the Black Lives Matter movement, and then you have what they now call allies. That's everyone else. On the other end, you have the administration, and then you have MAGA. It shouldn't be that way, as we know. But the thing is, we're not listening to each other, and that's the issue. You mentioned something about the rioting. 100%, the looting, unacceptable. It's illegal. But what's happening is the abuse that they have been taking is illegal, right? And so they're saying my rights and the law is not protecting me, so why should I abide by yours? In a sense, the nation is pretty much reaping what they sow. And it's breaking my heart to see this. At the end of the day, I would like to see direction in this movement. I love the opportunity to speak with leadership and the church having a voice. We all know Dr. King and his movement, and we talk about it constantly, and you touched on it, but it was a corporate anointing that moved that movement. What's going to have to happen is the church is going to have to be responsible for shepherding the people. And the relationship has to be open with leadership. These kids are angry, and they're not sure exactly what to do with that anger, and actually even what the end game may be, other than they want to be heard and they want justice, and they want it today. However, the leaders here need to unite. And I'm not just saying Bishop Jackson, who is always on the front line, right? The pastors that are here. I'm talking about all of the pastors that have big platforms need to stand up and need to be visible, because we'll follow. It's great to have, and I'm gonna be quiet in a second. It's great to have these big pastors and their inspiring words on their posts, right? Facebook and Instagram. But the people that really need to hear it, to be honest with you, they're not actually following their page. So at the end of the day, we need the church present, not just Al Sharpton. We need the church present. And we need to know that the church and state are in line. Because at the end of the day, our allegiance as the church is to God into his people. And so the division comes with the church is, if you are not serving the people, you have a problem with the church. Because that's our job, right? So we need, as the youth, we need that movement of God. We need to know that we have power in the spiritual realm. We need to know that. So we have to be unified in doing that, because people are lost. The grounds are here for that. This is a revival. This is time for a revival. They're hungry for it. But we have to stand up and unite. We have to. So thank you.
Thank you, Damon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Damon.
And
Thank you so much.
yeah, thank you for that, sir. We, as we facilitate, and Damon, thank you for your remarks. As we facilitate the meeting and as we move along, we want to make sure that everyone gets an opportunity to speak. And so if we can be mindful, of that time and take a couple minutes to give your remarks and then to move to the next guest, that would be very, very helpful so that everyone can get an opportunity, because we want to hear from all that are involved. So thank you. Thank you, David. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for having me. My name is Earl Etienne, and I'm first and foremost a son of God. I am a father. In my professional life, I'm the Director of Graduate Programs and Industry Partnerships and a tenured professor at Howard University here in our nation's capital. And it's definitely a privilege to have the opportunity to extend comments in this situation. We could spend the entirety talking about a lot of stuff and talking about who did what wrong, right? But these are times that require leadership. And for a leader, first and foremost, to really get the following, he must first have the heart. If leaders don't get the heart of the people, we would be unable to truly move things forward. So I'll begin there first and foremost. Secondly, anyone can riot, anyone can be upset, but we have to approach this from a position of love. We have to be able to love the individuals who have been mistreated or maltreated for an extended period of time. And if we are unable to put ourselves in their shoes, then we would not be able to lead them from a position of less. We hear the terms all the time, pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Many of these guys don't have boots. So they can't pull themselves up by the bootstraps. We need to be real, okay? The soul of what's taking place didn't just happen last night. It's been a persistent process over years and generations. And we have an opportunity today to bring about bold solutions. I'm at an HBCU. Make HBCUs funded at twice time its operating budgets, okay? We understand that in HBCUs, we are able to take people from poverty to wealth very quickly, and we bat ahead of our class. Make those school centers of excellence. Start here in the nation's capital with Howard University. Fund it. Set clear goals for entrepreneurship to come out from these ideas, right? And ensure that we're getting true resources in place. We need to have open, clear, honest conversations. Sometimes take the lights off and let's just go at it, right? But we have to understand each other, but understand each other from a position of love. Awesome. And I will stop there, but thank you for the opportunity to really contribute, and I am open, willing, and able to contribute in more ways than one, and this should not be just a conversation for today. It should be an ongoing process.
Yes, yes.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Etienne. Great words. Howard University is one of our great HBCUs. And the president just reflected this morning about we were proud to make funding for our HBCUs permanent. But when you talk about the youth, like Damien did, with such great passion and sincerity, and you speak about the role of education, we really, this is I've worked for more than a generation on the principle that we ought to be allowing inner city families to be able to choose where their children go to school, whether it's public or private or parochial. And we've actually doubled the DC school choice program nearby in Washington, DC. And as we talk about the youth, we talk about education, I want you to know, we want fresh ideas about how we can improve the education for our minority kids, to give them the opportunity to be able to rise up and prosper in this economy. Thank
Can I
you.
add
Great
one
words.
thing real
Please,
fast?
go ahead.
10 seconds.
Then maybe we'll bounce over here. We'll
Okay.
just bounce back and forth.
He's got some ideas about how to strategically invest in HBCUs that will be helpful. We don't have time to go into the details now, but it may be that we need to make a few of them really world-class and do that one by one instead of taking limited resources and maybe spread them too far apart. So I'm sure he'll write up more about it. Thank you.
Great. I'd really welcome that.
Thank you so
They're
much.
great institutions, and we love Howard University. What a great school. They're fortunate to have you. You want to bounce over here?
Yes, sir. It's a pleasure to be here, sir, and thank you for having us. First, Mr. Vice President, my name is Derek McCoy, and I've been working with, came from this place right here, Hope Christian Church, and but at the same time, we have been able to work with pastors around the country and been able to have a voice in some real key issues, I believe, that are affecting the country. So all of that being said, being asked this simple question about, you know, what can you take away? There's a couple of points that I just said, let me write down so that I'm very clear as best I can be. I've been reading the letter from the Birmingham jail recently. One of the excerpts, and I think which is indicative of where we are today, is just a small piece right at the small little sentence at the beginning of that letter that basically talks about there comes a time when the cup of endurance begins to run low. And where people are, I think, is just at the place around the country that their endurance is running low because we go after it again, And who's to say while we're sitting here, another incident doesn't happen. And all of a sudden it happens again. And so that's what begins to mitigate that endurance for a lot of people in terms of, I want to see change. I absolutely applaud the efforts of the Opportunity Zones. I applaud the efforts of the administration and where you have been to date, and even the criminal justice reform, which so many people don't even understand or know about. I try to be an advocate to help them understand these are the advancements that have been made. At the same time, being a dad and being a father of two boys, similar to the age of Ahmaud Arbery, who was running in the street, and you start to understand, I have to have conversations, and we've had to have conversations over these last several years, and in these last season especially, about the truth of you can't go everywhere. Don't go running around by yourself. Make sure you check in and make sure that you come home, son. Because as a dad, I'm concerned to make sure they come home. And at times, knowing my own history of being in the South where my parents were, where my dad was raised, and I would sit down there and having to run from pickup trucks because they would just jump out. And my cousin would just say, run. And as fast as we could run is as fast as we could be safe. And so I understand that, but I've chosen, by the grace of God, to try not to grow up with the lens of bitterness and unforgiveness. These glasses are representative of lenses that we look through to change our vision. And I think for the church, we have to be agents that help people change their vision and perspective about the grace, the love of God, and everything about it. But really change and exchange this, and I'll try and be short, but exchange our ethnicity for our Christianity. And I don't say that lightly. And I know some people will be in an uproar about that. But if you understand, it's really important for kids to feel safe, our sons to come home, our families to be safe. I think when you're looking at the standards that are around broadly around our country, maybe it's time for a criminal justice reform 2.0. And I know it's a tough thing, and I know it's a lot of effort to go into the first one. But when you start looking at how can we standardize policies around the training efforts with these law enforcement efforts and these individuals so that there's not mistakes that happen so abruptly. The challenge with the George Floyd is that, as one governmental leader just said, there are multiple cases like this happening right now. And one governor said, hey, look, I got a half a dozen of these cases easy that I got to think about. And it's not just the George Floyd, and it's not just the Michael Brown. It's not just, the other people who have gone this tragic route. It's the repetition of that. So maybe it's a way that there can be some federalized standards in our training system, federalized standards in the way we bring people in to process them through the recruitment process, and then the background checks, and then understanding how do we know where they are after that. So I know it's a lot to say. There's a lot of conversations. I've talked to several pastors before even coming here, but it's just one of those things. They're concerned, and they want to make sure, and this is just an honest thing, sir, there has to be a way that even, if I was with the president himself, I would say the same thing, that you got to take a step back. My mother told me this a long time ago. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. And sometimes we got to take a step back and figure out how we say things and the tone of where it comes from. And I think right now we're in a place where America is listening, and we have to have the right tone. And if we get it wrong one time, so what? Change it. Fix it. Try and figure it out so that we can have the tuning of the ear to the people that need to hear some of these things that are desperately going on in our communities. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Brett. Wonderful insights. And those two boys are awful blessed to have you as a dad, I can tell. Really, really appreciate your thoughtful comments, Derek. We really do. Why don't we swing around this way, and we'll just, please introduce yourself, and we welcome your thoughts.
Yes, my name is Bishop Clinton Sherrod. My thought about this is there needs to be more training for law enforcement. I was a police officer for 13 years, and one of the things that I know that was there was training on paper, but not actual training. A lot of people come in, being police officer, that have been in the military, and they have all types of issues, and they are quick to hire them. They come in with a smile on their face, top shape, but mentally, they are disturbed. And I feel personally that they don't hold them accountable enough. There's a lot that goes on behind the scene that is in writing. I would go as far as saying that a lot of policies are in place, but they're not carried out. A lot of police officers, they're under stress right now. I'm not defending anybody. For me, it's not color, because we all are God's children, and God created us all. So, but I just believe that there needs to be more training and accountability with the training. Don't just give me the training December 2019, then 2020, you don't have the funds for the training. 21 come, there's no funds for the training. I've spent 2 years, my mind is all over the place. I just came back from war, and now I go off. And now you want to hold me accountable for what has taken place. I believe that there should be more accountability held staff above the law enforcement. And it should be hands-on, not just documents. Because, like I said, I believe a lot of things are in place for us writing. but the accountability of what has been put in place, there's not time. One of the things that I would say is shorter manpower, which brings more work hours on the police officer and anybody else, firefighters, anybody else, which brings stress, and your home fall apart, and you going to work every day with a smile on your face, and everybody's saying you're okay. But in your thought process, in your mind, you're still having flashbacks and going through the things that you went through years ago. So I feel that if we begin to deal with the issue before there is an issue, that it will be better. Before someone is killed, there was a past or a history of that person before it got to that point. But now we want to deal with it because a life has been taken when it should have been dealt with before then. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Sharon. Thank you so much. My uncle was actually a police officer in Chicago, Illinois, for 25 years. And I appreciate your thoughts. And I know we all appreciate the job that men and women in law enforcement do every day and the unique challenges that they face. And but we'll take back your thoughts, because there's no tolerance for what we saw on that street, those 4 officers, and there never should be. And but I appreciate your being here, Bishop, more than I can say. We have with us Dr. Michael Kim and Mrs. Joan Kim, who I'd welcome your thoughts. I know it's been a very difficult, challenging time for you. And maybe you tell us your story. It was, I will tell you, in one of the roles the President's given me to lead the White House Coronavirus Task Force, we've been surging resources, particularly to our minority communities, testing resources, supplies, as people deal with the coronavirus. And one of the heartbreaking aspects of the rioting and the looting that we just passed through in cities around the country is that many pharmacies that were providing coronavirus testing and pharmacies and clinics that principally serve minority communities were put upon. And so I'm sorry for what you've been through, but tell us your story and any other thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. It's an honor to be here, and thank you for listening to us. My wife and I were both children of immigrant parents who came here to live the American dream, and we've been provided with that American dream. We have both gone through the public school systems. I went to University of Maryland, graduated from Howard University College of Pharmacy, and we both have been made, we've been able to raise our 6 children the best that we can, build businesses, and so at this point we currently have 4 independent pharmacies in Washington, D.C. And we're there to help, we're there to serve the community and do whatever we can. So recently we did start offering COVID-19 testing at our community pharmacy sites, and this is in partnership with HHS. And there's only 3 pharmacies inside the District of Columbia that are testing, other than the testing sites that are run by the city. And so we're very proud of it, and yes,
Were
sir.
you testing at all your locations?
We're testing at 3 out of the 4 locations.
No. Well, that's great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. And it's heartbreaking what happened. Saturday night, we get a call from the alarm company, somewhere around midnight. Alarm is going off. We head down to DC, and we see that 2 of our pharmacies were broken into. So we have some help, and we boarded up the windows the best we could at that time. Sunday night comes around, another alarm goes off. We head down probably 2:30 in the morning, And that was the craziest night because while we were en route, we got another call that another location was broken into. And then we got another call that, I mean, it was just back to back to back to calls from the alarm company just letting us know that another location was broken into. And we're pulling up our video surveillance cameras and we're just watching this stuff happen. And just floods and mobs of people are just flooding into the pharmacies, taking whatever they want. You know, obviously they're taking as many drugs as they can, and they're not even taking, you know, what we call the good stuff. They're just grabbing anything off the shelves. So they got plenty of, you know, Tylenol and aspirins and high blood pressure medications, and God bless them. Hopefully they'll get well from those. But you know, but it was so that was Saturday, Sunday, Monday night happens again. 2 of our locations get vandalized. One location gets a U-Haul van driven through the wall. Another location, just a mob of about 20 guys just rush in after breaking the windows. And then we were praying and hoping for Tuesday night to be quiet. Unfortunately, it didn't end up that way. About 4:30 in the morning, another group tried to break in, but by this time we had a lot of boards up, and so they were not able to get in. So praise God for that. By the end of this thing, I guess Tuesday night, finally, I believe we got a night, you know, a restful night's sleep, somewhat. But it's just been terrible. And, you know, just sitting back, looking at this whole situation, you know, there's a lot of people that I could say that are very evil and bad. And, you know, these are just, obviously they're criminals, but I don't see them as evil. What I see in the world right now is that there's evil and then there's good, right? People by nature are not born evil, but they're influenced by evil. So, you know, during this whole process, my wife and I are praying, and and this verse from Romans 12:21 just keeps coming to me. You know, do not allow evil to conquer you, but conquer evil by doing good. So I think we need to do more good. We need to shine the light on what the good is that is happening. And unfortunately, the media has a tendency to shine the light on the evil that's happening. It's more dramatic and it's more newsworthy. But, you know, in my industry, in the pharmacy industry, we have what we call the PBMs. That is our evil. That is our coronavirus. And I applaud President Trump for I think he's the first president to finally shine the light on the PBMs and what they're doing to the healthcare system, especially community pharmacies. You know, he provided community pharmacies with a light of hope that maybe finally something will bring this this monopoly down to allow pharmacies to survive. But, you know, unfortunately, the other evils in this world are taking the light away from that. So I feel that, you know, we just need to continue to shine the light on the evils that are happening, you know, throughout the U.S., throughout the world, and just continue to do good and continue to highlight the good that everyone is doing.
Well, thank you, Dr. Kim. And Joan, welcome your thoughts, and but it truly is astonishing. But you said since Tuesday night,
so
it's been quiet
4
relative
nights,
to your pharmacies.
of no sleep. So by Tuesday night, we're delirious. We can't think straight. But we've seen a lot of support from the community, our customers. I mean, we have patients who are on welfare, Medicaid patients who are disabled. And I had a patient come up to me and said, Joan, you have my debit card on file. I want you to pay for this door. And I said, you know, Miss Howard, I don't need your money, but I really will take your heart, because they really feel like we're a part of their family. We've been there since 1867. The store's seen so many things go through. I think at one point Rosa Parks was one of our customers. We claim to fame to her. But we have a lot of people that have raised families in that neighborhood that have come in and out of the pharmacy, and it breaks their heart. And you know, throughout the years, pharmacists, we just put our heads down and eat the loss. We put our heads down and work hard. People break in, we go in and we clean up and we serve our customers with a smiling face. And it's so disheartening, but this opportunity to speak up and say, we are hurting and we really want to be there to serve our communities. There's easier ways to make money than be a community pharmacist. But we are there, we truly love what we do, and we want to be able to survive this, and we will. Our community has come together. They're going to try to paint murals on our boarded up pharmacy windows so it doesn't look too depressing. Artists are going to come together and draw pictures on them and make it not look so scary to the neighbors. So thank you so much for your support.
Joan, thank you. It is, and as I said earlier, we'll always defend the right of every American to engage in peaceful protests, but part of this story has been seeing businesses that obviously love the community that you serve being so profoundly impacted by the looting and the rioting. But Dr. Kim, I love your statement, overcome evil with good. I think Dr. King reminded us more than once that you can't drive out darkness with darkness, you drive out darkness with light. And thank you for shining that today. It's truly remarkable for everything you've been through. And we'll be working on these issues in the days ahead. Okay? But thanks for your love for the community and your willingness to be here.
Well, thank you very much. It's a very big day for our country.
Well, thank you all for being here.
For our country, it's affirmation of all the work we've been doing really for 3.5 years. This isn't just over the last few months. This is for 3.5 years. And it's a great thing. We were very strong. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. And that strength let us get through this horrible pandemic, largely through. I think we're doing really well. Vaccines, by the way, I had a meeting yesterday on vaccines. We're doing incredibly well with that. I think you're going to have some very positive surprises. And therapeutics, likewise, we're doing extremely well. Cures, we're doing well. I think those two words really blend in with each other. But tremendous progress is being made on vaccines. In fact, we have ready to go in terms of transportation and logistics. We have over 2 million ready to go if it checks out for safety. And it's also, the nice part is we have 4 companies, I guess you could even say 7 or 8 companies that are doing some similar and some very different on the vaccine front, and some similar and some somewhat different on the therapeutic front. So tremendous progress is being made on that, and I think even without that, and I have to say, even without that, and I don't think you're going to be having to use that in the future, that statement, even without, because I think they're going to have it. But we're going to be back, and we're opening our country, and I hope that the lockdown governors, I don't know why they continue to lock down, because if you look at Georgia, if you look at Florida, if you look at South Carolina, if you look at so many different places that have opened up, I don't want to name all of them, but the ones that are most energetic about opening, they are doing tremendous business, and this is what these numbers are all about. And you have to remember one other thing very importantly. I think it's extremely important for you to remember that many of our states are closed or almost closed. Some of the big ones, New York, New Jersey, they're starting now to get open, I hope. And I hope they also use our National Guard. Call me. We'll be ready for them so fast. Their heads will spin. We did it in Minnesota. In Minneapolis, we were incredible. They were ripping that place apart. I love it. We had such success there. And they were ripping it apart. And I called the governor, and the National Guard went in. And one night, it was over. You don't see the problem in Minnesota now at all, not even a little bit. You take a look at a great city, just a great city, Minneapolis, and it was under siege like nobody's ever seen, where people are running from a police department, the great police, and they were told to. They didn't want to run. They were told to. It's bad governing, and I'm not blaming the governor. I'm blaming the mayor. But we want to get all of this finished. This is a great tribute. What we're announcing today is a tremendous tribute to equality. We're bringing our jobs back. You know, when we had our tremendous numbers and when we had, just prior to the China plague that floated in, we had numbers the best in history for African American, for Hispanic American, and for Asian American, and for everybody. Best for women, best for people without a diploma, young people without a diploma. I mean, so many different categories. Our numbers were the best in almost every category. We had the most people working in the history of our country, almost 160 million people. We were never even close to that. So we had things that we were doing so well, and then it came in, but we're going to be back there. I think we're going to actually be back higher next year than ever before. And the only thing that can stop us is bad policy. Frankly, left-wing, bad policy of raising taxes and Green New Deals and all of the things that you have been writing about long and hard. That will stop it like you wouldn't believe. And frankly, it's holding it back. If there were no possibility that that can happen, and I like to be an optimistic person, I think we're looking very good. I think even before today, the polls that I've seen and the polls that we do were looking very good. But if we didn't have the possibility of having massively higher taxes like the Democrats want to do, and Green New Deals, which are totally ridiculous, frankly, ridiculous, and I'm a big environmentalist. I believe strongly in taking care of our environment. We have the cleanest air we've ever had, like over the modern era, which, let's say you go back 30 years. We have the cleanest air, the cleanest water we've ever had. We're setting all sorts of really good environmental records. We're very proud of that. But the Green New Deal would kill our country. The Green New Deal would have a devastating effect on the world. And it's not going to happen anyway because it's impossible for them to do it. If you ever look at what they want to do under the Green New Deal, it's like baby talk. But we are doing something that, this was an important day because this shows that what we've been doing is right. And the reason it's been and is so good is because the body was strong. Our body was so powerful that we could actually close our country, save millions of lives, stop people very early on from China from coming in, because we stopped early, at the end of January, very early, people coming from China who were infected coming into our country. It was a very hard decision to make. Almost nobody wanted me to make it. I would almost say nobody wanted me to make it. But we made that decision, and even my enemy said that was an extremely important. We saved tens of thousands of lives with that decision. So we did a lot of things, and then we really ended up with empty cupboards. We went into a ventilator period that the likes of which nobody's seen since the Second World War. We mobilized. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And then we did tests. We're over 20 million, or very close, but I think we're over 20 million tests, more than anybody in the world. Germany is at about at 4, and South Korea is at 3.5. We're over 20. And by the way, when you do more testing, you have more cases. We have more cases than anybody because we do more testing than anybody. It's pretty simple. But this is outstanding what's happened today. Now, they thought the number would be a loss of 9 million jobs, and it was a gain of almost 3 million jobs. Nobody's ever seen anything. I think it was incredible in a couple of ways. Number one, the numbers are great, and this leads us on to a long period of growth. We'll go back to having the greatest economy anywhere in the world, nothing close. And I think we're going to have a very good upcoming few months. I think you're going to have a very good August, very good July, but a spectacular, maybe spectacular September, but a spectacular October, November, December, and next year is going to be one of the best years we've ever had economically. And if you look at the numbers, they bear it out. But we were strong. It's sort of like when you go in for an operation, if a person is healthy, we were healthy. We had the greatest economy in the world. We went in for an operation. We closed our country down. We closed it down. We saved possibly 2 million, 2.5 million lives. Now, it could have been 1 million lives. I don't think anything less than that. But if you think we're at 105 million today, the 105,000 today, that would mean at the lowest number, it would be 10 times that amount. And I think everybody believes the least, if we went herd, as they say. And if you look at Brazil, they're having a very hard time. And by the way, they kept bringing up Sweden. It's come back to haunt Sweden. Sweden's having a terrible time. If we did that, we would have lost 1 million, 1.5 million, maybe even 2.5 million or more lives. So we're at 105,000 lives. Big move closing it up. We also closed it up to Europe. Europe became very infected from China. A gift from China, not good. They should have stopped it. They should have stopped it at the source. But it's a gift from China and a very bad gift. I will tell you that. And you do say, how come at Wuhan, where it started, and they were they were in bad trouble, but it didn't go to any other parts. It didn't go to Beijing. It didn't go to other parts of China. Then you say, how come it came out to Europe, to the world, to the United States? So it didn't go to China. They stopped it cold. They knew it was a problem. But they didn't stop it cold from coming to the United States, Europe, and the rest of the world. Somebody has to ask these questions, and we'll get down to the answer. You know, we made a great trade deal. Great. They're going to buy $250 billion worth of product. And by the way, they are online. They're doing okay. But the ink wasn't dry on that deal when the plague floated in. What's going on? A plague is floating in from China. What's going on? So the ink wasn't dry. So I guess I view the trade deal a little bit differently than I did 3 months ago. It's a great deal. I will say they are buying a lot from us, and in that way I respect. And getting along with China would be a good thing. I don't know if that's going to happen. I'll let you know. We'll let you know. I think they want to get along very much with us. But we built a tremendous thing, a tremendous power platform. So when it got ill, when we had a problem, we were able to cut it off, stop it, just like this. Stop it. Keep everyone inside. Keep them away. Keep them together, away, uninfected. And we saved millions of lives. And now we're opening, and we're opening with a bang. And we've been talking about the V. This is better than a V. This is a rocket ship. This is far better than a V. A V is wonderful. A V is this. They were talking about, will it be a V, a U, an L? They had no idea. And I was watching one of the shows, and I have great respect for the people. And they said, will it be 9 million in job losses? Will it be, what will be the number be? Will it be, are they going to report record numbers? Will we break 20%? What will the number be? And, you know, I don't know, because we were in, and I don't think we're in that territory anymore, we were in uncharted territory. Nobody's ever had a situation like that. So the number was 9 million, and one of the people was getting, no, I think it's going to be 10 million. That's 10 million negative losses. And then somebody else said, no, we think it's going to be 8.7, 9.2. No, everyone was right around that number. This is great geniuses, and they are. I watch them all the time, and oftentimes they're right. Warren Buffett sold airlines a little while ago. He's been right his whole life, but sometimes even somebody like Warren Buffett, I have a lot of respect for him, they make mistakes. They should have kept the airline stocks, because the airline stocks went through the roof today, and others did too. The whole market went through the roof. But they said 9 million job losses, 9 million. It's what going to be. Are we going to break 20%? Are we going to break it? And then the numbers came in, and one of the folks that was reading the numbers said, wow, this is a great number. It's only 3 million job losses. And then reading it and said, you know, I don't think this, I'm not reading this right. Let me look at it again. Oh, wait a minute. This is 3 million gain almost. 3 million jobs gained. And then they shouted out, one of them sort of semi-shouted out, is this a typo? I think it was probably the greatest miscalculation in the history of business shows, talking about Wall Street. And that's okay. But one of the reasons we're in this position is because we had such a strong foundation. So we were able to close our country, save millions of lives, open, and now the trajectory is great. Don't forget, New York is barely included, and that's one of our big ones. California is barely included because they're not open, and they should open. By the way, the mayor of Los Angeles wants to keep this thing closed for a long time. Look at what's going on in Florida. It's incredible. The job the governor of Florida has done, it's incredible. The numbers they're doing. You've got to open it up, and you do social distancing, and you wear masks if you want, and you do things. You can do a lot of things. You're getting closer together. Even you, I notice you're starting to get much closer together. It looks much better, I must say. You're not all the way there yet, but you'll be there soon. But it's a tremendous thing that happened, and the reason it happened is because we had a really strong patient. We had a patient that was so powerful, so strong, that we could close it and open it. And I give it this analogy. Somebody told me yesterday, it was Larry Kudlow. He said, sir, this is like a hurricane. And we were worried. We didn't know, is this going to be a hurricane or a major, major recession? A major recession that's not artificially caused, because this was artificially closed. We just said, boom, closed, and everything just stopped. And also, you know what else stopped? Big numbers on death by doing it, and that's why I had to do it. We've made every decision correctly, but it was like we stopped. So it was an artificial closing. And then what happened, very incredibly, is the numbers go, and Larry was saying that with a hurricane, you have a horrible hurricane in Florida or Texas, and it's devastating. And then the hurricane goes away, and within 2 hours, everyone's rebuilding and fixing and cleaning and cutting their grass. And I've seen it in Texas. I've seen it everywhere. I've seen it everywhere. Texas had a massive one, Louisiana, hurricanes, Florida, hurricanes. But what happens is right after the hurricane, boom, and this is what this is. This isn't a terrible recession. I don't even mention the D word. I don't talk about the D word. I don't want to talk about it. Because every time somebody even mentions it, I don't like the D word. But if you had a really, really big, bad recession, it could take 10, 12. How long did it take? In 1929, it took many years to recover from that. How long? 10 years. Yeah, 10. I heard 10. I think longer than 10, but that's okay. I heard 14, 15 years. Larry says 10, so let's go with 10. But it takes a long time to recover. But a hurricane, you're back in business in 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and it's devastating and it's hard. And this was a hurricane. And it's going to get better fast because a lot of the numbers that you see, they're early numbers. They're not even from this last month. And by the way, speaking of that, you had the greatest 50-day rally in the history of our exchanges. The greatest 50-day rally. And we have a lot of protesters. And we have something else, right? We have something else. We have a pandemic. We've made tremendous progress, really on both. If you look at where we've come on both, we've made tremendous progress on both. Tremendous progress. But you're looking, and the people are now starting to return to work. So it's been an incredible thing to see. It's been a beautiful thing to see. The experts predicted that the economy would lose tremendous numbers of jobs. And of course, from the beginning it has, but you're going to see how fast that's made up. I'm telling you, next year, unless something happens where the wrong people get in here, this can turn around. Your 401ks will go down to numbers. If people didn't get rid of stocks in their 401ks, they're almost even. Think of it. With a pandemic and with one of the worst things that's ever happened, our country's never lost 105,000 people, whether it's World Trade Center, which was 2,900, or Pearl Harbor, which was less than that. We've never lost anything close to this. But it's not only our country, it's the whole world. The world is suffering so badly. 186 countries at this moment. And that affects us too. But we're a positive force. We're the key to the world, in a sense. And the fact that we're doing well, I see already they're starting to do much better in other parts of the world. That's a great thing because we're working with the world. And we'll work with China too. We'll work with everybody. But what happened should have never happened. So we had a tremendous morning, a tremendous announcement. It was shocking to even great pros. I watched Maria Bartiromo. I watched Jim Cramer. I watched a lot of people. Joe Kiernan, he was pretty positive. Charles Payne, he was very positive for a long time. A lot of people got it right. They had confidence in me, they had confidence in this team, and they got it right. I think that's the only thing they could base it on, because we were on uncharted territory. I'd like to just say that renewal, restoration, and recovery of the most vulnerable areas of America is going to be my focus. It's going to be a big focus because it's taking care of itself, but we have to help that very vulnerable area. They're vulnerable. It's not right, and we're helping them, and we have helped them in the past, and we're also to opportunity zones, criminal justice reform. Nobody's ever done for the black community what President Trump has done. Think of it. Historically black small colleges and universities. They would come here for money every year for many, many years. After 3 years, I said, why are you doing this? Why do you keep coming here? They said, because we come. I said, don't you get a long-term deal so you don't have to come? The head of one of the very respected colleges looked at me and said, sir, we're like beggars. Every year we have to come to Washington and beg for money. I said, you should have a long-term deal. And we signed a long-term deal, so they don't have to come. I'll miss them. I told him, I'll miss them. I got to know them. But the first year, I didn't think anything of it. The second year, I said, that's strange. Why are you here? And then the third year, not so long ago, same people, the heads of the historically black small colleges and universities, 44 people, maybe a little more than that, a little less than that sometimes. But after 3 years, I said, what are you doing? They said, the past administration did nothing for us. The administration before that did nothing for that. So I'm going to do it. So we did the opportunity zones with Senator Tim Scott, who's been fantastic. And by the way, it's one of the great unknowns because the opportunity zones, you don't talk about it. It's one of the most incredible success stories ever in terms of the inner cities and in terms of black and Hispanic and Asian unemployment. Opportunity zones, you ought to do some stories about opportunity zones. Billions and billions of dollars of private money are being invested in putting people to work and getting money that they've never made before. So it's been really a terrific thing. It's now time for us to work together as we rebuild, renew, and recover the great promise of America. And that's true. We're going to work together. It'll all work out. It'll all work out. Some governors may need a little help yet, but I think for the most part they're in good shape. We have fantastic military. We have fantastic National Guard. National Guard was barely used. And these people have done an unbelievable job. They helped the Secret Service at Washington. Secret Service, by the way, are unbelievable. The job they did at the White House is unbelievable. There was never any form of like, oh, gee, this sounds dangerous. All I could see is what I was seeing on television. But they were outside, and the Secret Service was incredible. But we were also helped by the D.C. police, and we were helped by the National Guard. Was unbelievable. They came in, and this was like a piece of cake. And I really am suggesting, because if you look at Minnesota and the great success we had there and other places, I'm suggesting to some of these governors that are too proud in New York, I mean, you see what's going on there. Don't be proud. Get the job done. You'll end up looking much better in the end. Call in the National Guard. Call me. We'll have so many people, more people than you have to dominate the streets. You can't let what's happening happen. It's called dominate the streets. You can't let that happen in New York where they're breaking into stores and all of the things. And by the way, hurting many small businesses. You can't let it happen. Equal justice under the law must mean that every American receives equal treatment in every encounter with law enforcement, regardless of race, color, gender, or creed. They have to receive fair treatment from law enforcement. They have to receive it. We all saw what happened last week. We can't let that happen. Hopefully George is looking down right now and saying, this is a great thing that's happening for our country. This is a great day for him. It's a great day for everybody. This is a great day for everybody. This is a great, great day in terms of equality. It's really what our Constitution requires, and it's what our country is all about. I just want to finish by saying, to save the economy, we passed several pieces of critical legislation totaling many trillions of dollars, meaning 3. We're set up to do more if we want. I think we should, because we are dominant. For many years, as a bystander, but somebody that loved government, somebody that loved this country, I would watch and study and see, and just, when I say study, naturally study by watching. But if you go back, China was going to catch us in 2019. And that was like a given. You know, you go back 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. It was always, yeah, China will catch America, catch the United States, and in 2019, and then it'll become the dominant economy. Never happened. It's not going to happen. We dominated them over the last year and a half, 2 years. We took in tens of billions of dollars in tariffs that they paid for. I gave some of that money, just a small fraction, to our farmers, which made them whole, more than whole. That's why they're all in business. Made them more than whole, and it came right out of the tariff money. And the reason we didn't pay is because China devalued their currency, and they paid. Plus, they also put additional money to it. Because if they didn't do that, nobody would have bought their product. We made a great deal because of that. That's the only reason we're able to make a good deal, because of the possibility of tariffs. Because China's taken tremendous advantage of the United States. We helped rebuild China. We gave them $500 billion a year. How stupid are the people that represented our country with China and many other countries. But that's all changing. And it was in the process of changing very big. You know, again, China had a very bad year before the plague. And now I think hopefully they're going to have a great year. I want them to have a great year, but we're going to have better years than they ever had. We have a better system, much better system. We made Americans sure of themselves, and we took care of families. We gave benefits, and we sent $1,200 to every individual making less than $75,000 and $4,000 almost dollars to every family of four earning less than $150,000. That's a lot, isn't it? You know, when you think 150, but that's what's happening with our country. If you look at other countries, even countries that you think they're doing well, they don't talk about 150,000 as being median. $150,000. That's tremendous. That's a great tribute to the people of our country. The job surge that we're seeing right now is widespread. Leisure and hospitality added 1.2 million jobs. Construction jobs are up, listen to this, 464,000. Education and health services rose 424,000. Retail trade is up 368,000. And here's the one I like the best. Remember, previous administration, that you need a magic wand for manufacturing. Manufacturing, which we had up to 600,000 jobs prior to the plague, manufacturing rose to 225,000 jobs, up by. So we picked up 225,000 manufacturing jobs. That's very unexpected. Everything that you've seen this morning is unexpected. Even the pros sitting here would understand that, everything. We also smashed expectations on the unemployment rate. The prediction was that the unemployment rate would rise to over 20%, and instead it dropped to around a little more than 13%, slight difference. And this time the greatest comeback in American history. Today is probably, if you think of it, the greatest comeback in American history, but it's not going to stop here. It's going to keep going because so many places are closed. I was watching our great vice president today being interviewed on CNBC. He did a phenomenal job, and he made a statement. He said, this is not going to stop, and 100%. He's always attributing everything to me, but I'll attribute this statement to him. He said, it's not going to stop because the numbers that you're looking at don't include all of those states that are closed. They haven't even opened yet. We're going to be stronger than we were when we were riding high. And our stock market is almost, it's just short of an all-time high. I've had 144 all-time high stock markets during a 3.5-year period. Nobody's ever come close to that, and we're going to do it again. But it's going to be even stronger than last time. When I would say that to you 2-3 months ago, I could see what's happened. I have a good feel. I've always done well with numbers, but I had a feel for it. I said it even the other day. I was saying, I think we're going to have a tremendous next year. I think it's going to be a phenomenal next year. I didn't know it would start this quickly. I thought we'd start in August, September, but it started very early. Amazing. It's an amazing thing, but it means that they're likely to return, and all of these jobs that we're talking about now aren't even included because some of our biggest places aren't opened. They're opening up now. I think New York's opening up like as of today. And that's one of our big ones. New Jersey. They're all working hard. The governors are all working hard. To save millions of American lives, we took that unnecessary evil, we took it out of the equation. We had to do what we did. We had a very, very strong push not to do anything. We would have lost so many people. But very importantly, the economy wouldn't have been as good as it is because nobody expected this. I don't think there's anybody sitting here that can say, I want to see it on tape, as opposed to just say, oh, I did that. But some were predicting pretty good numbers, people I mentioned. But we took a tremendous step and a tremendous risk. And we've gone up at a level, and this level is going to be nothing compared to what you see in coming months, and especially next year. So the best strategy to ensure the health of our people moving forward is to focus our resources on protecting high-risk populations like the elderly and those in nursing homes, while allowing younger and healthy Americans to get back to work immediately and open up our schools, open them up. We understand this disease now. We didn't understand it. Nobody's ever seen it before. It's very tough, very contagious, very mean to certain people. We've learned a lot. We didn't know. Nobody knew anything about it. But we learned a lot. And I have to thank everybody for working so hard. Jared and Mike and the task force and all of the people, the admiral, the general. They were saying, oh, you should use admirals. I said, I did. You should use generals. I said, I did. Used them both. We had some incredible people on the task force. The job they did in getting ventilators built by the thousands, we're giving to Nigeria, to France, to Spain, to Italy, to many, many countries, to UK, they're having a hard time. We're giving them ventilators. It's a great thing. I mean, they're very hard to make. They're long-term items. We mobilized. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Just like the Second World War. There hasn't been a mobilization like this since the Second World War, especially ventilators, because it's hard. It's big, it's complex, very complex machinery, computerized all over the place, and very expensive. And we're building thousands a week. Right now, we're building thousands a week. We have all we can use. No governor, you hear the calls, you listen in on those calls. Frankly, you're invited to if you want, but you do anyway, even if you're not invited. And you see what's going on. Every governor, there's not been one patient in this entire massive country, and we didn't have ventilators when we started. The cupboards were empty. The previous administration left us empty cupboards. There isn't one patient, not one, that needed a ventilator that didn't get one. Think of that. And we're talking about millions of people, big country, millions of people. Not one person needed a ventilator that didn't get it. So we want the continued blanket lockdown to end for these states. We may have some embers or some ashes, or we may have some flames coming, but we'll put them out. We'll stomp them out. We understand this now. We'll stomp them out, and we'll stomp them out very, very powerfully. So we've made a big step in our comeback. This was always going to be, 3 months ago I said to you, this is a very important period, this June period, because we're going to learn whether or not this is a very big, powerful R word, recession, or whether this is a hurricane that we recover from very quickly. We recover from in a matter of weeks or days. And we've learned. Again, as good as these numbers are, the best numbers are yet to come because so many areas are still closed or very partially closed. Very few actually are fully open. These numbers are with states, 50 states, and very few are fully opened. Even the ones that are very out there are not fully opened. So we're going to have some tremendous numbers coming in. When you look at the ridership in the airlines, what they've got, they went from 2% to a number that, if it's correct, I'd be surprised, actually, but it's a very high number. It's great. People are traveling, and you know what? They're traveling in the United States, and they're also driving, and they're building the trailers. They're building a lot of things. They're driving. People are driving. I may have to buy one of those things, drive around town. Maybe I'll drive back to New York with our First Lady in a trailer. What do they call that? An RV. Well, you should know Indiana's the capital of RVs. I think I'm going to buy an RV and travel from now on in an RV with our First Lady. I don't think anybody would mind that. So we've come together. We're coming together. We've never had a thing happen like this. We were all, including the media, we were all in uncharted territory. We were uncharted. Never happened before. Nobody knew. I couldn't be sure. I felt it. I felt we were very powerful to come back. Hardest decision I ever made was when they all walked in, a big group of people, professionals, very professional people, good people. They said, "Sir, the best thing we can do is close it down." I said, "What are you talking about? We have this incredible, unbelievable country that's never done better, and you want us to close it down? I can't do that. What are you talking about?" And after listening for 10 minutes, didn't take long, I said, "I think we have to close it down." Because of the contagion and because of the power it had with especially certain people. Now, we didn't know the second part. We knew it was highly contagious because it spread like fire. But we didn't know that it hit certain groups of people. That helps us so much in testing and other things. So we're going to protect our elderly. We're going to protect especially our elderly with problems, whether it's heart or diabetes or any problem. It's like a magnet. I mean, you're elderly and you have diabetes or you have a bad heart, it's like a magnet. They say if you're heavy, so I say, thank goodness I'm in perfect shape. Thank goodness. But if you're heavy, it's not good. It's a brutal, brutal thing. And again, I started by saying we're going to have a vaccine soon. I said it a long time ago, based on knowledge. Based on knowledge, I'm meeting with these geniuses. Based on knowledge, I said a long time ago. I said by the end of the year. I think it's going to be a lot sooner than that. And you know, just in finishing about vaccines, we have mobilized the logistics arm of our military. We can move hundreds of thousands of men and women in a very short time. The vaccine is easy by comparison, but we can move hundreds of thousands. It's meant for war. It's not meant for this, but we have our war with the invisible enemy. It's meant for war, but we can move hundreds of thousands. Think of that. Hundreds of thousands in a very short time. The same people are doing the vaccine, and they're fully mobilized. So now I'm going to sign legislation to make important changes to the PPP that will especially help restaurants, hotels, and other businesses that have been very hard hit by the virus. This is going to make it 24 months, and I think you know the legislation as well as I do. I want to thank the Democrats. We had essentially unanimous votes, I think, in the Senate and the House, right? Whether it's unanimous or very close, it's a lot of people. But I want to thank the Democrats. We worked together on it great. And I hope we can get along with the Democrats. It's been a disaster in terms of relationship. But I hope we can get along because it's a great thing for our country. We did all of these numbers and all of this greatness. We have the greatest economy we've ever had. It will soon be greater than it was even before. We did this with discord. We did this with a Senate and a House that were not dealing with us, and we weren't dealing with them either. The level of let's just say the warlike posture is ridiculous because we have a great country. It would make a difference if we could get along, and maybe we can and maybe we can't. I mean, there are a lot of differences. We want low taxes. We want closed borders. We want people to come in, but they have to come in through merit. They want open borders. You can't have open borders, especially now when you have a pandemic. We set a record, by the way, on our southern border. The wall, which you never hear about, is up to 210 miles long. And one of the reasons we're setting a record is we have so much wall built. And we'll have it up to almost 500 miles very early next year. By the end of this year, we'll be over 400 miles. We're up to 210 miles of serious wall. This is a wall that people aren't penetrating. This is a very, very powerful wall. Going to be up there a long time. And it's saved us a lot of anguish and grief, but you don't hear about that. One of the hardest things I've ever had to do is get the money necessary, which is billions of dollars, from a party that was totally opposed to it. They gave me other things. The military we could rebuild wasn't easy in terms of that. That's not their natural instinct. But for the wall, no, you can't have it, can't have it, can't have it. We had 9 court cases on the wall, but we won and we got it. And now nobody talks about it. Nobody even talks about it. But it's great for our country. We have to have borders. And I've said often, I said long before I won on that great November day. It seems like a long time ago, 2016. I said, If you don't have borders, you don't have a country. So we have a lot of things to work with the Democrats. If we could work along with them, it would be great. If we don't, we're going to do great as a country anyway. We're going to do great anyway. But if we could work along with the Democrats, and I'm open to it. People say I wouldn't be open. Why would I be open? They did things that they should have never done. And you know what I'm talking about. Should have never done. But I'm totally open to it. But we could go even steps further. But it's already been historic. Nobody has done more in 3.5 years than this administration has done. Nobody has come close to doing the things we've done. We've rebuilt our military. We've cut regulations at a level that nobody's even come close to. And that's whether it's 4 years, 8 years, or in one case, even more than that. Nobody's done anything close. Regulations, low taxes, rebuilt military, take care of our vets. We got choice approved for the vets. So instead of waiting in line for 4 weeks to see a doctor, they can go immediately outside, get a private doctor, we pay for the bill, and the vet is in great shape. And we actually save money, but more importantly, we save their lives, and we save the quality of their life. They were dying. They would come onto a line, they'd have to wait 4 or 5 weeks, they wouldn't be very sick. By the time they see the doctor, they'd be terminally ill. We don't have that anymore. You don't hear any bad stories about the vets anymore. That doesn't mean go out and find them, because tonight you'll be traveling all over the world looking for an unhappy vet. And we got accountability because we had a lot of bad people in the VA. It's called VA accountability, where we can now fire people that don't treat our vets good. We have sadists, we have thieves, we have a lot of bad people. And we can now, it's called VA accountability. Almost 50 years they've been trying to get it. Choice, almost 50 years they've been trying to get it. For many, many years. I've been hearing about it for years. They've been trying to get VA choice. Choice means you can have a choice of a doctor. You don't have to wait in line if you have a long line. I have to say the VA has great doctors, but you can't get to them very quickly. Now they go outside and they take care of themselves. So we've had a great morning. This is just the beginning. It's going to be incredible. I'm going to sign our very important piece of legislation. Again, thank you very much to the Democrats. And then we're going to have a couple of words by a few of the people standing alongside of me. I want to thank them so much. And we'll talk to you soon.
Mr. President, why haven't you the plan to systemic racism? Mr. President, why haven't you laid out a plan to address systemic racism?
I'd like to sign this bill. This is a very different thing. And by the way, what's happened to our country and what you now see, it's been happening, is the greatest thing that can happen for race relations, for the African American community, for the Asian American, for the Hispanic American community, for women, for everything.
What's your plan?
Because our country is so strong, and that's what my plan is. We're going to have the strongest economy in the world. We almost are there now. We had the strongest economy anywhere in the world, and now we're going to have an economy that's even stronger.
Sir, how would a better economy?
I'd like to sign this.
Yeah, just to follow up, how would a better economy have protected George Floyd? Sure, I'll ask after. Will you take questions after, sir?
Black unemployment went up by 0.1%. Asian American unemployment went up by 0.5%. How is that a victory?
You are something.
How is that a victory?
Thank you very much. I have to say, though, it's been an honor. This is such a great achievement. Feel so good about it. This is just the beginning. The best is yet to come. Mike, would you say a few words, please?
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and today's a great day for America. The American comeback begins today. And, Mr. President, it is a tribute to the strong decisions that you made early on to put the health of America first, from suspending all travel from China to calling on the American people to embrace the kind of mitigation practices to practice social distancing, to endure 45 days to slow the spread. The way you worked in a bipartisan way, we want to thank members of both parties in the Congress for working with us to provide relief for families, small businesses, and enterprises across the country. Today's numbers, historic as they are a testament to the leadership that you've provided, Mr. President, on mitigation, on recovery, and as you directed the White House Coronavirus Task Force, they're also a tribute to the fact that states across the country, now all 50 states, are reopening our country. Even before we came to the end of the 45 days, you directed us to give guidance to state governors and all the states and territories to safely and responsibly reopen. And now all of our states are in the process of doing that. It's remarkable to think that 2.5 million jobs and declining unemployment number actually dates to surveys done in mid-May. Mr. President, it's remarkable that we can see all across the country that this is a snapshot today of the comeback that was taking place the better part of a month ago. But because of the guidance you gave to the American people in mitigation, and because of the recovery efforts that bipartisan members of Congress supported at your direction, and ultimately because we are reopening the country, we've begun a great American comeback. So I want to thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank members of Congress that were with us. I join you in thanking all of the incredible healthcare workers across the country, including our team on the task force and health officials at every level, governors that have been our partners. But ultimately, today is a tribute to the American people. Mr. President, I know that you've said again and again this morning that it was because the patient was strong in the beginning, because the policies that you put into place to cut taxes, roll back regulation, unleash American energy, fight for free and fair trade, we created more than 7 million jobs. And today, the strength and resilience of the American people is shining through. And this is their day. Congratulations, America. The comeback begins.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think very importantly, because it's a great state and you have so many great states involved with energy, but we had basically a disaster just a month ago. We had a disaster with respect to energy. It was down to zero. It was worthless. And that's 5 million jobs, maybe much more than that indirectly, probably close to 10 million jobs, energy jobs in Texas, and North Dakota, and Oklahoma, and many other states. New Mexico, great state, great energy state it's become. And we saved that industry in a short period of time. And you know who helped us? Saudi Arabia and Russia. And then we got Mexico to do what they really had to do. And I want to thank the president of Mexico. He was terrific. In the end, he was terrific. But we saved the energy industry. That would have been catastrophic to lose it. And now it's up to almost $40 a barrel. And people would have said that's impossible. But we got Saudi Arabia, Russia, and others to cut back very substantially. OPEC plus. We call it OPEC plus. But they were the leaders. And we appreciate that very much. Could I ask Kevin and Larry to say a few words, please?
Thank you, sir. I'll be brief as I can. I know it's pretty darn hot.
I haven't noticed it. Is it hot? Nobody hot.
You're pretty good at it. So, preceding this number were a number of green shoots, as we call them in economics or finance. And as the president has mentioned, things like Apple mobility, traveling indexes, the housing applications for new homes are skyrocketing. New businesses and new business applications are skyrocketing. So we've seen a lot of pieces of evidence. The key to today's number, 2.5 million payrolls and 3.8 million households from which the unemployment comes. The key is that those who were temporarily laid off have gone back to work, 3 million some odd. Yeah. And that's because of the reopening, and that's because of the success of the president and vice president's mitigation policies, which had to be taken. Now the reopening begins. Here's a footnote. At May 12th, for the week the survey was taken, a little less than 50% of small businesses had reopened. According to the Chamber of Commerce, the most recent number in late May, early June, 80%, 79% of small business have reopened. So we're going to see more continued progress in the June jobs numbers when they come out. And I want to add also, my friend and colleague, Secretary Steven Mnuchin's leadership on the payroll protection program has kept people on temporary call, have kept them furloughed, but they knew they were going to come back. The PPP has distributed $510 billion and has probably saved as much as 50 million jobs. And overall, we've extended tax rebates and other payments. 159 million Americans for nearly $275 billion. The rescue package works. It was the largest in American history. Now, we are seeing weekly unemployment claims coming down, continued claims coming down. The 13.3% unemployment rate has come down. And I think, as the President has noted, these trends will continue. This was a sharp, tough, heartbreaking pandemic contraction. It's not a typical economic contraction. It was like a bad hurricane or a bad snowstorm. There's a lot of heartache in that, and there's a lot of hardship in that, absolutely. But they're sharp and fast, and they recover fast. And we are beginning to see this rapid recovery, which I believe will extend well into the third quarter and the fourth quarter. We're still looking for some 20% economic growth in Qs 3 and 4, and a big number in 2021 as we move forward with presidential policies of lower taxes and regulations and energy and fair and reciprocal trade deals that created a phenomenal economy before the pandemic and can recreate and rebuild that phenomenal economy afterwards. And I bring in my great pal, Kevin Hassett.
Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. And today is a historic day, but as you remind us, there's still a lot of work left to do. That there were 18 million people that said that they expected to be reemployed. 3 million of them came back, and it shocked economists that it happened so fast. But there's still a lot of work to do, and that's what you've instructed us to do, is to give you options so that we can get everybody else in the country back to work. And I think that the main economic lesson I take from what we've seen, in addition to Secretary Mnuchin's incredible work getting the programs enacted quickly, is that the Vice President's leadership with the task force. Right at the very beginning, you put out guidance for businesses and for governors about how to open safely. And because the guidance was so scientifically based, people did so with confidence. And you would never have a jobs number like what we saw today without the confidence that I think was generated by your leadership, Mr. Vice President, and Dr. Birx and the rest of her team. So thank you so much for your service, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to add, we'll be going for a payroll tax cut. We think that'll be incredible in terms of what we're doing because, again, we're going to be bigger, stronger, better than we ever were. That's going to be a tremendous incentive for businesses and also a great incentive, and maybe, to me, most importantly, for the workers. So we're going to be asking for a payroll tax cut. We'll be asking for additional stimulus money because once we get this going, it'll be far bigger and far better than we've ever seen in this country. That includes as of 3 or 4 months ago when everyone thought it was great, and it was great. And we're going to be doing things for restaurants and various pieces of the entertainment industry, which will be an incentive, whether it's deductions or whatever, but Steve Mnuchin's going to be working on that because the restaurants will be a little bit harder to come back, although I must tell you, Mike, I've seen some tremendous numbers from restaurants, but we're looking at doing something in terms of an incentive with taxes. It could be deductions, it could be something else, but we'll be announcing it pretty soon. But we will be asking, despite the numbers and how good they are, because we will be so far ahead of everybody else if we do what we're doing. Our borrowing cost now is 0. So we're paying no interest, which is very good. And I just want to thank everybody. I'd like to ask Steve Mnuchin to say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Vice President. And again, I want to especially thank the Senate and the House for working with us in another example of overwhelming bipartisan support that is helping American business and American workers. Mr. President, this legislation is a direct result of you invited in leaders from the restaurant industry and the hotel industry. These are 2 areas that have been especially hard hit. The restaurants' #1 ask was extending the PPP for 24 weeks, and this legislation delivers on this. So it is great to see the $500 billion that we've put to work in small business make its way into the economy, and now you see it in these numbers in them bringing more people back to work. So not only did this save jobs, but we now see people coming back to work, and we look forward to working with Congress on bipartisan issues to make sure we get every American back at work that was unfortunately laid off as a result of this virus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My friend for a long time, this guy. He was a for our country. It's great governor. He was one of the best, actually. Either run again or come into the administration. Okay, you got two choices. Okay, and I heard there was some controversy with respect to the current governor. She never asked me a question.
Yeah, I know.
By the way, you have everything right on tape. She assured I came here because when she said I shouldn't come, I said, now I know I'm coming.
You should see the
I'm
crowd
like Paul.
outside. The crowd that's gathered outside because you were coming. It's unbelievable.
I hear there's a big crowd out there, huh? That's great. That's great.
In fact, there's one with
And
a
you
big
folks
sign.
are going to tell me about the EU, okay, with respect to their tariffs? Because they like tariffing things. So you're going to tell me about that, okay? With regard to lobster.
I would like to say one thing to start it off, if you'd like.
You'll speak, yeah. Do you want to speak in front of the press?
Yeah. A lot of the main companies, lobster companies, have been forced to open up companies in Canada to send their lobster to the Far East and to Europe because we don't have an agreement with the EU. And of course, China levied a 40% tax on Maine lobster, U.S. lobster. So what the
So easy to handle.
Yeah.
All you have to do is put a tariff on them and you'll have it done in about 2 minutes, right? And we'll talk about that.
Yep.
So the EU, in other words, charges a tariff.
Yes.
And therefore the Maine lobster people
Have to pay 20%.
Have to pay 20%, is it, or
Right.
40%?
Yes, it's for 20%.
So they have a tariff, so it no longer makes it
And if
competitive.
it comes from Canada, Canada has an agreement with the EU and there's no tariffs. And in addition to that, the Canadian dollar is 30% weaker than the American dollar, and therefore they're making a killing.
I got it. That's an easy one to handle. That's like easy.
Good.
Hi, everybody. We'll talk about that, okay? So I want to thank you all very much. We just had a big press conference at the White House. You probably saw in the Rose Garden, the beautiful Rose Garden that was about 100 degrees. It's okay. And the U.S. economy added 2.5 million jobs. It was supposed to lose 9 million. They were slightly off. So instead of losing 9 million, in fact, when they read it, they thought there was a typo. When the numbers came out this morning at 8:30, they read it, they thought there was a typo. Probably the greatest month we've ever had. I guess if you look at the charts, we gave the charts to the fake news media. They have them, and probably the greatest month we ever had in terms of that. And we haven't even started yet because New York is closed, which is starting to open, and California is essentially closed but starting to open. So this is the largest monthly jobs increase in American history, and that's more than double the previous record, which was a long time ago. Economists forecast that the unemployment rate would rise to over 19%. Instead, it fell to 13%. That's
correct.
Slight difference, right, Paul? Former governor of this great state, Paul LePage, and a friend of mine for a long time. We added 1.2 million leisure and hospitality jobs, 464,000 construction jobs, 424,000 education and health service jobs, 368,000 retail jobs, and 225,000 manufacturing jobs. You remember, Paul, under the previous administration, they said there'd be no manufacturing.
Yeah, we lost.
And they didn't call that one too well, either did they? They didn't call too many things too well. The report showed that nearly 80% of the unemployed workers were in a temporary layoff. That's a great thing. That means they all expect to go back to work, indicating that they could quickly return. 73% of small businesses are now open. How about that? Up from 52% last month. And the S&P 500 just had the best 50 days in the history of the stock market. Pretty amazing. And we've just started. We're going to have the greatest year. Next year will be the greatest year, I think, economically speaking, in history for our country. Only one thing can stop it. Somebody like Sleepy Joe Biden. Once they raise taxes, open borders, they want to open the borders. Can you imagine opening borders right now? Tijuana is the most heavily infected place anywhere in the world as far as the plague is concerned. You know, the plague came in from China. unfortunately. Most heavily infected, or one of the most heavily infected, right along the border. But we built a wall. We have up to 200 miles now, more than 200 miles of wall. By the end of the year, we'll have 400 plus, and we'll have it finished very shortly. Fully financed, everything done, despite we were totally opposed by the other party, as you know. But they want open borders. That would be bad, but they want to raise taxes, and that would be a disaster. So I think we're going to have a great victory, and we're going to take care of law enforcement, because law enforcement, they're saying defund the police. Defund, think of that. When I saw it, I said, what are you talking about? We don't want to have any police, they say. You don't want police. First, they didn't want ICE. They do want sanctuary cities, which are a disaster. But they say they're going to defund the police. In other words, they're not going to pay police. They don't want to have any police, the real ones. And Biden is bought into it, but he doesn't know what's going on. So, you know, he just doesn't know. But the people around him know what's going on. And they want to defund the police. They don't want to have police. So I want to thank you very much for being here. I'm thrilled to be with my friends from the great state of Maine, with leaders from the fishing, crabbing, and lobster industries, very important industries, and you never have been treated properly, or at least for the last long period of time. We're also joined by Secretary of the Interior David Bernhardt and a very good friend of mine, former Governor Paul LePage. Paul, thank you very much for being here. Did a great job running this state, I can tell you that. As we work to fully reopen and revitalize our nation's economy, I'm doing everything in my power to support American workers, including those in Maine's amazing seafood industry. It's a big industry, but a lot of people have not been taking care of this industry. We have, and that's why we're here. We're going to take care of it even better starting today. We were all very excited to see the blockbuster 2.5 million jobs added last month, far exceeding any expectations. Not even the wildest expectations thought it was supposed to be down 9 million, and it was up 2.5 million. I would say their estimators didn't do too good a job. Under the last administration, commercial fishermen and Maine lobstermen were suddenly informed that nearly 5,000 square miles of ocean off the coast of New England would be closed to commercial fishing without justification. Is that right? 500? No, you got to be kidding. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
So they just closed it. They said you can't fish. But let me guess, other countries do, right?
No, exactly.
Huh? They do. This action was deeply unfair to Maine lobstermen, threatened to cripple family businesses and cost America's fishermen millions of dollars. So they closed 5,000 square miles of ocean off your coast, right? That's amazing, Paul. How did they let that happen?
Obama just used.
That was President Obama. Thank you very much. With a pen. Was that done in the form of an executive?
In the very last few days of his administration.
You're going to fix it. We're opening it, right?
You're fixing it.
So we're opening it today. We're undoing his executive order. Why would that be? It's ridiculous. What reason did he have for closing 5,000 miles? That's a lot of miles. 5,000 square miles is a lot.
Yeah.
He didn't have a reason, in my opinion. All right, so we're opening it up. Today I'm signing a proclamation to reverse that injustice, to reverse that order from the previous administration, and we are reopening the Northeast Canyons and the Seamounts Marine region to commercial fishing. Is that okay? Is that what you want? Yeah? That's an easy one. For me, I can't even believe they can do a thing like that. That's a terrible thing. That's a terrible thing. So America is blessed with some of the richest ocean resources anywhere in the world, except when they close it up. And yet we have a $16.6 billion seafood trade deficit and import over 85% of the fish we consume. No wonder you have 5,000 miles that's closed up. Who would think that we import 85% of the fish from other countries that are your competitors. And we have the best fishing areas in the world, I would think, right? Is that among the best fishing areas anywhere in the world? How does it compare to other locations in the world?
Georges Bank is a very rich fishing area in the world.
And for lobster, the best, right?
The best in the Gulf of Maine.
For lobster.
And Atlantic scallops.
And scallops. I like scallops. Good. We'll have plenty of scallops to eat. This is why I've taken decisive action. And we're going to send our fishermen out there. You're going to go fishing in that area now that you haven't seen for a long time, lobstermen and seafood producers. I want to just congratulate you. Last month, I signed an executive order to begin an accelerated review and reduction of all unnecessary regulations on the seafood industry. So who's doing that, David? Who's working?
The Department of Commerce.
Okay? You'll make sure that gets done quickly.
Absolutely.
Okay? This guy, when I give him something, it gets done. Between him and Peter, we have the right people. So Peter, you'll make sure that you and David.
This is a great thing for the state of Maine. These two executive orders together is going to bring back commercial fishing in a big way. Sir, that is some of the most fertile fishing grounds in the entire world that's been shut off.
And we've gone through all of the machinations, all of the work, so we can sign this now. Takes a while to get it done, but we're getting it done. Not easy, because they did it in such a way that it's not easy. I ordered the formation of a trade task force that will identify opportunities to open foreign markets to our seafood exports. We're going to talk about the European Union, who constantly take advantage of us on trade. Nobody knows that. And I'm further cracking down on illegal harvested and imported seafood. That's a big deal too, right? What does that mean, illegally harvested? Who wants to answer that question? Go ahead.
EI fish, illegally harvested fish that some countries don't enforce fisheries conservation rules. In our country, we do. So if a country is off their coast and they don't have to
So they
go
don't
by
have the
rules,
thing, so they have
don't
a
have any
big-
rules, they can catch fish.
So our
and ship 'em into
conservation rules, are they overly tough or are they ridiculous? Because other countries don't have any conservation rules, right? Most other countries.
We
Are
have
our rules fair and good, or are they not?
We have a lot of rules in place that are preventing us from harvesting sustainably some of the resources out here. The fact that I'm in the groundfish industry, the resources off New England are at a
Could you
record
talk,
high.
you can't talk in
The resources off New England are at record levels. Never been recorded in history that they're so high, but we're underfishing.
Because you're underfishing.
We're underfishing
Is that
them
because of regulations?
because of antiquated regulations that you can never get rid of something that's in place.
So are we then looking at those regulations, Peter, or not?
Sir.
Because let's do it.
That's
I mean,
what
we
you've
came
asked.
up here for a different reason, but let's look at those.
One
So
of
in
the
other words, you have more product than we've ever had before because you're not allowed to use it. You're not allowed to fish, basically.
You're not allowed to fish, and some of the problem, and when I was governor, I encountered it. If you go to Commerce, and Commerce sends you to NOAA, and there's a lot of bureaucrats in NOAA that really put on some hurtful penalties and regulations on the fishermen.
So they were so burdensome that you can't fish.
Correct.
So now what's happening is being
Or you
taken
can't
over.
afford to fish.
You can't what?
They're so burdensome that you can't afford to fish. They make it so that if you,
Probably both. You can't fish and you can't afford to
and
fish.
you can't afford to fish.
So let's open it up, Paul.
Yep.
Nobody better than Paul LePage to get this going, in my opinion. So can I ask you to work on with
Absolutely.
my two great guys,
I
Peter and
would be
David?
more than happy.
And let's open it up, okay? And we want conservation. I'm a believer in conservation, but they've gone crazy. And then other countries, they don't have the same, so you have a much more expensive product. You have a better product, but you're not allowed to even get it in many cases, right?
That's correct.
It's amazing. So I ordered the formation of a task force, and today I did something else. I put Paul LePage in charge of trying to figure that one out, which you already have figured out, I suspect. You've been living with that a long time. And you've been unable to get previous administrations to do anything about this.
That is
right?
correct. And it was particularly bad under the Obama administration. I spent
Well,
6 years.
they kept piling it on.
They just kept piling it on and delay.
And why did they do that? Just because they thought environmentally or something? Right? Not really. Politically, they did.
It was a little bit of a political stunt because, unlike yourself and I, we're friends. Obama and I were not friends, and
Maybe
it was
he
very
also
difficult to
nice
get
other
to
countries.
talk to him.
He might have also been nice to other countries, right? Like Canada. right? He might have been nice to other countries like Canada.
Yes, he was.
So I ordered the formation of a task force, thank you, Paul, that will identify opportunities to open foreign markets to our seafood experts. I'm further cracking down on illegal harvested and imported seafood. That's what your problem was, right? So we're cracking down on it. I recently signed into law $300 million to help our nation's fisheries. Maine will receive $20 million, and you're going to get more than that now as we start breaking this crazy thing up. You know, I always think of this as a great fishing state, but you're so restricted, it really stops you from being a great fishing state. I'm going to ask David Bernhardt, though, and Peter Navarro to really get involved and get this done quick. This is ridiculous, okay? Can I do that? So I want every American who works out of the ocean and works in the ocean and fishes for all of the different things and the treasures to let you know that we're behind you 100%. You do an incredible job. And we want conservation, we want good environmental practices, very important. But we also want something that's fair to you. They've taken your livings away. I've been hearing about this for a long time in Maine and other places up here. Let it extend to other places that are also affected. Canada's given a tremendous advantage over the United States because of the practices of the previous administration and probably others. So we're not going to let that happen. As an example, I heard that Canada doesn't have to pay a tariff going into Europe.
That's correct.
But you do.
And we do.
Okay. So
And then
if that goes on, then we're going to do something that's going to make that look like small time.
And last year, we were sending, or 2 years ago, we were sending a lot of product to China, and then China put a tariff on us for 40% because of some of the trade issues between our two countries.
And what happened to the tariff? Is it on now?
Oh, it's not gone down. I haven't checked lately, but you're still paying the tariffs, right? The lobster's still going to Canada, and from Canada, they go over free, but it's just an added expense to the Maine lobsterman, who also has a 30% disadvantage.
So you're saying China charges a 40% tariff? And how big is the tariff that the European Union charges?
20, is it 20 or 22?
Okay. And this country, because of stupidity for years, hasn't charged them
And the funniest part of this whole issue is the Canadian lobster we're talking of and the Maine lobster come out of the same water.
Are they the same lobster, would you say, basically?
Yes.
Would you say they're equivalent as lobster?
They're equivalent. They're
Is
from
there a
they're
difference
the
in
Gulf of
size
Maine.
or type? Any difference?
They're coming out of the
It's
Gulf of
same
Maine.
lobster. So you're set up with a 20% tax that they don't have, so they have a very good thing. And that's European Union, right?
Yep.
The European Union has ripped this country off so much, it's unbelievable.
And I'll
it's
tell you
so
that-
easy to solve. I'm going to call them, David, you're going to come in, write a letter, and if they don't change, we're going to put a tariff on their cars until they change, and they'll change right away, okay? It's unbelievable how badly, people hear about the European Union, sounds nice. They've been almost as bad over the years as China in terms of trade, but nobody talks about it. There's a perfect case, Maine lobster. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
We're going to charge an equivalent plus tariff to them if they don't drop their tariff on your lobster and seafood, okay? And we can do that. Peter, do you agree with that? Do you like it?
We need to
Let me
strike
put
back.
you in charge of that
We
one.
need to
That's a
strike back.
natural for you, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
That's a natural for you. European Union charges us a tariff. They don't charge Canada a tariff. This is for the press. So Canada doesn't pay a tariff for the same exact lobster in the same waters, but we pay a tariff. If European Union doesn't drop that tariff immediately, we're going to put a tariff on their cars, which will be equivalent, come in for nothing, which is ridiculous. Okay? You understand? It's going to be the equivalent plus.
Yes, sir.
It's going to be the equivalent plus. Watch how fast that tariff comes off. All right? Watch how fast. It should be plus, plus, plus. Okay? I'm going to put Peter Navarro in charge of it. That's perfect for him. I'll take that one off your plate, okay? All right, Peter Navarro, you're in charge of it. Yeah? Thank you. This country has been treated so badly on trade for so many years. We have such bad agreements. We're breaking so many of them up. It's been treated so badly, it's hard to believe.
Canada, in some respects, Canada has been our worst enemy in the produce industry. We cannot send
Canada's
meat.
been very tough. Canada charged in Wisconsin, before I got up and changed it, 287% tariffs on dairy products.
Yeah.
So think of it, and they kept it at 287. They didn't want to make it 300 because they thought somebody might find out. And until I became president, nobody knew. I ended it. But they were charging Wisconsin and our farmers 287% tariffs to send dairy products to Canada. So therefore you didn't send, you couldn't compete.
You couldn't compete.
And our people didn't charge them anything.
That's correct.
Canada's been very tough, very tough. You know why? Because they got away with it, that's all. Because people sitting here didn't know what the hell they were doing. Okay. But the deal has worked out, you know, the new deal is a good deal. It's got rid of all that stuff. But we didn't talk about lobster. But Peter Navarro's going to be the lobster king now, okay? All right, Peter?
Yes,
Now,
sir.
look,
We'll
you
get
can do
after
it.
it.
Let's see what you can do.
Dear to my heart.
Let's see what you can do.
This state right here, Maine, is dear to my heart. I spent a lot of
There's
time
another
here over the years.
vegetable that most people don't speak of, and can't bring to Canada, and we're one of them. We have a company in Maine that is one of the major growers of broccoli in the country.
Broccoli.
In the summer, they're in Maine. In the winter, they're in Florida. But what has happened in the last few years is the Canadians bring their broccoli into market. They have a 30% advantage on the exchange rate, and so we can't sell our broccoli, and we can't send it to Canada.
Well, that's our big thing
That's
with the
the
dollar.
overvalued
That's
dollar.
what you and I talk about.
Yeah.
Right? The dollar that
Yeah,
everybody
we'll have
says
to do that
doesn't
one
matter.
too, sir. I mean, make me the
You
dollar
wanna handle
king
broccoli
too.
in the same way?
What's that?
Is it broccoli primarily that and the lobster, seafood, etc.?
There are a couple others. There's broccoli, blueberries. Blueberries, Maine used to grow 90% of the wild blueberries in the world.
So where is it done now?
Canada, New Brunswick, and Quebec have got 300,000 acres on, and so now Maine's blueberries are selling below growing cost.
And when you talked about the Obama administration about this, they did nothing.
They did nothing. I spent a lot of time in Congress.
Let's get on this.
The three things plus the seafood. This man he's a believer. He knows exactly what to do. I don't have to tell him a thing. And you guys will work on the other stuff together, okay? Any questions, by the way? Questions? Shouldn't be any questions after that. You got more than you would have ever thought.
I will just make one more comment.
Amazing.
I will make one more comment, and we need your help on. As the country is reopening, of course, right now Maine is still tied up pretty tight because we have a governor that's not reopening very fast. But as we reopen,
Why isn't your governor opening up your state?
I don't know. We
You
don't know.
All these states are being open. They're making a lot of money. That's why we had the good numbers today. You have a governor that doesn't know what she's doing, and she's like a dictator.
Yes,
you
she
know?
is.
Why isn't she opening up your state?
Well, one thing that she's doing is the $600 a week that the people on unemployment are
Right.
getting. She is allowing them to continue to collect when they're called back to work, and so people aren't coming back to work. And everybody in this room knows of people.
So she's taking advantage of the system.
Yes.
But she's not letting them come back anyway because you're shut down.
That's right, but the few that would. I know of 3 cases last week, but an employer told me that these 3 people were called back. I reported them that I have work for them, but they're still getting the $600.
What would you say about that, Peter?
Look, this whole problem in the bill where we're paying people to stay home.
Yeah.
It's
You know, it works
doing
in some
tremendous
states.
damage.
Yeah.
Doing tremendous damage to our economy because it's keeping people home, and the longer
The Democrats
people stay
wanted
home,
this. Feather bedding, okay? But the Democrats wanted it. We said it wouldn't work, and we were right.
And it works.
But honestly, it's
It
good.
works in Republican states.
It does work in Republican states. But the Democrats wanted it, and we negotiated, but it's unnecessary.
Correct.
And it makes it overly complex. But a place like this, you know, we're straightening it out. Any further legislation, we're straightening it out. And we just did PPP today, so.
The legislation is fine if everybody follows the rules.
Yeah.
But if a governor decides
You see,
to-
she's not supposed to be doing that.
That's correct.
So when she doesn't do that, it's fine.
That is
But the
correct.
governor is playing cute.
If you call someone to work, and they refuse to go to work, you tell the state, and the state will take their unemployment
That's
away.
right, exactly. So she's not supposed to be doing that.
That's correct.
Let's call her on that, please.
Yeah,
Call her
so that
legally. Not
People
allowed
of
to.
Maine want to work.
Yes,
They do not
they
want a
do.
handout. They
When
want
is
to
she
work.
opening the state, if ever?
I think there's another move in July. There's going to be another move in July. She started opening up some of the restaurants that you can have, 6
Very
social
small.
distancing and 50%.
And you don't have a big problem up here. So why is she doing this?
Well, what she's afraid of, or what she's claiming, is that in the summer, Maine only has 1.3 million people, but we have 40+ million visitors a year, 30+ million in 3 months. And she's afraid that if she doesn't quarantine the entire state, that these folks are going to bring
Yeah, the
the
problem
virus.
is, though, those 3 months are your Christmas, right?
Yeah, you got it. It's our
Tiffany
season.
likes December. You like these 3 months. So she's going to get rid of all of your wealth, and you're
Exactly.
never going to recover that.
That is correct. And so what I've advised her to do,
Not good.
what I've tried her to do is you can only get into Maine 2 ways, well, 3 ways. The Canadian border, the 95, or Route 2.
Right.
So if you put somebody at Route 2, everybody's got a foreign plate, an out-of-state plate. You
check
get their name, telephone number, where they're going to be. Problem solved. If you
It's
have
not
an
a big
uptick,
problem.
you go right there.
So you're giving away your tourist season this year because it's
That's correct.
starting, right? So
That
you're
is
giving
correct.
away your tourist system.
Yes.
I mean, she must know this, right?
I would think she's a
No,
right
how
lady.
does she do a thing like this? She's going to destroy your state. All right, look, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. We're going to solve your fishing problem. We're going to solve something that nobody thought was solvable. We'll solve it very easily. And Peter, you're going to handle that
Get
other
on it.
situation.
Right on.
That's an incredible. Would you like to say something, folks? Go ahead.
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to.
Thank you. It's my honor.
It's an honor to be here to discuss with you the importance of commercial fishing to our country. I am the Executive Director of Associated Fisheries of Maine, and I have more than 30 years' experience in regional, national, and international fisheries management. And in all of that time, I have never known a president to express a concern about the well-being of our fishing and seafood industries. So thank you very much for your interest, for your executive order promoting American seafood, for this announcement that you've made today, which will allow our fishermen to go back to work. The Antiquities Act
And we're
process.
doing that immediately. Are we doing that as of immediately?
You're opening up 5,000 square miles
As of-
with the stroke of a pen.
As of when?
The minute you sign it,
I better get
you will
going with
begin
this.
planning, and
I
you're
get my
taking
fishing
down,
pole.
you're taking down a no fishing sign
Yeah.
and opening up.
I love that.
The process by which this monument was established is a non-transparent process that does not allow for stakeholder input, does not produce any kind of economic analysis of the negative impacts, and prevents all of us from enjoying the benefits of our healthy marine resources. So again, we appreciate that you've recognized that and are taking action to correct that.
And your senators, where were your senators for all these years? What happened?
They abdicated their responsibility. They went home early this year because it's election year and gave all their power to our governor.
So in addition to the opposition from the fishing industry, the Secretary of Commerce has also heard about opposition from the regional fishery, all 8 regional fishery management councils, to establishing these monuments outside of the regular management process. So there has been a great deal of opposition to that, and now you're correcting
What would you
that.
do about that?
Well,
The monuments, what would you do?
the management of fisheries within our exclusive economic zone is rightfully managed under the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Conservation and Management Act. So we have a process to do that. We don't need the Antiquities Act to be establishing monuments that restrict fishing.
So what do you need? You're bringing that process back.
Well, this
bringing that
order
back.
will take care of our
Okay, so
immediate
you're gonna
need.
be okay,
You're gonna,
and this is gonna do
you're
most
gonna
of it?
take that back.
That's a big thing, right?
Yes.
You're
Yes.
so lucky I'm president. You are so lucky. I don't even know you, and you're so lucky.
Well, we're also looking to a pending action by the New England Fishery Management Council and the National Marine Fisheries Service, which will likely be voted on sometime in the fall, which would establish a requirement for our fishing boats to carry 100% of observers or at-sea monitors on all of our trips at our own expense. And this could be as much as $40,000 a year for some of our vessels. This is simply an expense that we cannot afford at this time, especially on the heels of what we will be trying to recover from this pandemic, which has had a huge impact on the commercial fishing industry in New England. We certainly cannot afford an additional expense that is totally discretionary. The law does not.
What's happening with that, David?
That's in process.
Huh?
That's in
Get it
process.
done.
That's
We'll
part
get
of
it done.
your,
You're not gonna have to.
Again, I just put it on
Sir,
your
that-
radar, Mr. President, so
So
that
let
we
me
can
ask you a
deal with it in
question.
the future.
So European Union charges you a 20% tariff, and is China charging a 40% tariff, or is that not? What's China charging? 40.
I'm not familiar with that.
Or not? You know, Paul?
What? China right now is charging a tariff on Maine lobster going to China.
How
And
much?
Our sales to China have gone from like 600,000 pounds to less than 100,000 pounds.
So you went from 600,000 pounds, that's the way you go, to 100,000 pounds. So you're way down.
And the only
Is that
way
because of the tariff?
Yes.
Okay.
What they do.
So Peter,
what-
corresponding tariff to China for pick a product, a corresponding plus if they don't drop the tariff on Maine lobster going into China. Okay?
Yes, sir.
It's very simple, and I don't mind.
Yeah, the distribution companies have had to set up companies in Canada. They ship their.
No, I know, that's what they do. They go through different companies. It's called transshipping,
Yeah.
to be exact. They transship. Okay, ready?
Yes, sir.
China, EU. All you do is say, that's okay, keep charging us, and we're gonna charge you a corresponding, on something that they sell that's very precious to them. Put a it should be for the same amount plus.
Yes, sir.
We'll take care of it. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. President, we operate a few boats here in Maine, but we also operate some scallop boats and some factory processors out in Alaska. And there is a tariff on the flatfish that's shipped into China that stays there. So if we want to ship it to them and develop a market in China, they do enforce a 25% tariff on it. What we have available to us is if they do process some of the fish, it's shipped back to the United States, and there is no tariff on that coming in at this present time.
So what you're saying is we don't charge them a tariff, but they charge us a tariff.
That's exactly right.
How stupid is that?
We're working on it.
How stupid is that, free traders? I tell you, the free traders out there that are always talking about this, oh, we're free traders. How stupid is that? So they charge us, and then we don't charge them.
Yeah, you'll be
And
pleased
they
to...
get paid for doing the work on top of everything.
You'll be pleased to know that we just had
We'll take
a
you.
Zoom meeting with Senator Sullivan last night. He's working on it. He's going to be in touch with a few people. He wanted to say hello to you.
Sullivan's a good man.
Yeah, yeah.
Sullivan's a good man. He'll try, but
Yeah.
nobody can do this like I can.
It's like everybody, though. We're all trying to do it. but
It's
if-
simple.
Yeah,
It'll be done.
thank you.
It's very simple. He's a good guy, Dan Sullivan. Paul, you've said enough. David, you have anything to say real fast?
Well, I would like to thank you for taking the time to come listen to the fishing community. Since the moment you took office, you've been clear and consistent in your efforts to bring common sense back to the executive branch. You've done more than any president in our lifetime to bring common sense to government. And when you think about it, 5,000 square miles is an area that's larger than the state of Connecticut, the state of Delaware, or Rhode Island. And the prior administration essentially put a no fishing sign up to these individuals with the stroke of a pen. And you're addressing it. And your effort to ensure the voices of the people are heard is deeply appreciated across the country. The folks here, they go out, they brave the nation's waters, They bring an incredible natural resource benefit to the world, and they have the challenging task of facing whatever Mother Nature puts in front of them. They should not be in a situation where they're also having to fight their own government. And they needed common sense bureaucracy, and you're bringing it. And in doing so, we are not changing the boundaries of the monument, and we will remain protecting those objects that need and are appropriately protected by doing this. So thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And these two people will get it done. By luck, I happen to have the two right people with me, all right? Please.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. My name is Christian Porter. I'm a commercial fisherman. I've been fishing for over 30 years. I fished for about everything over those
And you
years.
love doing that. You wouldn't switch for anything, even though they don't let you fish anymore.
No, well, I fish for different things. I fish for scallops now, and I fish for lobster.
But you love it, right?
I love it. It's a way of life, Mr. President.
No, they love it. People love it. You wouldn't switch
No,
to be
and-
president, right?
Right.
You're making a good decision.
So, and I'm president of the Maine Lobstermen's Association, and we support the Maine Lobster Fleet supports 10,000 jobs on the water and another 5,500 shoreside jobs. So that's why I'm passionate about working with regulations
Do people
and stuff.
come in? It must be other countries. They must send their ships into this 5,000 big mile stretch.
No,
right?
they can't. They can't come in through the
Really?
easy.
So we
Yep.
get them out through what? The Coast Guard,
Yep.
the Navy.
Coast Guard.
We get
Yep.
them out.
Yep.
So we police it at least, right?
Yeah.
Good.
Right.
So go ahead.
So, keeping our nation's fishery strong is a passion of mine. That's why it's great to have this opportunity to talk to you about the process of the Northeast Canyons of Seamount. Rather than work with the constituents who actually fish there and were most knowledgeable about the issue, like this guy right here, this monument was formed in back rooms with special interests. This created poor
During
policy.
the other administration, you mean? Which
Yes.
administration? Obama?
The Obama administration did this
Well,
at
he's
the
done
very
you-
in the
he's
last.
he's done Maine a tremendous disservice, I can tell you. Just from a common sense standpoint, how could you let a thing like this happen?
This created poor policy. It hurt the fishermen, and we really worry about the precedent it sets. That you can close large areas of ocean and put all the rest of us who fish for different things in smaller and smaller boxes. So, and that hurts everybody.
So by opening up this 5,000 miles, you are just, this is a treasure chest.
It spreads boats out, yes. And
Did you ever think this was going to happen in your lifetime?
I did not. But the biggest thing is now people think when they're going to close this, they've got to go through the process. Fishermen need to have the input into this.
Right.
And we didn't. And so, and it's not the only thing. There's other things. I just want to, as a lobsterman, bring up something that I would be run out of town if I didn't bring up to you. It's kind of the same situation. Our fishery is in great shape through years and years of good management. But despite our tremendous success, we find our industry being risk of being shut down because of the endangered right whale.
The endangered white whale.
Right whale. And we've been in
And why is that? In other words, because you have to be so careful? What is it?
The entanglements and what
Is that in the same area that we're talking about?
No, it's a different area. It's along the coast of Maine. So our association, our executive director has had great conversations with your staff. One of them's here today. Alex Willett is here. He's up to speed on this. You had
go really quick because we have to leave.
Yeah,
Let me ask
we
you
had.
this. Wait.
No, but
How is
and
this?
your friend right here sent you a letter, and he can bring you up to speed on this. Governor, you
How
sent
is
a
the
letter.
whale? Paul, you know this.
Yes.
How is the whale hurting what they're doing?
The right whale is not hurting them. In fact, in the last 2 decades, there's not been an entanglement or a death in Maine waters. Now, they found some dead whales in Maine waters, but they came down from where the problem area is, and as we've talked about earlier, the St. Lawrence Seaway. At the mouth of the St. Lawrence Seaway is where all the deaths and entanglements are.
So how do we solve this problem?
We solve this problem by going to NOAA and telling them to get reasonable about their regulations.
Going to where?
NOAA. They are the problem, and I've worked 2 years, I've worked
So you
6
know,
years.
you know what reasonable means then, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so get 'em done.
That is correct.
Get them done, all right? You'll work that, David.
I'll talk.
Okay.
We just want our voices heard in the process.
We'll be able to. I assume there's a good solution to that, right?
Yes, there is.
Okay, work on it. And we want to
There's a-
protect the
there's a-
whale. I want to protect the whale too.
As we do
As
too.
long as we can protect the whale, I'm going to do it, all right? So I'm going to leave it to you.
We're in, and I will say, he said one thing that is so true about the fishermen in Maine. Maine has the only sustainable lobster fishery and certified in the world. These people will go bend over backwards to save the laying, those little layers and the youth. I mean, they just bend over backwards. It's not robbing the bottom. And the one thing about a Maine
You've been treated
lobster-
very badly. You know that, right? You better remember your president.
The one thing about a Maine lobster-
you've been treated very badly. I know what they've done to you. They've regulated you out of business. And yet you treated the area like it was your home. I know that. Go ahead.
The one thing that Washington has never understood, the Maine lobsterman is a family-owned business. It's hand-me-down from father to son for generations. If father kills all the lobster, son is going to starve. And that's what the lobster industry is in Maine. It's the only one in the world. And Washington bureaucrats are telling us we don't know how to fish.
We got it, all right?
Thank
You'll
you,
work
sir.
with Paul on that.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. John Williams, owner of the Atlantic Red Crab Company. Going to change species a little bit. I'm in the crab business, not the
Good.
lobster business. I've been fishing in this area that the 5,000 square miles personally since 1995, and there were people there before I was in there. And the interesting thing is going on Maggie Raymond's point, is the lack of transparency in the process of setting these 5,000 miles apart. The industry was never given the opportunity to get involved. It was like an
Well, not like now.
Exactly, no, and we appreciate it. And then on
Who
one
knows more than the industry?
one talking point, and your 2.5.
So will you stop from fishing in the 5,000 miles in Basin?
In that 5,000
So
miles.
what, and that's prime area, right?
Well, this is the ironic part of the whole thing. They said that they had to shut that 5,000 miles down for an emergency presidential action, and I was very vocal about it, and they grandfathered me for 7 more years in that 5,000 mile area. So if
So
there was
when is the 7 years up?
we're about halfway through it.
Oh, you're lucky you just made it, huh?
We've had our fingers crossed since you got elected.
So is that very fertile in terms of crabs?
Yes, it's very fertile.
Because nobody's taking them, right?
It's we harvest from Virginia all the way to Canada.
So they gave you a grandfather of 7 years, and your
Yeah.
7 years is up.
Then
How
we're
many
out.
people were grandfathered?
It was my fishery and the offshore lobster fishery.
He must be a rich guy, right? Let me
I
ask
have a
you
good
this.
banker.
Do you have the problem with the European Union too?
I don't do very much export to Europe. Most of it's
Well, you
domestic.
can't with the tariff. You can't.
Exactly.
So you don't
exactly.
bother.
And the other thing is I want to bring up that hasn't been brought up is we have a public process that's been in place for years and years and years to protect our resources and the ocean floor. And when you gasped at 5,000 miles at how big of an area that is, since '95, I think there's been, you'd have to correct me, but it's roughly 60,000 miles have been protected already, but they were protected in arenas like this that included scientists, fishermen, and environmentalists.
And is that wrong?
That's right.
So you like it?
I think when you get a group of scientists and
Okay, so there you think we did the right thing?
I think that,
Meaning people did the right thing.
I think that it's the public process as cumbersome as it can be, and sometimes I walked out of meetings not happy with the results. but it works.
But at least it went through a process.
And it allows.
And this did not go through a process.
Zero. We had zero
Right?
words.
This didn't go through a
And
process.
this
This was
one-
done for politics. I
Total
got it.
politics. Just one last comment on it is of course, where the industry was left to remain completely silent and not go public, the millions of literature and propaganda and websites and everything that were out there saying we need to save this 5,000 miles because this bottom is pristine and we can't allow these fishermen in there because it's pristine. Well, we've been in there for 40 years. And so if the environmental groups can deem the place pristine, and we've been operating in that area for 40 years and they can't find any evidence where we've done any damage, I would say we've been pretty good stewards of that 5,000 miles.
It's great stuff down there, right?
Oh, it's great stuff.
Great stuff. Take care of it. All right? That's the one thing I'm asking you. Take care of it, okay? Please, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, my name's James Odlin. I've been involved in this fisheries for 50 years off New England, both as a captain and as a vessel fleet owner. And I served on the council for 9 years, helping make some of these regulations. I worked on the Habitat Committee issues, where we worked for many years, and then we were ready to roll, and all of a sudden, we get this order that said, your work doesn't matter, we're gonna close 5,000 whole square miles. We were looking at discrete,
So this is a really
special
big,
areas.
this is a really big deal for you people, isn't it?
We worked long and
This is
hard
the
on that
whole
issue.
deal.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I just get one other thing, Mr. President. You know, I want to reiterate that the stocks of fish off New England, groundfish, are at historic highs.
Is that because you were stopped from
Because of
fishing?
proper fish management. The issue is, we've got millions of pounds of fish out there that are not getting caught annually, which would equate into hundreds and hundreds of jobs.
So will I
We
be
need-
allowed to go fishing in that 5,000 mile
Sure
piece?
you
Would you
could.
mind if I took a little boat and went fishing out there?
So we've got some regulations that are preventing us from harvesting these healthy, sustainable fish stocks. And we need help getting those
Is
regulations.
that not being taken care of in what we're doing?
Well, I just heard this now, that they've asked the National Marine Fisheries Service and Commerce to look at some of those regulations.
You know about it?
Yeah, it's a commerce issue. I'm happy
Right.
to work
You
with
gotta
them on it.
just take it over.
But I have some worries that they will just tweak around the edges and not really do.
All right. David will take
I
it
have
over.
some inside information that that's what's gonna happen, okay?
we got it.
If I may, sir, the executive order that you signed several weeks ago has very clear, direct instructions to take care of those regulations. So this president is already on this case. There is a process underway, and that gentleman across the way will ensure that the commercial fishermen of this state will be able to fish the waters here without undue regulation. Full
So we're
stop.
cutting regulations from highways and roadways to fish. And
That's
that's what Peter's talking about. Go ahead,
Yes,
Pete,
sir.
you have anything to say?
This is the jobs president. This trip today goes and creates jobs from Brunswick and Bath to Bangor and Guilford, all the way up and down from Bar Harbor down to Kennebunkport. And this president is the working class president, and this state is a hard scrabble state. It's a working class state, and people in this state should not have to face a federal government that takes away your livelihood. These two executive orders combined are the greatest news for commercial fishermen in the last 50 years. And this first order will clear off the decks of undue regulation. The second order, as soon as he signs that and gives away the pens to all you folks here, will set free the fishermen of this state.
Well,
It's
they
a
took
great
your
day.
lives away. They took your livelihood away from you, so that's good. So thank you, Peter.
Yes,
Well
sir.
said. Well said. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I just wanted to thank you for coming to the state of Maine to talk to our commercial fishing industry. As was pointed out already, it is a first, and we truly appreciate it. And we also appreciate the action you're taking today. I don't think there's a single industry person around this table that disagrees on the need for it and why it is so important. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Mary Beth Tooley. I am the Government Affairs Manager for the O'Hara Corporation out of Rockland, Maine. I brought the boss with me today. He's on the other side of the table, Frank O'Hara Jr. president of a family-held company, as I said, in Rockland, Maine, and I know that he spoke already. He provides an awesome history of a family-held company that started in 1907 in T Wharf in Boston, Massachusetts, has been present here in the state of Maine since 1944, and is definitely multi-generational. He has sons coming up and grandchildren being born, and the goal of the company is
Good.
to maintain
Well, now they
sustainable
have a place,
fish.
right?
So
Now
I
they
don't know,
have a
Frank, if
place.
you want to add anything to that before I go on?
What's that?
Do you want to add anything on that before I go on?
No, you got it. You know, we've been around for a while. We've gotten through wars, depressions. We've gotten through overfishing from the
But
foreign
this
countries.
was the worst thing that you've been through, I'll bet, right? What happened to you when they took this away?
It didn't affect us as much as it would have affected John, but it will affect us because once they take one mountain or one canyon, they'll take another one and another one. They'll go over to the west coast.
Are you involved in that area, the 5,000 miles?
We used to be, but we're not. We do scalloping, which is more to the south of that. So our scallop boats, which is replicated by that model over there, we do some scallops, but mostly it's crab and lobsters out that way. We're flatfish.
Is that a new boat? Like
It is. It was
so
a new
that's
boat built
occurred-
down in
so
Duckworth.
they look pretty old, right? There's a lot of design talent there, huh?
Yeah, they got the new bulbous bow and a quart nozzle. It's lower carbon footprint. We're building another boat starting next year.
How much, brand new, how much does that boat cost?
Just under $4 million.
How much?
Just under $4 million.
It's the real deal, right?
Yeah.
Very good. Okay, good. Well, you're in good shape. Thank you very much.
So if I could, excuse me, I'm sorry, I just had.
Go ahead, please.
But I just wanted to say very briefly, because I don't need to be repetitive, I am a former member of the New England Fishery Management Council and served for 9 years on that council. And so you have here around the table current members of the council, past members of the council. Most of our industry people have all served as advisory panel members to council's committees, and we hope one former council member as well. And, you know, as the public process, I think people have outlined why we think it's so important, and we certainly do endorse that. And I will leave it at that. Thank you
Okay.
again.
Thank you very much. Good job. Please.
Hi, I'm Terry Alexander. I own Jordan Lynn Incorporated. It's a commercial fishing company. And I based all my comments on trying to convince you to sign that executive order, so they're pretty moot now. But I would just like to point out some of the highlights on it, and then maybe touch on some ideas.
We'll go quick.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President, for supporting our nation's fisheries and fishing communities. These monuments, even though they're south of New England, they push people, they displace people, and they're affecting the entire fleet all the way to shore. So it's a good thing to open up area.
So that gets solved.
Right. Yeah, so
Excuse me, are there media from Maine here? Are you liking what we're doing? Huh? You could say, yes, you do. Anybody else from Maine, from the area? They all come up from Washington, unfortunately. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so that's already done. So I'm gonna touch on a couple ideas, how the Canadians, how it's not fair for the Canadians, the way we compete against the Canadians
All right,
offshore.
tell me about that.
All right, so we try to catch haddock, different size, same fish. We negotiate with the Canadians every year.
And how do you find negotiating with them?
They're pretty good. I'm on the TMGC. I'm on the New England Fisheries Management Council. I'm in my 8th year there. They've been good, and we negotiate every year, and they catch their entire quota almost every year. We catch 10% of our quota every year.
What's the difference in the size of the quota?
Well, we're about even on haddock, but it's because of our regulations over here. Our mesh size is the wrong size for catching haddock over here. You know, that needs to be fixed, and we can get that stuff done through the council. But
Go ahead.
we need that stuff done through the
Can you
council.
sell that on eBay tonight?
I won't sell it.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
But You know, we can fix that through the council. We just need the incentive of DC pushing that stuff,
Well, we'll
that
get
kind of
that
stuff
done,
too.
and you're working on that.
Yeah, so,
We'll get that done.
yeah.
It's an honor to be doing what we're doing. I mean, you people, basically, they took away your livelihood. It's ridiculous. Took away your life. Wait a minute, 1 second, I'm gonna sign this for you. Here. Whoever wants this, here. We'll take them. So come on around real quick, and we're gonna sign this up.
Everybody get
And take one of these, you could hand that out, okay? Maybe give a little room, I guess. Congratulations. Come on, David. Come on, Peter. So we're giving Maine back a big part of its history, a big part of its industry, and we're giving you back your fishing rights to 5,000 miles of square miles. That's a lot. Boy, that's a big chunk. That's a big chunk of water, isn't it? So do very well. Say hello to the people of Maine. They're great people. They were very nice to me. I'll tell you that. And I appreciate it very much, but I know you appreciate it much more than I do, because you're getting a lot more than I am, okay? So good luck, everybody. And they're going to work on those other things with Peter and David. Okay? Okay, pass them out, fellas. Okay, pass them out. Okay, got them? You got them? We'll take that. You got that.
Great job.
Good luck, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We had some crowd coming in. I don't know. You have a lot of people up here, a lot more than people think. And they're great people. He's a great governor.
Thank you, Sharif, for that kind introduction. Today, I'm incredibly honored to address the graduates of WSU Tech. Thank you, President Utesh, for the kind invitation. It has been a pleasure to work with you over the last several years, and we are grateful for your service on the President's American Workforce Policy Advisory Board. Your leadership is helping Kansas and our nation to pioneer the most innovative and successful workforce training in the world. To the 759 graduates whom we celebrate today, congratulations. Your journey to this day did not come without challenges, sacrifices, determination, grit, sweat, and likely even a few tears, but you persevered. You proved to yourself and all those who ever doubted that you could do it. You should be proud. This is also a proud day for all the parents, spouses, mentors, teachers, and employers who came alongside of you, believed in you, and pushed you to new bounds. We thank them all. Many of you have worked for this achievement and waited for this day for years. Now it is finally here, and of course, it is very different than any of us had ever imagined. So I want to say what I know we are all thinking. I wish we could be together in person. I wish that you could walk across the stage, shake hands, and hold your diploma high to cheering crowds. Sometimes it's easy to think we have to be tough, that we have to keep going, and we do. But that doesn't mean we can't stop to acknowledge the truth, the hardships, and the disappointments that come our way. My heart goes out to you on this day, and this time in our history, because they're very different from what you had envisioned or planned. Yet now more than ever, we remember that changes and hardships do not predict failure. In fact, they can be the greatest impetus for success. You commence at a moment unlike any other. America and the world are battling a terrible pandemic. Our entire society is engaged in a national endeavor to defeat the virus, protect our fellow citizens, and open up America again to rebuild our economy and take care of the safety and well-being of our people. You are a wartime graduate. Amidst the uncertainty, your training at WSU Tech has prepared you for exactly this moment. When I came to your campus last fall, I learned your mantra: building success with your own hands. In this graduating class are men and women who can run an assembly line, build a field hospital, police our communities, respond to emergencies, keep America connected through internet and phones, care for our senior citizens and our most vulnerable patients, use 3D printers to make medical equipment, draw blood to save lives, and so many other essential services. Over the past 3 months, we have been reminded of just how crucial American trades are to our citizens' safety and our nation's security. We have witnessed an extraordinary mobilization of our industries. Hundreds of distilleries are now making hand sanitizer. Manufacturers like Honeywell and Hayes and many others have converted factory floors to produce millions of masks and gowns. The great workers at General Motors, Ford, and General Electric are assembling tens of thousands of ventilators. Our scientists and lab technicians have built the most advanced testing in the world. We are bringing home critical supply chains and now are making American medicine here on American soil. Our nation is beating back the virus through the strength and skill, muscle and might of the American worker. We have also seen the importance of job training and reskilling as workers have quickly transitioned to meet new demands, such as building up the greatest medical arsenal in the world. History has proven time and time again that in the midst of the most difficult challenges, we have a chance to seize new opportunities and achieve our greatest victories. In 1665, during the Great Plague of London, Sir Isaac Newton was a 23-year-old student who was required to leave his college campus. He self-isolated in his childhood home for months on end. Despite the grim circumstances, Newton used this time to develop what we now know of as calculus. During World War II, America faced down an evil regime, and millions of our citizens banded together and built the strongest military on earth. Over the course of the war, our workers produced an average of 4 ships, 174 airplanes, and 23.8 million rounds of ammunition every single day. In the Cold War, as communism gripped much of the world, American astronauts soared higher and became the first to step foot on the face of the moon. Times of crisis alter the course of history. Hardship breeds innovation. New necessities demand new solutions. But in every generation, in each trial we face, the spirit of our people does not change. Americans meet every moment, overcome every challenge, and answer every crisis with the will to succeed. We pioneer new frontiers and reach new heights never before imagined. So today, as you begin a new chapter, I want to pass along 3 pieces of advice that I found helpful in my own life, especially during this time of national trial. First, as we all adjust to the social distancing practices, a rabbi recently gave his congregation a new call to action that I think is a great challenge for us all. He said, "Every hand that we don't shake must become a phone call that we place. Every embrace we avoid must become a verbal expression of warmth and concern. Every inch and every foot that we physically place between ourselves and another must become a thought as to how we might be of help to that other, should the need arise." Imagine the happiness and joy we could bring to so many lonely people if we all practice these simple acts of kindness. Second, I invite you to join me in making at least one COVID resolution. We could all form at least one new habit or abandon an old destructive one to better appreciate the blessings of work, life, family, and faith. A recent article written by Charles Eisenstein explained this period in time this way. He wrote, "COVID-19 is like a rehab intervention that breaks the addictive hold of normality. When the crisis subsides, we might have occasion to ask whether we want to return to normal, or whether there may be something we've seen during this break in the routines that we want to bring into the future. This is a great challenge. Even if the resolution is seemingly small, it could transform something in our lives. Some families have resolved to continue eating dinner together at least several times a week. People are using this time to acquire new skills through online platforms and want to continue to advance career certifications. Many Americans are spending more time in prayer and meditation and want to keep growing in their faith. Whatever your goal is, this is a unique time for each of us to make a change that we had perhaps long delayed and to grow in some way. Finally, right now I know the economic uncertainty is real, and it's hard on many of you and your families. Your own blueprint for your future is likely changing due to the pandemic, but I am confident that even if your path is different from the one you imagined, ultimately it can be better than we could ever have planned. In my own life, I found that my greatest personal growth has arisen from times of discomfort and uncertainty that one can only really appreciate in hindsight. Joseph Campbell, a philosopher who also helped inspire the creation of Star Wars, once said, "The achievement of the hero is one that he is ready for." It's really a manifestation of his character. The landscape and conditions of the environment match the readiness of the hero. The adventure that he's ready for is the one that he gets. Throughout our history, brave men and women have faced daunting challenges, and they have embraced the adventure. America's fate is never dictated by fear. Our future is written by the love and the courage of our citizens. No person will be unchanged from living through this present hardship, but I am confident that the bonds between us will be stronger. Our admiration for each other will be deeper. Our gratitude for the gift of life will be ever new, and our resolve to build an even brighter future will be greater than ever before. Thank you, good luck, and God bless.
Hello, everyone. So I'm going to start with a few housekeeping announcements. First of all, the President's annual physical results are ready for release. The full memo will be released shortly, but in summary, the President remains healthy. Also, I'd like to congratulate the winners of last night's primary elections. President Trump has now endorsed candidates and has a 64-0 record in congressional, special, and primary election races since the midterms, demonstrating the strength of and support for the President's agenda.
Thank you, Cherie, for that kind.
And they like Trump, that I can tell you. No, we had a lot of people. We got off Air Force One and we came and the roads were packed. 5 deep, 10 deep in some cases. I have to be very careful because I have the fake news back there. They'll say it was only 2 deep. There were some areas where it was only 1 deep and they'll end up putting me on the front page. But we had some fantastic crowd and I just want to thank you all. You're very special people and this is a great plant. And it's doing a phenomenal job. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I also want to thank Scott. I'm thrilled to be back in the magnificent state of Maine. As you know, you treated me very nicely in the last election, 2016. You treated me very nicely. I needed the 1 point. Now I'd like to win the whole state. Could you mind, please? Okay. Maine and Nebraska, they cut them in half and they say one way or the other. I don't know. You have the double. That's okay. But this one we had tremendous turnout, and we did very well in both parts, actually. But it's a great state, and we just solved the big lobster fisherman problem. We gave 5,000 acres of water. We gave you your rights back. It was taken away by the previous administration, and it was disgraceful. So with the stroke of the pen, you're fishermen like me, maybe even more than you like me, okay? It could be. But it was a great thing. But I just want to say hello to the hardworking men and women of Puritan Medical Products, great company. The incredible workers of this company have carried on the noble tradition of American manufacturing excellence for more than 100 years. Now our nation is turned to you as we massively increase our unrivaled testing capacity. We're at, as an example, 20 million tests. Germany's at 4 million. South Korea, which you heard so much about, they're doing a good job. They're at about 3 million. We're well over 20 million. Very shortly, we'll be well over 20 million tests. Remember this, when you have more tests, you have more cases. I say to my people, every time we test, you find cases because we do more testing. So if we have more cases, if we wanted to do testing in China or in India or other places, I promise you there'd be more cases. But we're doing a great job with the testing, and you're doing a fantastic job in getting out the swabs. On behalf of the entire nation, I want to thank you. You're building a big addition right alongside, you know that, so you're going to have a lot more jobs coming here in a very short period of time. Puritan is one of the only manufacturers in the world producing the high-quality medical swabs that are crucial for the rapid testing. And every swab you make at Puritan is proudly stamped with a beautiful phrase, "Made in the USA." Do you like that phrase? Beautiful phrase. Thanks to the testing capacity that you're making possible, our country is reopening and our economy is recovering like nobody would have thought possible. I guess you all saw the news today, right? It was unbelievable. Earlier today it was announced that the U.S. economy added 2.5 million jobs. In May, it was supposed to lose 9 million, you know, during this period, transition period. I call it transition to greatness, but it's coming a little earlier than I thought. And that's okay. I don't like to be wrong on the other side, but earlier is okay. But it was supposed to be 9 million. If you watch, I don't know if anybody watches the business shows, but I'm watching this morning, and they thought it was a typographical error because it was supposed to be 9. And before the show, or during the show, they're predicting, comes out the job numbers, very famous job numbers. And it comes out at 8:30 in the morning, and I'm looking forward to seeing what's going on and turn it on, and they're predicting, no, I think it's going to be more than 9 million jobs lost during the period prior to going back up. And another one said, no, 8.5, no 11, no 10, you know, all geniuses. And now it's 8:30, you hear a bell go off, and the woman gets it in this case, and she's going, well, it's only 3 million jobs lost. And then a couple of seconds later, she goes, wait a minute, this isn't jobs lost, this is jobs gained. And it's almost 3 million jobs gained. And she thought she had a typographical error, and what happened was incredible. I mean, and the market went through it, finished very, very high, almost, I guess, around 900 points up. And our stock market is booming, and our jobs are booming. And, you know, you just have to look at a place like this. You just have to get off the plane and ride here, and you see the spirit of Maine and other places, It's amazing. It's amazing. So we absolutely shattered expectations, and this is the largest monthly jobs increase in American history. Think of that. That's a long time, right? By far. I think it's more than double or about double of what our highest was before. So this is the largest monthly job increase in American history. How about that? And we're going to have a phenomenal next year. We're going to have a tremendous couple of months prior to the election on November 3rd. Very, very important date. It's going to be a very important election because the only thing that can screw it up is if you get the wrong president and they raise your taxes and they open up your borders so that everybody pours into our country. COVID or non-COVID, you used to never hear of COVID, but now we have COVID to add to the list of other things. So we have a wall that's over 210 miles long already going up. We'll have 400 miles. 400 miles by the end of the year, maybe more than that, and we'll be finishing it off very early next year with 500 miles of wall in the most treacherous places, and it's been an amazing thing. We're setting records on our border right now for holding people out. We don't want people coming in. We want people coming in through a legal process and through merit, and that's what we're doing, where they can help our country. But economists forecast that the unemployment rate, as I said, would be about 19%, and they were hoping for 20%, the opponents of ours. They'd rather have things be bad so they could try and win an election. So they were hoping it would be 20%. Instead, it's 13%. That was good. That we made up a lot of time, a lot of distance. It's really great. Even I was surprised by this one. This was better than I thought. I thought it would be okay, but I didn't know this. Means we're much ahead of schedule. Don't forget, that doesn't include New York, New Jersey, and many other states. And by the way, your state. When are you going to open the state up? No, seriously. You're going to miss your whole, you do 40 million people in tourism, and you have a governor that won't let you open up. What's she doing? I don't know that much. I just know you're great people. You know what I know about Maine? I know you're great people. But this is like, they say,
December for Tiffany's. That's their big month, right? This is your time. This is your big month. This is your Christmas in terms of tourism, your dollars. How can you be closed? I mean, and I see it all the time. Everybody wants to have Maine open, so I figured I might as well say it while I'm up here. You ought to get the state open, Governor. Open your state. But you have a lot of angry people in Maine about that. I mean, they say, what are you doing? And that's a strange one. Some I understand a little bit more, but this one is not one that should be closed. You're missing a lot of money and a lot of everything and a lot of people and a lot of spirit. Get it open. We added 1.2 million leisure and hospitality jobs, 464,000 construction jobs, 424,000 education and healthcare jobs, 368,000 retail jobs. And listen to this one. Remember, the previous administration said, oh, there'll not be any more manufacturing jobs in our country. I say, excuse me? 225,000 manufacturing jobs, and that's during a pandemic. And we had the greatest economy in the history of our country. You know, we had an economy the likes of which we've never had. We had almost 160 million, which was the highest number we've ever had by far. African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, the greatest employment and unemployment numbers we've ever had, greatest stock market numbers, and we're very close to those numbers, which is pretty amazing. That means that these geniuses on Wall Street, and also a lot of people with 401ks, you have 401ks? Oh, you can only vote for Trump because otherwise those 401ks are going to be worthless. That's a big incentive. That's a big incentive. That's a big... Nah, well, it is. Look, it's bad things. The only way you're going to end it is stupid policy, because I built it once, now I'm building it again. We had to close it down. We did the right thing. We closed it down. We saved millions of lives. But now we opened it up, and it's opening up to a bang. We're going to have better, this next year will be better, I think, than any year we've ever had. That's how I feel about it, and I've been saying it for a long time, the year coming up. America's economic comeback has begun. The next year is set to be a year, and you got to remember I said it, but it's going to be an amazing year. For you, it's going to be great. Your new site is going to be open, a big area that you're building, and your expansion at Puritan. But I'm grateful to your leadership team, including Timothy Templet, Scott Wellman, and David Perkins, great people, fantastic people, for welcoming us. We have, these are tremendous people. These are great, really loving people. They're doing something very important. When you think about what they're doing, the product is superior, it's terrific, and it's made in the USA, and that's, I shouldn't tell you this, but I use it every other day. I go like this. I say, is that a Puritan, please? No, it's a great product. But we're also joined by Secretary of Health and Human Services, Alex Azar, who's doing a great job. Thank you, Alex. And Secretary of Interior, David Bernhardt. We just left that meeting with David Bernhardt and Peter Navarro, who's right here. Peter, stand on up, Peter. Mr. Congressman, would you please stand up? Come on. We did a thing. We passed a bill together, right? One of the most important things, right to try. Do you know what right to try is? That's where we have the most advanced medical people in the world, labs and everything else. And labs in many cases that you work with. And we have a case where somebody was very sick and they'd go to Asia, they'd go to Europe, they go all over the world looking for a cure. You know, they were terminally ill or very sick, very ill. If they didn't have the money, they'd go home and die. They'd go home. But we have tremendous things coming along, and yet you have to go through a process of testing. And I said, when we have a situation where somebody's terminally ill or in that category, we want a right to try our labs. They shouldn't have to go to Europe and Asia. They shouldn't have to go to all over the world to look for a cure. And we call it the right to try. You have a right, and it was complex because the drug companies didn't want it because of liability. The country didn't want it because they didn't want to get sued. The insurance companies didn't want it. The labs didn't want it because they didn't want to have anything bad happen to them in terms of what they had to put on. So, you know, on their schedule. So we said, right to try. So they have the right to try. They sign a document. They waive the liability. The results, I don't know if you know, but the results have been unbelievable. The results have been absolutely unbelievable. I mean, we've had some great things. So, great. One of the many things we've done, but every person here today is playing a vital role in the greatest national industrial mobilization since World War II. We've marshaled the full power of the U.S. government and U.S. industry to defeat the invisible enemy. And it is indeed an enemy. Should have been stopped in China. Came from China, should have been stopped in China. They didn't do that. We've delivered over 1.5 billion pieces of personal protective equipment to doctors and nurses on the front lines. We slashed through red tape to speed the development of vaccines. The vaccines are coming along incredibly well. Wait till you see. And therapeutics. And we partnered with private sector leaders such as Puritan to build the largest and most advanced testing capacity on the face of the earth, like this one. At this single factory, you quickly ramped up production to produce nearly 20 million foam tip swabs each month. Then in April, my administration invoked the Defense Production Act to help you scale up even more. Under a $75 million public-private partnership, Puritan will soon double production to 40 million swabs per month. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's why we're beating the world. And ultimately, you'll triple production to an astounding 60 million swabs a month, an amazing achievement of American industrial strength. To accomplish this tremendous increase, you partnered with another legendary Maine institution. You've never heard of this, I'm sure, Bath Iron Works, right? Builder of some of the most powerful warships in the United States Navy for over 135 years. They do a great job. Under the Defense Production Act, Bath Iron Works is now producing the complex machinery you need to manufacture tens of millions more swabs. And we're all profoundly grateful to the amazing workers at Bath Shipyard and the executives. They're really working very closely in many ways, including the building of ships. Here at Puritan, you've already hired 200 new employees with full benefits. And when your new 95,000 square foot factory in Pittsfield comes online, Puritan will hire an additional 150 Maine workers, made in the USA, right? Powered by the dedication of the men and women in this room, America has become the world leader in coronavirus testing. The United States has completed more than 19 million tests, the most anywhere in the world by far, as I said. You're now over 20, 21 almost. Thanks to you, our country has conducted more tests than all other countries in the world combined. Other than that, you're not doing very well. Now, if you listen to the fake news, it's like, well, I give them a number. We did 20 million. Why didn't you do 40? Trump should have done 40. If we did 40, they'd say, should have done 100. Ay, what I have to put up with. Yeah. And when we took over, the cupboards were empty. I always say the cupboards, meaning the stockpile. We had very little. And we became now the king of ventilators also. We'll have to talk to Puritan. You want to make some ventilators? We don't need them. We're making thousands a week. We have 11 factories, plants. We had practically none. And we save thousands and thousands of lives. Ventilators are very hard because they're big, they're expensive. I say it's like making a car in a certain way. High technology, right? And we're now making thousands of ventilators a week. And we are at a point where we're actually helping other countries. We're sending ventilators to other countries. Nigeria, 200 ventilators, and then they called, and we sent them 800. We have 1,000 going to Nigeria. Italy, France, Spain, many, many countries. Russia, we're sending some to Russia. It's good for relationship. It's good for everything. And we're knocking them out, and, people aren't able to just, you can do a swab, even though it's not that easy. But a ventilator takes a long time. It's the greatest mobilization, as it said. I mean, greatest since World War II. It's been really amazing. And I'd love the people of the administration, but I'd also like to have our people that work on it, even the people of our country, to get credit for these things. We got geared up. We did so well that you heard about ventilators.
There hasn't been one person in the entire country from the beginning of this horrible plague that came in, the plague, it's what it is. There hasn't been one person that needed a ventilator that didn't get it. And we started off from a very low platform. They needed desperately thousands and thousands of ventilators. But when you think of it, not one person with all of the size of our country and all of the people that were sick, not one person, not one that needed a ventilator didn't get it. I think it's an incredible achievement to Mike Pence, to all of the people that work in the administration, and to all of the people that went and worked so hard to produce them. Amazing. And the testing, the same thing. We get, whether it's Abbott Laboratories or any of the many plants, Roche, we have this incredible testing capacity. We started off with zilch, nothing. So they've done a fantastic job. The whole team has done a really great job, Peter, wouldn't you say? It's been very amazing. I want to take a moment to recognize just a few of the hardworking patriots, and that's what they are, of Maine, who were instrumental in this colossal effort that you've done at Puritan. Angie Boucher, where is Angie? Come on, Angie, come on up here. She's an operator in Puritan's laboratory, kit manufacturing area, where she's been working 10 hours a day, 7 days a week for the health of our nation. She's highly respected. I think she's very good. Maybe I should hire her. Let's bring her back. Let's bring her back to Washington. Please say a few words, please.
I have worked at Puritan for the past 21 years. Since the coronavirus hit, we have spent every day making millions of swabs that help save lives and help people save the world. I am so grateful to this company and for the chance to serve our country, that the best way we can pay back is to work harder. Ever since the president started us helping us grow, we have been so happy and excited to produce even more, that I don't want to stop until the job is done. The president has done so much to support us, and we are all so grateful to know he is fighting for us. Thank you for your leadership, Mr. President.
Very much, honey. Let's take a picture. Come on, get over here. Thank you, Gary. I'm not supposed to do that, but it's okay. What am I going to do? Say, Angie. Don't do that, Angie. Thank you very much. Great job, Angie. We're also joined by Tracy Porter. He has worked here at Puritan for over 40 years. And he's your lead tipping and packaging technician. Tracy, come on up and say a few words, please. Tracy. 40 years. That's too young to say 40 years, I can tell you. Fantastic, Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, it was 31 years. There was a mistake, but that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, we all mess up.
I feel better if I'm looking at you. I say, how's that 40 years?
Oh, I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. More often than not, when we see news of a crisis in the world, we lament that few of us have any chance of changing the outcome. Today, we find ourselves blessed with this opportunity to make a difference. During this recent push to make medical products, we've received many letters of thanks from all around the country and kind words of encouragement from our local community. Just prior to this tragic outbreak, we were already working long hours
So I don't know what's up with that, but. I know.
That's what matters to me. How would a bunch of spoiled brats think about the society that they live in? And they get to have everything they want. I come from a communist country. I came in 1959.
From where?
From Cuba.
Okay.
Although I never suffered, I never did without. My family's done without. And I can tell you, they don't know what they're talking about.
Okay. Thank you for your opinion. You live in HB now?
No, I live in PVE.
PVE? Okay. Okay. So it's a nice sunny day.
The actual protest?
Yes. This is the.
I'm with you guys, but I have to go check out what they're talking about.
Well, more like protecting. Yeah, like you said, protecting. Yeah, just making sure nothing gets out of hand. And yeah, no burning down, like you said. And I don't agree with any of the burning down or looting either. At all.
Just like him walking he expects us to understand this
So we got kids coming in the beach. Oh, so they're gonna open up Main Street. So I don't know if that. So if they open up Main Street, I don't know if the protesters are gonna walk this way or if they're gonna stay over there. So they're opening up Main Street. That's good. That's good.
Open for business.
Open for business. So you think they'll stay on that side though?
Yeah, the cops will keep moving and the residents will keep moving there too.
Okay.
They don't have to people are 90% of like living on these beaches. So why are they protesting here? Protest your own city. I don't understand why they're protesting in somewhere that these cops have done nothing but protect the country. So, or the city. So it's like stupid. They're coming in from out of town. I mean, why come here?
That's a good point.
Yeah, what's that? Wilson.
They're worried about Black Lives Matter. What about All Lives Matter? I'm like, oh, hey, guess what? You come here from Florida and Indiana and this and that, and I'm gonna fuck up your town. All Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. We got half the motherfuckers behind us that are black. What the fuck out of here? It's hunks and beans. Think you prejudice? Get the fuck out of here. You stupid.
All right, so they're putting down these barricades now.
All lives matter. All lives matter. All lives
So-
matter. All lives matter. All lives matter. All lives matter.
Sorry, boss.
No worries, no worries.
Hey, I'm just waiting till they push so I can get ready.
Yeah, we'll see what happens once these go
President,
down.
Hold on, hey, guess what? Foreign protest. What happened last weekend? You got plenty of videos of fucking these motherfuckers driving up Maine and knocking people out.
Yeah,
I got black people knocking black people out, man. What the fuck's wrong with that? Oh, well, what's wrong with Black Lives Matter? You got black people knocking black people out. Get the fuck up out of here, bro. I got plenty of black homies out here in HB. Guess what? They ride with it and they all about Trump. Get the fuck out of our city, bro.
Yeah.
You're fucking our shit up.
They say all lives matter.
You go town to town, city to city, continent to continent.
So I'll try to go the other side again, but I'm gonna wait till they lower these poles because it looks like they're trying to open these poles so they can get across. But we got probably a good 200, 300 people on this side, and then we probably got like 200. All right, GM, later. All right, let me know if you guys. Okay, yeah, I'll go to the other side, okay? Here I go. I'm gonna go to the other side now.
There you go. We were trying to figure out who recorded.
Oh, this bot, thank you. I appreciate it. Did I miss the crosswalk? I missed it. So I have to wait till the next one. How's it going? I like your tattoos. Are you from HB? Are you part of the protest, just observing? Were you trying to go to the beach or you came out here just to see what's going on? Oh, really? So, where are you from? New York? Okay, cool, cool. Can I get your Instagram handle? Tattoo Nurse? Your Tattoo Nurse, okay. I'll follow you on Instagram later. I'm streaming live right now too, so. People are like, oh, that girl has really cool tattoos. That's really cool. My grandma loved her. Cool. What's your name? Nadia? I'm Drew. Drew. Nice to meet you too. So you came all the way from New York just to come watch this? Okay. So you live in HB now? Okay. Costa Mesa? I used to live there for a little bit. Yeah, I think I'm gonna walk over to the other side when the light turns. Are you going too? Okay, we'll go together. We'll go together. Okay, it's time. So what, you got any plans later for night? Working? At a hospital? Oh, shoot. So you have met COVID-19 patients. How's that? Scary? You feel safe? Okay. Well, thank you so much for doing that. And if you see Psycho Drew follow you, that's me. Okay, bye. Dude, you guys kidding me, bro? Jeez. Anyone find her Instagram? She's a nurse, she said. Said she was from New York, but it sounded like she had an accent. I would say like kind of like a European, maybe Russian accent. So a lot of people on this side are... Thank you, brother. Thank you. A lot of young kids on this side. Look at this girl's hair. You got some chips right there. Hey, I haven't dated a girl in a long time. So just, you can't lose it, you know? You gotta stay in the game. So you gotta make sure you keep your tools sharp, right? I know, huh? Look at her hair. You have sick hair, I love it. That's dope. So it probably goes in a huge mohawk. If she had to put it up in a mohawk, it probably could. Put my skateboard down somewhere. Yeah, she doesn't care. I think she's here with her boyfriend. So we got some cops kind of behind us too. So police officers behind us. It smells like something smells good. Oh, is that what that smell is? Oh, hot dog stand. Woo! That smells good.
It feels good. It's a good feeling. It feels good. I wish it were like this every day. It feels good. Like nobody will touch me.
What?
I feel like miracle.
What do you think has to be done to make changes and to make this change?
So the thing is, so we're peacefully protesting. All we ever said is literally my life matters. I've never attacked anyone. All I did was defend me and my people. I've never done anything silly. Our message is simply, we don't know what you're angry about. We don't know why it's a big deal for me to be able to walk down the street. I don't know why I need to feel the need to look over my shoulder in my own community. You see me right now, I should be focused on you. But real life, I still have to check all around me. I'm under pressure right now. I've got full death threats before I came out here today. People tried to scare me from even showing up here today. I showed my face front lines. I spent money front lines. If you support our community, we will support your business. If you're a racist, if your business supports racism, if your business supports hate, if your household supports hate, if your household supports racism, we will buy it. We will buy it, and we're gonna flush you out of this community. You're looking at the new face of Huntington. This is Huntington 2020. HB 2020. That's what this means. That's my hashtag. You're looking at HB 2020. We don't know what your hate is about, but we didn't come here for any of that. We didn't come here for war. We didn't come here for a shootout. We didn't come here to burn down the town I work in, the town I live in. I love my city. I'm so lucky and blessed as a black man to even know about this place. But all I'm asking for is peace. That's all I'm asking for, and I don't think that's too much to ask for.
No, it's not. That's beautiful, bro. What's your Instagram?
My Instagram is TDZJ. TDEEZYJ.
TDZEEZYJ. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you ordered some pizza? Okay, cool.
I supported our local business. I spent all these people have been standing with me all day. I'm sure somebody's hungry. So
you ordered a lot of pizza.
I ordered a lot of pizza. I ordered pizza to feed the people that are here standing with me, that are here on the right side of this chair, and absolutely will support you every time.
So this guy, he's great message, supporting everyone.
Don't talk about it. You have to be about it. You got to put your wallet, put your money where your mouth is.
Yep.
I'm not rich. George Soros is not paying me. I'm not a crisis actor. I'm putting forth my own effort, my own energy. I want to stand for something. This is our city. We're taking Huntington back. We never had it, but we're taking it now. We're here. HB 2020.
So yeah, George Soros is definitely not paying anyone here.
I wish George Soros would pay me some money. My numbers would be doing backflips. I need some of that. I want a new Lambo. I've done a lot for you, George Soros. So if you're paying people, I've been working for free. I need a Lambo.
Okay. I'll definitely take you up on that pizza. Thank you for your positive message.
Yes, sir.
And I hope to see the change.
Thank you. Thank you for supporting us.
You're welcome. So, that guy, definitely a good leader. Buying pizza.
Black Lives Matter! 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 Black Lives Matter!
That's pretty funny. Hey, that's a pretty funny sign, man. That's funny. Yeah. That's hilarious. That's so I need to set my skateboard down for a second. This is So we got some police officers. Oh, they boarded up Dukes. How long you been out here for? How long you gonna stay? What's your message? What do you think could be done to make a change, to make this movement happen? And what do you think?
Police accountable.
Okay.
2, correct the social injustice and the racial inequality that happens in this country. Are you live streaming this right
Yeah, I am. What's your Instagram? I'm live streaming it. I've been to every protest. I don't believe in any of police brutality. I'm totally against all that. I'm just not for looting or burning down businesses. But none of that's happening. And I've been to 5 protests and I could see it happen.
If we're talking about police brutality, then perhaps we should also start talking about the fact that it's not fair that when police are brutal and brutalize the very people that they're supposed to protect, those tax-paying citizens have to turn around and pay for their defenses. Maybe police pension funds should start paying for it and not the taxpayer.
What do you think about defund the police?
I can't say I oppose it. If they're going to be able to act in a lawless manner, I don't see how it can continue. Then I don't want my money going to fund that.
The last 3 months, though, I have noticed a lot of money going out to a lot of people, and it seems like they're just printing it. So maybe we could just print some more money to put into these other things, you know?
Or maybe cops can start paying for their own defenses. Or, I don't know, not innocent unarmed cops.
Okay. So they've been trying to lower these poles for like 20 minutes, and I don't know what's going on with the poles. I like her cheetah. Is this your daughter? I like your. So are you both from Huntington Beach? Okay, cool. So no one over here. Oh, he has a paintball gun. That's what I was thinking about getting.
The what?
The paintball gun. I like. That's a good idea. Oh, that's a pepper. Ooh, that's not fun then. Never mind.
No, not the new.
And that's the Nerf gun.
No, that's tear gas.
Oh, tear gas. Oh my God. Did they shoot any at you?
Not today. Last weekend they did.
So you guys were out here last weekend. Was it more tenseful this weekend or last weekend?
Last weekend, because the officers came out there.
Okay. So that's good. So it seems like it's just mainly peaceful right now.
No peace.
Did you just graduate this year? 2 years ago? So they're trying to lower these. Oh look, no, they didn't get lower yet. They're almost trying to get them lowered. So they're trying to lower these things on the other side of the street. Where'd you get that thing? That thing's ancient. That's sick. Are you gonna upload those on Instagram? Okay. Do you have a Facebook? Really? Okay. How do I get your contact info then? Your phone number? Email? Okay, okay. Let me take your email really quick. I want to see those photos. All right, what's your email? Yeah, I'm just gonna watch it live. Okay, okay. I don't know how to email. Maybe you get. That is so sick, though. Are you from HB? Okay, cool. I was born and raised in HB too. What? So are you part of the protest? Are you observing? Okay, cool. So no cell phone either? Oh my gosh. How old are you? 18? Okay, cool, cool. So, got a lot of young. So you just graduated. So how was your graduation? Did you stay at home or did you?
You don't have to answer.
Okay. So. This is the epic shot, that's for sure. So they opened up Main Street. Cars are driving down Main Street.
Are you like a news organization or?
I'm live streaming on YouTube.
So you're some British channel?
Yeah, I've gone to all the protests.
You're not affiliated, you don't have like a YouTube channel?
I do. My YouTube channel is Psycho Drew. DRU. It's okay. So what do you think needs to be done to make a change?
Honestly, bro, I'm not familiar with your organization, so I don't really want to talk to you.
Okay. So it seems like some people over here don't want to talk, but it's okay. It's all peaceful. So PCH is open again, and cars are driving up and down.
I love America. I love America.
Let's go to the, oh, here she is. You already done? You already done?
Why? Because I love America.
I know, it's worth it. I live in Santa Monica. You ever go there? Santa Monica Beach? Maybe one of these days we can go to the beach, do some surfing after yoga.
How can they say they don't like us?
I was in the Coast Guard.
I don't like fucking KKK America.
I can teach you. I can teach you. Okay, bye. You too. I'd miss what happened because I was preoccupied, but. So Main Street is open for business. Man, what a nice day though, huh? All right, well, let's go walk over the other side and see what's going on. So. So this guy I don't know if you guys hear what he's saying, but sometimes I don't feel like I should just film someone talking. I feel like they might get mad. So let me know. So let me know. Let me know what you guys want me to do, which side to go on, who to interview, what's going on. So more police came.
This is bullshit! This is fucking America!
So what's going on right now?
Fucked up, man. What are we doing? We don't need this shit. Yeah, don't tell me.
Well, it's peaceful.
Yeah, now it's peaceful. There's fucking neo-Nazis over there. You see those motherfuckers in white t-shirt? Have you seen them?
Oh, I've been on both sides. I'm just filming.
Well, I'm telling you. Look, I want to be peaceful. Look, we all want to be peaceful, but there comes a time in life. What side of history do you want to be on? That's what you need to ask yourself, that question. What side of history do you want to be on? This is a fundamental
That's a good
period
question.
in the history of the United States of America. And you need to realize what side do you want to be on.
Yep.
When you have kids, I don't know if you have kids,
No.
When you have kids, somebody reading about this in history books.
Yeah.
You need to ask yourself, what did you do?
Yeah, that's why I'm here.
What did you fucking do?
Watching on the news and being here is two different worlds,
Totally
man.
different.
And
You need to ask, and when your
that's
kids
why you
ask
guys got to
that
come out
question,
here.
You need to ask, what side of history are you on? And this, by the way, is the right side of history.
Yep.
And history will prove this.
Take care.
Remember that.
Take care, brother. So he said, what side of history do you want to be on?
Hey, stop! Hey, that guy's drunk. Stop. Hey, go back over there. Meth is a hell of a drug. Meth is a hell of a drug. Fucking tweaker. I'm a recovering addict. I didn't say that. Somebody said it. I'm a recovering addict. That's not good. You're fucking bullshit. I started fucking bullshit. We don't need that shit. Hey, it's cool, it's cool, it's cool, it's cool. Hey, just go back over there, yeah?
What kind of mic is that?
This is Amden SMX 30.
Can I feel how heavy this is for a second? That's nice. I gotta get that. And this charges your camera too?
Yeah, if you buy a little cable, you can plug it in the back of this. This is called a Zhiyun Smooth 4.
Are you using that? Oh, but you got a different kind of camera.
It's an S10.
Okay.
Android S10.
That's dope. Yeah, that's a good idea, yeah.
It just
Cool.
provides a more cinematic
Dope.
experience.
Where can some of my viewers watch some of your film?
Oh, I stream on Twitch.
Twitch? What's your Twitch?
I'm really important.
I'm really important. All right. All right, brother. YouTube. Yep. Yeah, yeah. So Psycho Drew. So think of like Psycho Drug, but with no G. DRU. Psycho Drew.
You normally do politics up there or what?
I usually this is the first time I really started live streaming, and I like to live stream like sporting events, fitness events, and this is like kind of like action to me. So yeah. Thank you, brother. He has a cool setup. Yep. So it is so nice out here right now, though, the weather. I know, I'm jealous, bro. This thing's sick.
Looks like the sky right now.
So, Mr. Feathers, where are you? What street?
This is Black Lives Matter side out here. Counter protesters on the other side. Got people in the middle of the street. We're just letting people cross back and forth. What they do is some people
So now we got a lot of cars driving by and honking. And there's a lot of, oh, that's a sick car. So it's become busy down here on PCH now. It is busy. So I got my skateboard right here. Hopefully it stays there.
Are you listening to me? Fucking do it. Are you listening? I just said yes. I just said yes, they matter. Well, let's get everybody fucking on the street. No, I'm not. Bro, we're done, bro. Let's talk about all the way that are
Some people are like arguing, and I kind of want to film what they're saying, but at the same time, I feel kind of weird if I bring the camera in while they're arguing. It might like intensify the argue, or I might get, you know, some people might say something to me, I don't know. We appreciate that. We appreciate that. So they're here making sure everyone's safe, and they said they're not going anywhere.
Ignore them. Ignore them. That's what we need to do. That's what the world needs to do. Ignore people like this. Ignore them. You're irrelevant.
It's cold in the shade. They keep moving or something.
We'll be here soon.
Oh yeah.
Got delivery. Not the door now.
Hell yeah. Pizza, pizza, pizza.
George Floyd! George Floyd! George Floyd! Turn around, come on. Move into the middle.
You want me to go to the other side again?
That's coming. Move into the middle. Move into the middle. If you're not crossing the street, move into the middle. Move into the middle.
You guys want me to go to the other side again? Okay, we'll go to the other side and see what's going on over there. Hopefully everything's... So people are saying stay. So the other side, It's somewhere saying go to the other side. I'm gonna give the side both views, so we'll go to the other side for a little, and then we'll come back to this. Look, it's a hand sanitizer. Pizza. Look at this dog. That's sick. Yeah, I do. Yeah. Speed bump energy. I don't have any on me though. I wish. Oh yeah? I was thinking. Oh shit. Get some over. Dude, I'll hook you up, bro. I'll hook you up. Maybe I'll swing back to my van and go grab some. I gotta do my speed bump. It's like the ultimate warrior. Dude, thank you. It gets me fucking pumped up. I love it. I got your Instagram. All that's on you. What's your Instagram? Peer Signature. Peer Signature? Okay. Yeah. Thank you, brother. Yeah. Good season, brother. Yeah. Dude, hell yeah, bro. Oh, dude, it's fly with the tortillas. Yeah, the flying tortillas. Yeah. You still a tortilla anymore? I'm trying to get them back. Are you local? Yeah. Dude, I know. I need to convince them to come back, man. Yeah, you gotta come back. Yeah. Because the Corona's gone. I know. It's gone. Yeah. It's gone now. We got the riots, so you'd rather have the riots than the Corona. That's true. Less people die. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, dude, I'm down on your bumps, man. Dude, hell yeah. Yeah. Dude, I'll hook you up, brother. Get crazy. I do though. I gotta be like you. Hell yeah, brother. Thank you, brother. I will. You going this way too? All right, cool. We gotta hurry up though. Yeah, I know. Otherwise, we're not gonna gather. So are you here with the protesters? Are you here just observing, or are you here just you know what? Chilling? I just came down here to scope it out. Scope it out. You know what? That's the speed bump guy. Yeah. To be honest, Ella came here. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah, bro. The only thing I came out for. Dude, dope, bro. Yeah, just checking it out, see what's going on. It's so damn hot. I know. Over there it's kind of cold in the shade, but once you get in the sun, you start warming up again. Are you still gaining or what? Dude, I just started gaining again. So the gym's closed, man. It's hard to stay in shape. So I don't know. You got any access or what? I have a little gym in my apartment. There's so much shit to do out here on the sand. Yeah. Dude, backflips are the best workout. I got a weight vest now. Oh, for pull-ups or dips? The ropes, yeah. Okay. Over here on the sand. Dude, it's all about the sand. Dude, the sand, you get a good workout on the sand. You don't need the gym. I know. You can do flips, you can do anything you want. You can do a whole bunch of shit. And then you just go in the water and go swim. See this Corona shit right there? It's just an excuse for the gym coach. Yeah, exactly. Huge excuse. Yep. That's how you gotta keep the game. I know. Dude, I'm ready, man. I'm ready for the gyms back open. I'm ready to go hard again, bro. So slam some speed bumps. With the gains or no? It doesn't really help with the gains, but it helps with the energy and the focus. Yeah, to get the gains. Yeah. One of these days I'll come out with like a gain, weight gainer thing, but I want to get this one blown up first, keep going. That's and then the key. You got to focus on one thing, make it 10,000 a month, and then get the other one. So how many are you selling a month? Right now I'm probably selling like 1 to 5 a day, but at one point I was selling like 20 or 30, but I'm getting back up there. But I took a while off because of a personal issue that I had a couple months ago, but now I'm back to it. So yeah, basically it was Corona. Basically Corona. Yeah, and then I got all like just didn't really want to do anything. So you've been drinking too much. Not enough. Not drinking all. Hey, there she is. Dude, she has the badass Kodak camera. And she was taking photos. I was like, hey, let me get your number. I don't got a phone. Well, let me get your Facebook. Like, yeah. It's all about the gains. The gains. You don't got the gains. You ain't in the... That's right. Yeah, it's all double scoop too. No, yeah, triple scoop. If you ain't triple scoop. Yeah. If you ain't triple scoop, you ain't living life, man. You ain't live life. Damn 8 scoops Yeah!
I gotta get my games.
Hell yeah.
I'm not as good as he is though. It's kind of like that. Being a pal.
No.
Especially when he's on the games.
Oh no.
He's on some bad games, buddy.
Dude, I know. I was jacked out of my mind.
Corona got him. But you know what? He's coming back.
That's right.
2021.
Yeah, 2021.
Yeah, 8 months to go. But
That's
he'll be
right.
back, though.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Cut. It looks like you're working out right now.
No, I don't.
A little jogging.
I try to, because I put my Rogue boost vest on, so I'm trying to do
Oh, okay.
do the standard stuff. But I still got my Corona non-gains on. I lost it.
Okay.
So it'll be back in 2022.
Dude, I'll see you back out here with the tortillas, and I'll bring you some bumps.
In 2023.
2023, you'll be performing with us.
I don't think I can do it. You guys fly too much tortillas, man. I can't deal with you guys with tortillas.
The 10-band backflip. We're out here doing backflips over 10 people, getting tickets. Oh, I'm standing there, and then now is now we're out here protesting. I did a triple backflip once, and I landed on my neck. But I could do a single. I never flipped over the 10 people though. That's nuts.
I know you can do all kind of backflips.
Yeah, I do backflips, cart fronts, the whole thing. Dude, hell yeah, brother.
Next time I hit
Dude,
that
I'm gonna
button,
bring
those
some.
damn
Dude,
chains.
I'm gonna have some bumps on me next time, just in case if I see you.
All right, brother.
I love you, brother. Peace. That's a homie right there. He came out here for the bumps. This is the only one that I have, is this one. She's got the boobs. American flag, American shirt. America. All right. So. Wow, those are loud cars. So now we're on the other side. And people just hanging out. They're just hanging, seeing what the protesters are gonna do. Hold on, guys, bear with me. I gotta plug in my phone. It's low battery mode. Hold on, I gotta plug in my phone. Okay, did I turn the flashlight on or something? There it goes. Oh, so now they're crossing the street, or maybe they're going home. Looks like she just graduated from high school. I could go to jail just talking to her. Let me see if my phone's charging. So if I go to, I don't want to go to jail for any reason, actually, so. That was in Paula. Yeah, definitely. So goes the big police van. So it looks like all the cops are clearing out. It looks like all the cops are clearing out, and it looks like both sides are kind of tinkling or trickling down. I see some people walking over here. I don't know if they're part of the protest or not, but it looks like there's only no, these are just people going to the beach and police officers. No more Karens. Born in the USA, yeah. Probably gonna get caught.
You can open it slower. We've seen it opened very fast. We've seen it opened all at once. We've seen states get into trouble. We've seen countries get into trouble, and then they had to close the valve. We said we were going to open the valve incrementally and then watch the metrics. Sounds boring. A little boring, but it's actually very smart. What were the metrics? We're going to start to open the valve, watch the diagnostic testing rate, watch the tracing rate, watch the antibody testing rate, watch the hospitalization rate, watch the infection rate, which is the seminal factor, rate of transmission. How quickly is the virus spreading? The RT, rate of transmission. If it goes over 1, red lights, alarms, beeping, you have a real problem. If one person is affecting more than one additional person. And you watch the gauges. And if the gauges are staying down low, then you can open the valve more. Why do the valves stay down low? Because people are smart. And when you reopen, they don't just come out and act like they did. They understand it's a new normal and they act intelligently. Our metrics are all today very good. We're going to open the valve more than we originally anticipated because the metrics are so good. If the metrics change, that would change. But right now, that's where we are. We're going to accelerate the opening of temples, mosques, churches. In phase 2, they can open up to 25% occupancy of that building, okay? I was speaking to a minister about this. He said 25% occupancy, that's good news because it's better than 0. He said, but 25% occupancy, then I have to have 4 services to get everyone in. And then he said, well, you know, I have to give the same sermon 4 times. He said, hopefully by the 4th time I get it right. Yes, 25% occupancy is not as easy as 100% occupancy, but 100% occupancy is a mass gathering. You really can't do social distancing, et cetera. So phase 2, 25% occupancy. That begins immediately. Be smart, be smart. It doesn't mean you go to a temple or a mosque and you sit right next to a person. You have to socially distance. Watch on the entrance way and on the exit way when people tend to congregate going through the entrance or the exit. So we leave it to our faith-based partners to come up with a smart strategy about the way to do this. But this is an acceleration for us because we're doing so well on the metrics. But people still have to stay smart. And with this virus, you learn something new every week. And sometimes what you learn is different than what they told you in the first place. Who is the they? The they in this case are the global health experts. But the information has changed. And some of the information I imparted when I received it turned out that it's different. Now, the state of information is the virus can live in the air for 3 hours, which is actually frightening when you think about it. It means if I'm infected and I'm speaking and we have air molecules that I am dispersing, they could linger for 3 hours. You walk in 3 hours later, you actually breathe those air molecules. So that is a frightening fact. They now say surfaces are less important. It's not that they're not important. You can still get the virus from a surface, but the virus does not live as easily or as long on surfaces as they originally thought. Originally, children were not affected. Now we're studying the inflammatory syndrome that is affecting children all across the globe. Not a significant number of children yet, but it's an area that is just being developed. They originally said if you were infected, you couldn't be reinfected. And that was theoretically a way for the workforce to go back to work. People who were infected were going to go back to work because they couldn't get reinfected. Well, that's wrong. Infected people may be able to get infected. A new piece of information that reinforces what we've been saying, the World Health Organization now says that masks are more important than they had originally recommended. They had originally recommended they were important for healthcare workers. They are now saying that they're helpful for the general population. On masks, if you remember, when masks first started, the CDC or the federal agencies were saying, yeah, they couldn't hurt, but maybe they weren't great. That's come a long way. The masks are, the more people have learned, the more important the masks are. In a way to make sure people can get masks, we're going to sign an executive order saying that we will prosecute price gouging on PPE. To give you an idea of where we were, the N95 masks, which we needed during the middle of the pandemic for the healthcare professionals. Before the pandemic, we were paying 70 cents for a mask. In the middle of the pandemic, $7 per mask for the same mask. So whatever we can do on a statewide basis is statewide price gouging. Doesn't mean China can't gouge us or another country, but we'll have price gouging in the state of New York. We had continued protests last night all across the state. The protests were mainly peaceful. I think Barbara Jordan, God rest her soul, who was a great representative in this country, said it right. What the people want is very simple. They want America as good as its promise. And that's what the protesters are saying. They're saying enough is enough. Mr. Floyd's death, Eric Garner's death, Abner Louima's death, Amadou Diallo's death, Rodney King's death. When does it end? And I think they're right. This is a national moment for change, and New York is going to lead the way on this change. We have always done it and will continue to do it. You know, when it comes to change, there's talk and there's action, right? I told you my grandfather, when a politician used to come on TV and I'd be watching the TV, any politician would come on, my grandfather would go like this. And I didn't know what that meant. He was an Italian immigrant, and he said a lot of things that I didn't really understand. And one day I said, Grandpa, what is that? He said, oh, the politicians, that's all they do is talk. That's all they do is talk. We should do this, we should do this, we should do this. Yeah, do something. What have you done? What have you actually accomplished for people besides this? New York, we're about doing, we're about action, we're about results. Seize the day, carpe diem. We have a moment here where we can make change. It's not just about seizing a day, seizing a moment. How do you say seize the moment in Latin? Nobody knows. I took Latin, I should know. Carpe momentum is my Latin translation. Took Latin in high school. I wouldn't vouch for that, but that's the best I could do. Carpe momentum, seize the moment. And we have a moment. And New York is going to seize the moment. Legislature is going to come back next week. We have the Say Their Name agenda, transparency of prior disciplinary actions for police officers, the 50A bill. No chokeholds. No chokeholds. How many times do you have to learn the same lesson? No false race-based 9/11 reports. The Attorney General is an independent prosecutor for police murders, which I did as an executive order 5 years ago. Let's codify it, so it's not up to the next governor to decide whether or not they want to do it. It will be in the law. Pass the bills. Actually make the change. Then other states will look at New York and say, well, New York did this, why can't we do it? That's New York at its best. That's the history of New York, right? That's Stonewall, that's Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire. That's New York at its best, leading the way. That's what we did when we passed marriage equality, and the rest of the country said, oh, let's look at that. And we passed the bill and went right across the nation. Free college tuition, minimum wage, $15, so people can actually live and pay rent and eat all at the same time. The best gun safety law in the United States after Sandy Hook massacre, right? Carpe momentum, the most aggressive renewable energy program, and will be the first with the best criminal justice reform. That's the plan for next week. Next week on Monday, New York City opens, starts phase 1. That's great news. You look at the numbers on New York City, they have dropped dramatically. They were at a high of positive testing at 57%. They're now down to 2%. You want to talk about a turnaround? This one, my friends, is going to go in the history book. New York was the hardest hit. And in 98 days, we have gotten to a much, much different place. There is no state in the United States that has gone from where we were to where we are. No state in the United States that has gone from where we were to where we are. You'd be hard-pressed to find a country that went from where we were to where we are. Hospitalizations went from 12,000 down to 1,500. Phase 1 guidelines starts Monday. It's construction, it's manufacturing, it's curbside pickup. Pursuant to these rules, curbside pickup, in-store pickup where curbside is not practical. They're prearranged, you're not there to browse and shop, social distancing. Construction and manufacturing, masks must be worn. And again, WHO just pointed out how important they are. Employer must provide masks, no congregate settings. We're sending 1 million masks to the MTA, 25,000 gallons of hand sanitizer, made right here in the state of New York, 2-ounce bottles for the MTA reopening. The MTA will reopen with disinfected train cars, never heard of before. They used to complain about how dirty they were. They are now disinfected for the first time. My house doesn't have disinfected bathrooms, but the subway cars are disinfected, the Long Island Railroad is disinfected, buses, etc. As office workers go back to work, we're allowing commercial buildings to take the temperature of everyone who enters the building. I don't want anyone to take my temperature. That's going to be a problem because we're giving commercial buildings the right to take the temperature of everyone who walks into a building. It's not just your health, it's the people you could infect. And remember that when you go back to work, it doesn't mean we're going to go back to the way we were. There's no going back in life. It's about going forward and finding a new normal with new behavior and new patterns in the workplace, right? And we need everyone to cooperate with that as they've cooperated all along. But congratulations to the people of New York State because they did this. People of New York City did this. People of Albany did this. They heard the information. They reacted. They responded. And they were so smart in what they did and so disciplined, and they went through hell, but they rose to the occasion. We used to talk about flattening the curve. These signs that the state put up do your part, flatten the curve. That's where we started. We didn't just flatten the curve, we bent the curve, right? Flatten the curve was stop the increase and get to a plateau. That's the flat of the curve, get to a plateau. We went beyond that in New York. We didn't flatten the curve, we bent the curve. And we went from the worst to one of the best in a very short period of time. This is the New York curve, this is the rest of the nation. And they did not have the problem that we had. New Yorkers did it. Don't get cocky, don't get arrogant. They say New Yorkers are arrogant. I think they're talking about some of the people in this room. New Yorkers are arrogant. Don't get cocky, don't get arrogant, but all the arrows are pointed in the right direction. And we're going to stay New York tough, smart, united, disciplined, loving. Questions? The Attorney General is doing an investigation of these situations currently. This is reality TV. As the protests are going on, they are on video, and the Attorney General is investigating them as they occur. And a police officer who acts wrongfully will be called to task. Period. Body cameras, videos, cell phones. The investigation is ongoing now. The action will be in real time. The Attorney General has to produce the report in about 3 weeks. So there will be, all of this comes to light on a daily basis, and there will be responsibility within the coming days if the local police department doesn't take responsibility. Buffalo, Mayor Brown, I think acted appropriately and quickly. That was a horrendous situation in Buffalo. And we saw pictures of that. Other police departments are suspending police. But police have to do their jobs, protect public safety, but there's also police abuse. There's abuse of power. Protesters, most of the protesters are peaceful. They are indignant. It is righteous indignation. I don't see anybody who could see the Mr. Floyd video and not be indignant. I don't understand how you could see that murder on videotape and not be outraged. And I said from day one, I shared that outrage. And yeah, police have to do their jobs, but they don't have the right to abuse, to hurt, to use unnecessary force. And they're going to be held accountable. Yeah, Joe?
I was going to say on that, 2 of those officers this morning were charged with assault in Buffalo. What's your response to that? You were saying yesterday, what you saw, they should be fired.
Yeah, I said I'm a former prosecutor, attorney general, assistant district attorney. I don't like to get ahead of the local prosecutors because very often a prosecutor knows something that you don't. I think if they know something that you don't, they should tell you because it's a big public confidence factor. But I said right away after Buffalo, I think the DA should look at it. I think there was criminal liability from what I saw on the video. And I think what the mayor did and what the district attorney did was right, and I applaud them for acting as quickly as they did. There's no tolerance for delay in justice in society anymore, right? Justice delayed is justice denied. I think in Minnesota, they got into trouble when the district attorney came out and said, well, I'm looking, I'm thinking, I know things that you don't know. People won't hear that anymore. You know things that I don't know. Tell me what you know. Tell me what you know that is different than what I saw on the video, right? I saw the video. I saw what happened. Well, I know something else. Tell me what you know that is better than what I saw, right? That's what they were saying in Minneapolis. So, Buffalo video, we saw the video. What we saw was horrendous and disgusting, I believe illegal. So, if there's something else that I didn't see, or if what I saw was not correct, then tell me. Otherwise, do justice. And that's what the mayor did, and that's what the DA did. And good for them, good for them. And look, all of these are difficult situations, right? And I understand that this situation is superheated. It is controversial. People are frightened. People are polarized. There is no path that is going to make everybody happy. There's no path that is going to make everybody happy. There is no path. There is a path to do the right thing and to do the just thing. But there is no path to make everybody happy. And I think what the mayor did and the district attorney did was the right thing, right? I tell my people inside when they want to go through a whole protracted policy debate, I said, tell me, what is the right thing? I said, what is the right thing? All right, what does your gut say is the right thing? Forget trying to make people happy. Never works. Never works in life. Doesn't work in personal relationships, doesn't work in government. Just do the right thing. Yes?
I have a question. Are you concerned that people are going to be walking away from their law enforcement careers just with the resignations that we saw for 57 in support of their fellow officers in Buffalo? And not having a law enforcement background, I'm hearing criticism from those in the law enforcement communities that we don't know the full story because we didn't see what was going on beforehand. And when you're assigned to a unit like that, you have to keep going. And that's why there are EMTs there. And, you know, you can't bend over in the gear that you're wearing. You don't have the proper PPE to bend down and help somebody. And that's why there are EMTs on the scene. Not my words, what's being said to us.
I understand the argument that the police are trained to continue to move forward. I understand that argument. I don't know how that addresses the violence initially that knocks the man to the floor, right? Doesn't excuse that. And again, on these theories of you don't have the whole story. Well, then show me the whole story. If you have something different than what I saw, then tell me, because I know what I saw, and what I saw was terrible. So if you want to tell me you have something else, then tell me about something else. And look, a bad police officer is the enemy of every good police officer. No good, you know, from a police officer's point of view, they get tarnished by the bad act. And the police force loses respect and trust with the community by the bad act. And that's why the police are in such a difficult position also. No good police officer is going to defend this behavior. And I don't think they should. And if a police officer is saying, well, look, unless I get to knock people to the ground and hit them with a baton for no reason, I don't want to be a police officer, then don't be a police officer. Did you have a point?
No, I just wanted to also correct that those 57 officers didn't actually resign. They resigned the unit. But it had been misreported initially, I think misinterpreted, so I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
They resigned, as I understand, from serving on this emergency task force, but they kept their job. They're still getting a check.
Outside of these protests and outside of the Buffalo situation, you've called for local prosecutors to not investigate or to have an independent investigation of police abuse. Can you kind of describe what your office or what your administration is doing to make that a reality on the ground? Have you spoken with local DAs to persuade them? Are you drafting up any legislation to make that a reality or any executive order?
It's the executive order that I did on the Attorney General and that we're codifying in law.
Or any further police abuse, such as, a rough arrest, not something that's directly
No, I
related
said to the
murder.
district attorneys. The only thing I said to the district attorneys was they should prosecute the looters. They should prosecute the looters, and they should prosecute people who committed criminal acts. They should prosecute them. You know, district attorneys don't have the right to gauge political wins and do what is politic. They have to do what is legal. And the looting that happened in New York City was reprehensible and frightening. And the last thing we need in New York City now is another frightening circumstance, right? We had COVID, we went through that, people were petrified. On top of that, now they have to worry about rampant looting, out of control, and a police force that isn't managed properly and didn't have the resources to stop the looting? No. Let's take one more. Jesse?
Governor, along those lines, have you had any indication that the curfew could be extended beyond this weekend in New York City?
I've not had any conversations about it.
And would you support such a thing?
I don't know what it is. You'd have to see what the proposal is. It's a beautiful Saturday. It's a beautiful Saturday. We had a great conversation. Enjoy the sun. I will see you tomorrow. I will see you tomorrow.
Police unions are calling out Joe Biden's lack of support for law enforcement. The police union's coalition director saying, quote, for Joe Biden, police are shaking their heads because he used to be a stand-up guy who backed law enforcement. Clearly, he's made a lot of changes the way candidates do during the primary process, but he kept moving left and fell off the deep end. Here to react is the president of the New York State Police Trooper Union, Thomas Munguier. Mr. Munguier, thanks for joining us today. What happened here? Because now you have that statement from Bill Johnson. Remember, the National Association of Police Organizations endorsed Obama in 2008 and 2012, specifically because Biden was on the ticket. Now this?
Yeah, it's amazing. Mr. Biden has shown support for police in the past. I know with my counterparts down in the Delaware State Police when he was senator, he was very supportive. I was at the vice president's house in 2006 with a contingent of troopers from the National Troopers Coalition. We were warmly received, but anyone who comes out with a statement that just shoot him in the leg when a unarmed knife wielding person is coming at you, listen, I can't see anybody getting behind anybody with that mindset. You're seeing it more and more with politicians. It's advantageous to stand by police when the times are good. And when they're not so good, let's turn against them. And we're seeing it across the country. And unfortunately, Mr. Biden has followed suit.
So we reached out to Biden's campaign for a statement, have not heard back. But what advice do you give the former vice president who now has the nomination to maybe at this important inflection moment in the country on going forward? Can he right this ship, and what should he do?
Well, again, he has to retract that statement in his police reform package. I wonder if he has funding for to retrain the 800,000 sworn police officers in the United States to react to an armed suspect coming at us. I don't know if he can write it. It's going to have to be a complete 180-degree turn. And I guess the jury's still out the remaining months before November, and we'll have to see. We have somebody in the White House right now that has shown support for the police continually. So I would say that Mr. Biden has a long way to go. He had a good track record years ago, but again, I echo Bill Johnson's comments that he's gone so far left that he's practically falling off the edge.
Well, he's certainly back to the blue once, and this certainly suggests maybe he's changing his mind. Thomas Munguier, thanks for taking time today. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Thank you for having me.
all right. We gonna be all right. We gonna be all right. We gonna be all right. Feel me? We gonna be all right. When I wake up,
Right? That's what we're here for.
Been down over here. Take a picture of your sign, sir. That's awesome. Yep. Excuse me. Go peace. Breonna Taylor.
Yeah.
Because that's who gave us ours, and they took your name down, so they know we're out here.
Was that a quick process? Like fairly quick?
Yeah, if you call the PIO, but I don't know her name.
That's what it was, the PIO. Okay.
Yeah, the PIO. Yeah, yes.
Is that it?
Her name is Grace. I only
Come on, where's my Compton doing in chat? It's gonna give me the Compton tour. Where you at, dog? Oh. Yeah, they're breaking glass. Compton in the building. You want some pizza? Who's hungry? That pizza looks alright though. Actually, somebody's gonna come up tonight.
Thanks for watching tonight. You can see behind me the historic Claiborne Temple.
staging ground for the 1968 sanitation strike. We're at I Am a Man Plaza, where it once again became a place of history, a place of a march, this time against systemic racism and police brutality. Thank you for watching. We'll see you all next time.
All right, that's a wrap from Overton Park. The protest is breaking up now. Make sure you follow commercialappeal.com for all of your
quite a bit different than it was the other day.
Thank you.
No justice. No justice.
Thank you.
No racist. No racist. No justice. No peace.
this joke gonna do? Rob? Yeah, that guy was here last night too at the end of my video. Looks like he's back, just like I am. I'm good. I mean, I don't know what type of excitement you're looking for. It's just it's just a peaceful protest here. I think another group's coming right now. I don't know. You want to walk down to see? Y'all want to walk down to see if they're coming? No cops down over here at all. There was a ton of police 4 or 5 days ago behind that fence. There's no more. Probably about 5 blocks down, there's police. Are they going that way? Oh, ain't shit going on here. Nope. I'm gonna take a picture of this guy over here. What do you got going on here, ma'am? I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for your support. Yes, absolutely. You have a good one, ma'am.
Filling orders for our customers have been very good to us. Customers like Becton Dickinson, Hologic, and Quidel, just to name a few. A lot of my coworkers and I were expressing a wish for more machines so we could fill orders faster and maybe keep our customers' price down. Well, it looks like we're going to have enough equipment now. We look forward to working with two great Maine companies like Chinbro Construction and Bath Iron Works. And I want to thank you, Mr. President, for making it all come together.
Great job. Thank you very much. He's even 31 years. He's a good head of hair he's got too. Good head of hair you have. Thank you, Tracy. Keep looking good. Keep looking good. Keep healthy, everybody in here. Keep healthy. With us as well as Derek McKenney, the senior manufacturing engineer at Puritan and a project manager for the new manufacturing plant, which is a big deal coming online. Derek, please come up and say a few words.
Good afternoon. I'm Derek McKenney, Senior Manufacturing Engineer and second-generation employee of Hardwood and Puritan Medical Products. My mother's been with the company for 35 years, and I spent my childhood
That's really your mother?
That's my mother. I spent my childhood. I spent my childhood playing in her office, so I've been around since about kindergarten. I was lucky enough to be able to go gain education and experience across the U.S. Before returning to my roots here in Guilford, Maine. In the last 3 years, I've been presented with many amazing opportunities to make a difference in the world with Puritan's critical products. But nothing compared to that day on March 12th when we got the call from the White House Task Force. From that day forward, I've been part of a team who's chosen to rise up and serve their country and the American people. We have worked tirelessly around the clock and through the weekends for the last 12 weeks to provide the testing supplies required to keep Americans safe. On July 1st, we'll start production at our second manufacturing facility with the ability to produce 60 million COVID swabs per month. This project would normally take 18 months to complete, but in a truly unimaginable feat, it will be operational in 8 weeks. It wouldn't be possible without the total and complete support of the federal government and the dedication of the phenomenal workforce here in the great state of Maine. This company and all these people are what make the United States of America the greatest country in the world. God bless you all.
Did he do a good job, Mom? I think he did. He'll be running for office next year. I'll watch you. Thank you very much, Derek. Appreciate it. Great job. And thank you all. The remarkable testing capacity that each of you has made possible. It's not only helping our nation to defeat the virus, that horrible, horrible, terrible, disgusting, angry virus. It's paving the way to get America safely and responsibly back open for business, and that's what we're doing right now. We're doing it right now. It's happening very quickly, a lot quicker than people thought. Our strategy for a phased and gradual reopening protects our most vulnerable citizens, and you know who they are. We've learned a lot about that, especially in the nursing homes, while allowing younger and healthier Americans to get safely back to work and go to school. I think in the fall you're going to see the schools all open and in great shape. The best approach to protect the health of our citizens is to focus our resources on safeguarding those at highest risk while allowing those at lowest risk to go and resume economic activity, including education. A key element of our effort to reopen, revitalize, and rebuild America, greater than ever before, is bringing critical industries back to our shores. As the workers of Maine know well, and that's for many decades, Washington politicians shipped away your jobs, outsourced your supply chains, and offshored your industry. It's probably the number one reason I'm here today. Although I was going to say another politician, probably they wouldn't be here, they wouldn't bother with it. To me, it's very important. I had to save your fishing industry. So easy to do if you want to do it. But we really talked about this for a long time. Our companies would leave us, they'd fire everybody, pay no taxes, they'd go to another country, they'd make the product, they'd sell it into our country with no tax, no nothing. Well, we ended up with no jobs, empty buildings, empty factories. You had them in Maine all over the place. But we're changing all of that. We've made tremendous trade deals now, tremendous trade deals. The U.S.-Mexico-Canada deal is an incredible deal for our country. And many other deals. We just signed a deal with China, but unfortunately in that case, the ink wasn't even dry, and all of a sudden the plague came in. And so I view it a little bit differently, perhaps. But they've been living up to the deal. They're buying a lot of things. They never had any deal. They just came in and took advantage of the United States, took out hundreds of billions of dollars a year. So they don't do that anymore. But it's a terrible thing that happened. But as the global pandemic has shown once and for all, the United States must produce essential equipment, supplies, pharmaceuticals, and technologies for ourselves, and we cannot rely on China and all of these other countries that in bad times take advantage of us and rip us off. We don't do that anymore. We're moving things back into our country. That's why the United States is now engaged in a great national effort to bring industries, factories, and jobs back to America where they belong. We want them back here, just like you're doing it. We have other places all over the country. Of course, they're not as good as Puritan, but they're pretty good. And I'm committed to ensuring that our country will be the world's premier pharmacy. It's going to be a pharmacy, drugstore, and medical manufacturer. We don't make our medical products here. We don't make our drugs here that we need, our desperately needed prescription drugs or otherwise. In my administration, we live by two simple rules: buy American and hire American. So just in ending, I say for centuries the people of this great state have fished the oceans and farmed the fields and worked the factories that have supplied and sustained our nation, and then they went through a very bad time, Right here in Guilford, generations of proud Maine patriots have poured out their heart, sweat, and soul for this country, making the critical products produced by Puritan. And now Puritan's doing better than it's ever done, I guess, by a factor of a lot, right? Right? You know, they call themselves associates. See, in the old days, it said they were the boss. Now they're associates. They're very smart. I said, that's very smart. But they've done a great job as associates. You're all associates. Each of you now carries on this extraordinary legacy and exceptional heritage, serving our nation at this very historic time. This is a historic time. This is a very important time for our country. You see what's going on? But a lot of good things are going on. A lot of things are going on. Very big thing happened, though, today when we saw numbers the likes of which we've never seen in the history of our country. Good timing, because people look at that and they say, hey, this country's great. We've done things that nobody else has ever done. It was good that they see that, right? Good timing. You and your families are making momentous contributions to the vitality of our country, helping us reopen, rebuild, and most importantly, saving lives. The workers of Maine have always been loyal to America, and while I'm your president, this government will always be loyal to you. Just ask your fishing industry, how's Trump doing? Because they can't even believe what happened today. 5,000 square miles of ocean that you couldn't touch. They just wrote it off. President Obama, he signed. You couldn't use it anymore. They took it away. I gave it back. With your help, by the way, I said, why'd they take it away? Nobody knew. You know, it's okay to take it away if it means something. But nobody knew. With your help, we will vanquish the virus. We will get our nation back to work, and we shall build our glorious future with American hands, American grit, and American pride. And I want to just thank all of you for being here. You're very special people. This is a very special place, and it's a great state. And thank you very much. And get that other half, by the way. Get that other half to go with Trump, okay? You I don't have to worry about. And I think they'll be there, too, because there's a very, very important election coming up. The most important. It's amazing what's happened, and you've been a big part of it. Thank you very much. Congratulations to everybody. Thank you.
Democrats are done for me. I know that if I support you, you're telling me you're whispering sweet nothings into my ear about the policies you want to enact, and then you're going to go and scream about Trump for 20 years, and I don't want to hear it, so it's not happening.
All right, we have Tim Pool. Am
Yes.
I not
Yeah, we do.
mistaken? All right,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mr. Pool, are you there, sir?
I am indeed. Can you hear me?
Oh, hold on a second. We're showing.
Oh,
yes,
there
we
we go.
can
There
hear
we
you.
go.
We just saw
They're both
someone who
on there.
looked a little bit like you there. He had your beanie on. Can you confirm, in fact, this is not green screen trickery? You are not at the White House?
I am not actually at the White House, but you know, some people try to do what I do and report.
Right.
The greatest form of flattery, you know.
It is the greatest form of flattery. Also, if your calling card is going to be an item that can be procured for $6 at Target, you know, it's not necessarily copyright material.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for me,
Yes. Though it can be looted.
That's
so
true.
there is that.
That's free.
You just had a stream going on, right, Tim Pool?
I did, yes.
And what were you guys talking about in the stream? We've been watching CNN, and it's been remarkable that they have been trying to avoid going to the ground tonight at all costs. They're not showing the ground. The one time they cut to the ground, we heard what sounded like mortars going off. The police respectfully asking folks to honor the perimeter. They said no, and then we hadn't gone back until just now. So what have you guys been covering?
Minneapolis is talking about disbanding their police department and the
Yeah.
defunding of police. Yeah, totally disbanding it.
Wow.
And, yeah. So that's where we're at, and we just had some conversations about what that would mean. I mean, it sounds crazy, but there's actually some arguments for why it might work if you consider what Black Lives Matter activists have been talking about. This guy Hank Newsom is having armed community patrols, so they are responsible for their own community and their own policing. There's an argument for it, a conversation to be had. I'm not saying it's perfect, but I was thinking about it, and I'm like, all the 2A people would probably be happy to see all of these liberals now defending the right to bear arms.
Yeah, that's
and
interesting.
taking responsibility for their own safety, and stop putting the responsibility on police to come and rescue them when crime is happening.
Right. But they don't
Maybe that
want
works out.
But they don't want to defend the Second Amendment. They really just want it to go to a federal level where they can indict people who disagree with them. That's the problem. They literally want gulags.
The crazy ones.
Well, I don't know. I mean, has Rashida Tlaib suggested that, hey, we expand the Second Amendment? Because this is,
Right,
the most vocal legislator that I know. In other words, if someone said, hey, defund the police and let's have a robust defense of the Second Amendment, I would listen to them. I've only heard defund the police from people who also say strip the Second Amendment. Am I mistaken? Because I want to be corrected.
Mostly correct. Mostly correct.
Okay.
It's just Hank Newsom. He's a Black Lives Matter leader, I think based out of New York, who said, we need to arm ourselves and be responsible for our communities, and that solves the problem. I think it's an interesting argument. Yeah. Minneapolis isn't saying that. They're saying we're discussing disbanding the police because it's irredeemably broken, and they don't know what the alternative is.
Right.
So maybe start with a transition or an alternative before you talk about just getting rid of the police.
Yeah.
Because
right.
Ultimately what we talked about is maybe city living has become untenable. It's just you've got too many problems.
Right.
You can't afford it. It smells like sour milk. Maybe it's time to move out of these cities.
That's
Yeah,
being
poop
very
everywhere.
generous. When I walk through New York City, I smell human shit.
Yeah.
Wherever I go, I go,
You don't
"That's
just see.
human shit."
You don't
That's
just
not
smell, you
dog.
see.
It
You
is
see.
human,
Well,
and you
see,
see.
yeah.
Yeah. I once saw a
Visually.
man taking a
Oh,
human
God.
shit.
Oh, wow.
He wasn't shitting a human.
That's not
he was
even
actually
surprising.
taking shit.
Wow. Not
And then he
surprised at
also,
all.
this was in
Yeah.
Tompkins Square Park. Not a joke. Took a shit, and then he reached into his pocket. I swear to you, this is true.
No.
He reached into his pocket, took out, there was a syringe in his finger, and rather than using his other hand to pull it out, he just went like this. Like it was so casual.
yeah.
He reaches into his
So
pockets
practiced.
and dirty syringes. So he took a shit, pulled up his pants, reached into his pocket, and there was a syringe like, like it was a fly.
That was in the San Francisco tourist ad, right?
Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. And they were just they were just
Pure San Francisco.
Wait, is Tompkins Square Park San Francisco?
I don't know.
No,
I
I'm
don't
thinking
know.
of. No, I'm thinking of. Anyways, it was in Manhattan.
I'm a fool. Excuse me.
What was that, Tim Pool?
That's New York, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But then
Yeah.
Audio Wade stepped on me. Jeez.
I wasn't listening.
He makes a horrible fat lady singing. Something else, too, I want to know for people who don't, if you're very confused, Cultural Appropriation Month. We're
Yes,
doing Norway
yeah.
today. Tim Pool, we talked about this earlier today, you and I off air. So you obviously are more of a moderate, and you've never owned a firearm before, correct?
Nope, never.
Now, it seems like your opinion has changed in that you would
yes.
like. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. First off,
Yes, it
explain
has.
to me, and welcome Tim Pool's audience. Explain to me when your flash of genius was, when that moment was that you wanted to get a firearm.
It wasn't a flash of genius. It was a couple of years ago. I was still very much like I respect people's right to own firearms, but I think there's some reasonable arguments for control measures. And then someone messaged me on my YouTube channel saying, if we can have reasonable controls on the Second Amendment, then I want controls on your First Amendment. And I immediately was like, that's actually a really great argument. I concede. So while I think, there have been issues in big cities and stuff.
That's a very odd
there
white
you go.
flag. I concede.
I
He was
guess you're-
probably-
I guess you're
he was
right.
probably ready there, like with his beer, and he had his vape, and he's like, "All right, I'm going to war with Tim Pool." You're like, "You're right." He's like, "Oh,
now what do I do?" Yeah.
What am I going to do with my night
I got like the
now?
whole
Can I
night
go,
left.
Can I go barge a police perimeter?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's
Well,
a fair
it's-
point.
It's logic. It's me saying, honestly, I haven't had real sit-down conversations with people who were talking about how this functions, and there was a gap in my site, but I still didn't buy one. When COVID started escalating, actually, no, I'm sorry, I gotta walk this back. It was when the pedophile showed up to my house at 4 a.m. and tried breaking in, when the police instructed me to go buy a gun.
Right.
In a manner of speaking, they said, if it were me, I'd open the door with a shotgun. So I tried going through the hoops,
I like
and
those
it was,
cops.
Yeah.
Yeah, good, hey, good cops.
Yeah.
Dude, it's tough. It's tough in New Jersey to get a gun.
Well, that's what we were talking
put it
about.
lightly.
So let people know,
imagine.
because listen, you're in New Jersey, and obviously, Manhattan itself was like a war zone for several days, and some of the protests have been peaceful, where it's only a couple hundred people in smaller areas where they march. But obviously, New Jersey can turn on a dime. So you were telling me it's hard to buy a gun. Can you tell me exactly what it is? First off, there are no firearms to find right now. They're picked clean.
Right.
But what the process would be like there, for example, like for a handgun.
So the first thing I did was I called some administration. I can't remember. They said, go to the police department. I go to the police department. They gave me conflicting instructions, told me to fill out a form, then go online. The website didn't exist.
Wow.
I'm not kidding.
It's like the DMV with exit wounds.
Yeah.
Yep. So they told me I would have to fill out write an essay. I'm not kidding. They said I have to write an essay explaining why I need one. And, I'm not kidding. It's totally serious.
Oh my.
So at that point, I was just like, this is nuts. I got to move out of the state or something, because they've given me no clear instructions. They couldn't tell me what I was supposed to do, where I was supposed to go. So more recently with COVID and everyone rushing to the stores, I started looking into it again, but didn't get serious until the full-blown riots nationwide. And that's when I was like, I'm going to actually spend the time and do the hard digging. And I found some path towards getting a gun in New Jersey.
Right.
That had me fill out a form with a bunch of numbers. I didn't know what they meant. It told me to find case compliant numbers, which weren't included in anything. No instructions at all.
Right.
And I really do believe they try to make it as hard as possible for a regular person who's never bought a gun before to go through the hoops of actually buying one.
Yeah. Right.
Finally, I got to the point where I could fill out the federal ID or whatever, went and dealt with fingerprinting and things like that, and it's...
And it
now
was
I have no idea
during
what's
this. It was during this in-between period that you were raped, correct?
By a very large evil monster came out of my closet.
Yes.
No.
Named Don Lemon.
You gotta hate those, man.
So first off, a couple of things, because I understand. I know that you have some compound bows, if I'm not mistaken, right? That's kind of what you're using right now.
I got a bunch. Oh no! I got.
Whoa! Hey. Regular
Having
green
more
arrow.
doesn't help. You still have to. string
Use
it.
one at a time. Yeah.
I've got like 4 compound bows, 4 recurves, 2 Hungarian traditionals.
Dude's Robin
And
Hood.
this is more because it's fun. We weren't thinking that we were going to be like ninja warriors with bows or whatever.
No.
Good.
We're actually like, we want to go range shooting and have a good time. And,
Sure.
just have fun.
No, I agree.
We actually want to get guns for security.
Yeah, no, sticking a broadhead in a looter can be a good time fun for the whole family. Well, let me explain something to you. So we talked about this earlier today. I want everyone to know, full disclosure, I talked about it with Tim, and my heart went out to him because I come from a place in Canada where you can't protect your stuff. It's rely on the government. And then, well, we're going to disband the police force. So first off, a big thanks to obviously our sponsor, Walther, but they specialize in handguns. And I want to thank Sig Sauer, who they're actually sending us, since we can't find any here, a whole lot of SIG 365 V-Crown, their jacketed hollow points, because we only have some range ammo, and even then we're almost out in 9mm. Yeah. And here's the thing.
It's been out for a while.
We obviously wanted to send our sponsor, Walther, but I don't even know if they have anything compliant with New Jersey, and handguns are a lot harder to get in New Jersey. Long guns are a little bit different. So we will be sending you, now courtesy of SIG, I have to say this legally, but we will be the ones sending you, actually, a brand new Sig Sauer M400 Tread. It's a sporting semi-auto rifle in the AR-15 family or platform. Again, it's from me, compliments of SIG, because we told them about your scenario. we're going to send it directly to your FFL, and they will immediately make the adjustments needed to make it New Jersey compliant, which typically means shittier. But we understand
unfortunately,
that you getting it is better than nothing. And when we're done with this hit, we'll probably talk tomorrow, and we'll expedite that to you because I know how hard it is.
Thanks, man. Seriously.
Yeah.
It won't fire.
Yeah.
But you can use it as a club or something.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that's cool.
No, actually, I'm kind of mad because I want one of these.
Yeah,
I know.
right.
I want one.
Can I use it?
Am I allowed to? Are you allowed to come to New Jersey?
I don't know if I'm allowed to come to New Jersey.
Well, if you can't go to Pakistan, you
at the
can't go
very
to
least,
Jersey.
I'm going to get a serious ass whooping. And here's one thing I want to show you. I don't know if can Tim see program or he just sees me?
He sees you.
He sees me. So right now, again, Don Lemon is showing 2 black guys from the Floyd family. He showed attorneys from the Floyd family, showed a friend from Floyd, and now they're showing attorneys right here for the Floyd family. They are not going to the ground, which is remarkable to me. I don't know if you've been following this, and something else. Were you aware of, we just had Reg the Bandit bring this up. I'm sure you were aware of Donald Trump posting that very heartfelt tribute to George Floyd, where he called for unity, where he said we need more hugs and fewer clenched fists. And that was removed from Twitter for copyright. They still have information up there, by the way, that's false about the NYPD unloading on a 19-year-old boy unarmed. It was actually a 30-something-year-old who was, I believe, shooting at the cops. So no fact check on that, but they removed Donald Trump's video, and then CNN, Don Lemon just said, and Donald Trump couldn't take a minute out of his day to honor George Floyd.
Yeah.
Have you been following it, and are you aware of that copyright video that was taken down from Trump?
No, I'm hearing about it just now. I knew he put it up, but
yeah,
the things Twitter is doing. If you search racist on Twitter, Donald Trump is the first thing that pops up.
Really?
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
It's dude. The things I've been seeing in the news and on social media are getting freaky. If you think it was bad last year, like you heard about the New York Times. They're having an internal revolt. Their staff want an opinion piece from Tom Cotton removed because he was supporting Trump's call for military action.
Oh yeah.
The New York Times is bending over backwards for these people.
Right. Now, to be clear to people just calling it, the New York Times are bending over for people who are not Don Lemon.
Well,
yes.
It wouldn't be bad
on the ground reporters
Lemon,
at the moment.
But yeah, so you weren't aware that it was taken down. And let me ask you this: do you think, as someone who specializes in this, you look at that sort of trail? I think I told you someone attempted to dox us, posted the wrong address. So but I don't want anyone to be
nobody.
harmed.
Yes.
6 times it took over 30 hours for Twitter to get to it. But right away when I tweeted out today, if you kneel before a mob, you're a pussy. That was reviewed, and to Twitter's credit, wasn't removed, but that was reviewed within minutes. Wow. Doxing isn't quite on their priority. They let me know. Twitter sent a message, because of COVID, we're backlogged. So let me ask you this. Do you think that there is like triangulation, almost like picture, velociraptors in Jurassic Park 2 in the cornfield scene?
They can open doors.
Do you think that there's a concerted effort where they go, okay, we're not going to fact check this verifiably false information on the NYPD. We're going to remove Donald Trump's video on a copyright bogus claim, even though other videos that have way more egregious copyright violations are still allowed. And then the media works with them and says, oh, now we can go out there and say that Donald Trump hasn't commented on it. Do you think it's just all happenstance, that they don't have researchers, or do they have a direct line of communication? Because those 3 things change if people watch CNN, would change the entire public perception of reality.
Well, what we can say definitively, Twitter has admitted they're only basically fact-checking Trump and some conservatives. Their official response was, we don't intend to correct every bit of misinformation. That being so, the response to this was that Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, Schumer have put out false information that has gone completely ignored.
Right.
And then when Trump gets flagged, Twitter's response is, well, we don't flag everything, so it's just Trump.
Wow.
Right. By the way, is that Felonious Floyd? Do you see his name?
Did they say Felonious?
Felonious?
It's Felonious, I think, Floyd, but it's just a weird coincidence.
I knew someone who was once named Gonorrhea.
Really?
What? That's horrible.
Wow. I don't think that's true. I think that's a lie.
I feel bad for that person.
So let me ask this, Tim. What is it that you think is the most dangerous, I guess, right now in this coverage? My biggest concern, and I talked about this early on, is
your wig is
on. And now I have the Nicolas Cage. Tim, are you excited about your AR-15? My biggest concern, Tim, and how old are you, Mr. Poole?
34.
Okay, so you're 2 years older than me, but 1 year younger than Brian Stelter. That's
true.
No, wait, you're a year older than
Yeah.
Brian Stelter. Brian Stelter is our age, Tim Pool.
Oh, he's going to be around a while.
And this is new and improved Brian Stelter with caps.
Jeez.
My worry is, having been raised in a post-racial, well, Canada, post-racial America, that when you have the media saying, this is because of race, it's black, 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 Black Lives Matter, black, and people are watching and they're going, my city's destroyed. And by the way, I want to be very clear, there are black officers and there are white looters, but the media is saying black, 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 black. My worry is that you have an entire generation of people more racist because they go, why is my town destroyed? And they flip on the TV and go, black. That being said, that's my biggest concern. What's your biggest concern with the coverage of all of this, which is, I think we would all agree, is worse than it's ever been in our lifetime?
Yeah, it's shocking.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. So one of the things that's been mind-numbing for me, and it's become a meme where I mentioned that I come from a mixed race family, is that I'm in the worst position between these two groups because I either bend the knee, I have no privilege amongst them because they say I'm white.
Right.
If I disagree, then everything I say is wrong. So my only choice is to agree with them, otherwise I'm the other. But I literally don't even have the privilege of being white, literally like how they describe it, because my family doesn't. The way I'm trying to put it is, their ideology puts me in the most awkward position where I have no racial identity like they do.
Yeah. Right.
These weird white liberals talk about their experiences in the suburbs. I'm from the south side of Chicago. But then because of the way they perceive me, I don't get the benefits of their ideology, just the detriment.
Right.
So I'm basically trying to agree with you, to say the least.
You're screwed in a number of ways here.
Well, he's not screwed because he is half Korean.
Oh.
Let's play that. Let's play that audio. Hold on a second. You can pull a little bit of this.
You motherfucker!
You can pull that and be a rooftop Korean,
have that
especially
clip, by the
now
way.
with your M400 tread, courtesy of us. But thank you, SIG, for helping supply it.
Let me reiterate this in a better way. I have interviewed white supremacists, nationalists, and they have disdain for me and my family, and they say awful things.
Yeah.
I don't care though; it rolls off my back. If the left wins,
Your
right? We saw Steve
hairless
King-
Korean back.
hairless Korean back. Steve King loses his primary because he said things that Americans didn't want to hear, right? Things that were considered either white nationalist or racist. The left is emboldened by their racists and these weird things that freak out me and my family. So my hope is that American as the identity survives, and that's what wins, because that's the only thing I have.
Right.
There's no outcome with these weird identitarian on the left or the right where I win and my family wins.
Right.
If people in my position are going to do better, it's going to be Americans recognizing they're just American first and foremost. But if we end up with white identitarianism, I'm screwed. And if we end up with left identitarianism, I'm screwed. So I'd rather we all be Americans and agree on our civil rights.
I agree. I think that's very well said. Let me ask you this, because I know that you said in the past, you were moderate. I think you voted for Obama, correct?
The first time.
The first time. And the second time, did you not vote, or did you vote?
Did
for
not
Romney?
vote.
Okay, I was
No,
going
I
to say
did not vote.
Romney's pretty tough if you're a moderate.
It's difficult. Yeah.
The Mormon who puts his dog on his roof is a tough sell.
It's for air.
I understand.
Hey,
I think he's a decent man. I think he's wrong politically. It's a tough sell. But let me ask you this.
Be fair.
You've said before, like, obviously you're not necessarily a big fan of Donald Trump, but do you now take into account after these riots that a vote for anyone other than Donald Trump is a vote for someone who wants you to have only a double-barreled shotgun or revolver with more extensive paperwork than you're talking about now? There's no two ways about it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I do this show, the Tim Guest IRL show, with my buddy Adam and Lydia. Adam is a skateboarding hippie liberal guy, grew up in Chicago, lives in New York, and he just comes out and he's like, after seeing all this, I'm voting for Trump. And I was like, whoa.
Wow.
Wow.
I was talking to someone recently, someone I've known for a really, really long time, diehard Democrat, as long as I've known them, messaging me saying the only way this ends is if Trump wins re-election and the Republicans take all, the House and the Senate. And I was like, whoa.
Wow.
For real. I was talking to a local in my area, a contractor, and I was asking them how they felt about all this. They said to me they don't care for politics. It was this guy who's in his mid-20s, did construction work, and he said, honestly, man, I don't know anything about this stuff, but I'm going to vote for Trump because I'm sick and tired of the attacks. I just don't understand why they're always yelling and complaining, so I'm just going to vote for this guy now.
Wow.
So this was somebody telling me he didn't vote for Trump the first time. He is now. I combine these things, with everything I see, with what's going on with Biden falling asleep and just being out of his mind, the progressives ragging on the Democrats, and I can't envision a future where Trump loses. So
right. And by the way, he did say Die Hard Democrats was the worst sequel of the Die Hards.
It was.
Just Don McClane taking a knee saying, "I'm sorry, mother. I'm sorry, yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. I shouldn't have said it."
Never apologize.
Let me ask you, Tim, not to put, and you don't, if you believe in a secret ballot, has this changed? Do you think that where you are now, would you cast a vote, and has it changed?
I'm not definitively confirmed for Trump, but I have stated leaning in that direction.
All right.
But there's reasons for this. So Democrats are done for me. I donated to them recently, Yang, Tulsi, but with what they've done with impeachment, with what they did with rigging the DNC, with how they shut out the candidates that I wanted to hear from, I just said, you know what, man? These moderate Democrats in Congress ran on kitchen table issues, and then as soon as they were given the one ring, they laughed and went right for impeachment.
Yeah.
And that's not worth supporting.
Right.
So I still get text messages from these people, and I said, listen, man, I know that if I support you, you're telling me you're whispering sweet nothings into my ear about the policies you want to enact, and then you're going to go and scream about Trump for 20 years, and I don't want to hear it, so it's not happening.
Right.
But when it comes to the president, I'll tell you what scared me is Joe Biden. They've lost their minds.
Yeah. Yes, they have lost their minds. And he kneeled. He kneeled, which to me is just
knelt.
That is so well. Is knelt the word?
I do believe it's knelt.
Man, these beers are strong.
Knelt.
They are pretty good.
What? Who stopped?
12%? What?
Well, a couple of things there. You know, Andrew Yang. I'm sure you saw his tweets where he was encouraging like insurrection. Has that changed your opinion on? I know.
I didn't see those.
Oh yeah. Kind of a dick move.
Just a little bit. You know,
and then I have to tell you, I know you're kind of, obviously, I appreciate your journalistic integrity, but if you don't vote for Trump, you don't get your SIG. I'm sorry.
There's strings
we'll need
attached
to see your
now?
ballot, please, before.
A picture posted on Twitter.
Yeah, exactly. Just a picture of an illegal picture of you in the voting booth.
Right. Yeah.
All right, Tim. Well, Tim, hey, we do have to get going. Where's the best place for people to find you and watch your new show?
YouTube.com/TimCastIRL. On Twitter @TimCast. I mean, honestly, if you search YouTube for Twitter, I have like 3 or 4 channels, all under the same thing.
Oh, you're still showing up in search. Well, that's cute.
Yeah,
so
good for you.
It is the Sig Sauer M400 Shred, and like we said, we couldn't send you a handgun. So at this point, Walther has been a wonderful sponsor to the show.
Yeah.
But it's more important that people are able to protect themselves.
Yeah.
They don't sell any rifles, and I've had great experience with. I've always said this. It's like BMW, Mercedes at a certain point.
Yeah.
They're all very good. Once you get beyond, the Saturday night specials or Taurus.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't do that because I don't want you to actually be raped. I wouldn't send you a Taurus.
Yeah.
That's the SIG M400. You need you'll be in touch with us, and there do need to be some modifications there in New Jersey for us to send it out. But thank you so much, brother. Stay safe. I appreciate it. Thanks for making the time.
Likewise. Take care, man.
Hey there, you.
Welcome to Waters World. I'm Jesse Waters. No American should ever die the way George Floyd died. The police officer who killed him looks like a dirty cop, a stone-cold killer and a coward. His off-duty boss at a nightclub said he had a small build and was intimidated by bigger black guys. He didn't like working on urban nights and would always call in for heavy, heavy backup and use pepper spray like crazy. Black Americans, all Americans, have a legit reason to protest. We've come a long way on race relations in this country, and there's still a long ways to go. But what happened the last 2 weeks isn't the way to go. A righteous protest was hijacked by criminals and domestic terrorists. George Floyd's family begged for the violence to stop, but the violence continued. Small business owners tried to protect their stores from looting mobs and were viciously attacked. It's really hard to watch. But it's important to see what's really going on, because the rest of the media is lying to you about how pure this so-called protest is. Innocent truck drivers are getting pulled over, pulled out of their big rigs and just beaten. A few days ago in St. Louis, a retired police captain was guarding a store and was shot dead by looters. It was recorded on Facebook Live. And when the looting starts, the shooting starts. Remember? That's what the president said. And he was right. The media barely covered this Black American murdered doing his job. His name, David Dorn. Does a black life matter more when it's taken by a white police officer? Does a black life matter less when it's taken by another black man? The answer is that all black lives matter equally. Here are the actual facts.
Out of 10 million arrests, police officers were involved in fatal shootings 1,004 times. 1,004 times. 41 of those were unarmed people. The police shot unarmed people. 19 white people, unarmed, were shot and killed by police last year. Nine were black. 19 whites, 9 were black. There were 89 cops killed in this country in the line of duty last year. Nobody's talking about them. Nobody's talking about the 82 people that were shot in Chicago last weekend in 48 hours.
The Wall Street Journal reports that a police officer is 18 times more likely to be killed by a black male than an unarmed black male is to be killed by a police officer. Now, I'm not trying to downplay what happened in Minneapolis, and I'm not challenging the feeling of black Americans who feel targeted and unfairly hassled and abused by police. And I'm acknowledging that there are problems with race and police in America. But I just want to share the facts. And the facts are these. Everyone is being hurt by these violent mobs. You don't protest the abuse of an innocent person by abusing other innocent people.
The problem that bothers me, you says Black Lives Matter. I work here part-time. Plus, I'm a part owner of this store. You said Black Lives Matter. Why don't you choke me? I'm black. Tell him, sister. Look what you did to my store. Tell him, sister. No!
Look what you did. The Democrats, big corporations, the media, all sucked up to the mob mentality, and they ransacked their buildings anyway. The mob vandalized the AFL-CIO, CNN headquarters, black, white, Asian, and Hispanic-owned businesses, rich neighborhoods, poor neighborhoods, churches, and war memorials. They vandalized the Gandhi statue in Washington. I mean, the Gandhi statue. You want to march in a movement with these people? They just want to destroy for the sake of destruction. Watch.
We're on your side! We're on your side! Holy We're on your side!
See what I mean? They don't care. The media, they definitely don't care.
This is mostly a protest. It is not generally speaking unruly, but fires have been started.
Our country was started because this is how the Boston Tea Party, rioting. So do not get it twisted and think that, oh, this is something that has never happened before, and then this is so terrible, and where are we, and these savages and all of that. This is how this country was started.
And please, show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
Yeah, so, okay, they're just dumping tea in the water. Is that what they're doing? The guy's reporting, it says it's like a peaceful protest. There's fires in the background. I mean, that's fake news. Protests, yeah, they're supposed to be peaceful. And this is from the network that said, for the last 3 years, the rule of law must be upheld. But that's what the left always says, right? It's just selective application of the law, right? They're so twisted up, even Barack Obama disagrees with them. Here's the former president on the riots just a few years back.
When individuals get crowbars and start prying open doors to loot, they're not protesting. They're not making a statement. They're stealing. They're destroying and undermining businesses and opportunities in their own communities. My understanding is you've got some of the same organizers now going back into these communities to try to clean up in the aftermath of a handful of protesters, a handful of criminals and thugs who tore up the place.
Okay, so Obama's saying the same thing you and I are saying. But the media in 2020, they've just lost their minds, even when journalists themselves are under assault.
There's Fox News reporters getting chased out by the George Floyd protesters here in front of at Lafayette Park. Look, there's water being thrown on the reporter here. Hey, look, this protester just took his mic. They just threw the mic at the reporter here.
Demonstrators are now launching something that appears to be some sort of smoke grenade that they're throwing inside CNN Center right now. They're kicking it back out, guys. This is live happening in front of your eyes.
Americans died in the riots. Network News barely mentioned it. So I don't want to hear a thing about violent Trump supporters ever again. The left has torched and looted America for a full week. People died, thousands injured. What did a Trump supporter do? I think he smirked at a man banging a drum. Remember that? Now, if the Tea Party was involved in beatdowns, crime sprees, and arson, the media would call it a civil war. If guys wearing MAGA hats were attacking cops, I have the feeling the libs would be calling the National Guard. If the lockdown protesters committed just 1% of the violence that the rioters did, they'd all be in jail. Remember how the media shamed the small, peaceful lockdown protests, but now they're gung-ho on the massive riots? Remember how getting sunburned at the beach was a threat to public safety, but burning whole cities now is allowed? Remember when Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer wouldn't let you leave the house? Now look at her. So much for social distancing. President Trump sent a strong message this week that America won't be intimidated by violent criminals. He visited the church next to the White House, the church that was burned the night before, and held a Bible up, a powerful symbol that sacred ground in America will be protected and that law and order would be restored. Peaceful protesters were not tear gas so Trump could have a photo op. Those were all lies. The protesters weren't peaceful, no tear gas was used, and it wasn't a photo op. It was a message to America. These pathetic politicians are saying you can burn a church, but you can't go to church. Politicians shut down businesses and let them burn. You can loot, but you can't shop. That's not right. And now police are under attack. All over America, you see police officers getting things thrown at them, get mowed down in the street. Police officers have been shot. They've been stabbed. The dangerous offspring of this movement is, are you ready for this? Defund the police. Watch.
Right now is the time to defund the police and really invest in our community.
We need to defund the police or abolish the police.
If you are not right now talking about defunding the police and you do not care about the platitudes that you have spouted off about Black Lives Matter.
Major cities are pushing for massive cuts in police departments in the midst of this mayhem. New York, LA, Phoenix, all proposing major cuts. So the cities are being burned and looted, businesses crippled, and the left wants police departments decimated. The only department protecting your family and your property from the mob. The American people don't want this. Look at this poll here. Blacks, whites, Hispanics. Everybody basically likes their local police department. It's like 70% of us do. It could be better, yeah. And we'll work on that. One of the reasons police reform is so hard are the unions. This police officer in Minneapolis, Derek Chauvin, had tons and tons of complaints against him. But basically no disciplinary action was taken because of police unions. Union regulations make it almost impossible to take action against dirty cops. There's been a lot of talk about systematic racism in America recently. There are definitely ways that privilege is preserved here. I would agree with that. But it's bigger than what you think it is. Systematic racism takes place in liberal cities. I explained this on The Five. Right, so let's talk about the inner city that are run by Democrats here. If you put affordable housing in the inner city, and then you send all the jobs overseas to China, and you let illegal immigrants come in and take the rest of the jobs, people can't work. And then people can't protect themselves because you make it very difficult for them to buy handguns. And then the only people that have the handguns are the criminals, and then you just get preyed upon and you can't defend yourself. And then the police come in and police the area very aggressively. And anytime there's a bad apple, the union won't let you discipline the bad apple. And the police chief is in the pocket of the liberal mayor. And then the liberal mayor says you can't send your son and daughter to a better school. And then every election, they blame white Republicans that don't even live in the city and don't control any of the levers of power. And that's how the game's played. I'm beginning to think that Democrats are just going to accuse Republicans of being racist for the next 50 years. Just like they did the last 50, so they can scare black voters to vote against them and prey on white guilt. Here's what some of that looks like.
Why are you guys removing Black Lives Matter's graffiti?
We're just trying to take care of it. Yeah, we tried over there and it wasn't coming off. It's still the one that was coming off.
But so you don't care about black lives then?
That's not at all what we're saying.
That's what this...
We certainly do care about black lives.
Not enough to leave up a message.
The world's upside down when it's racist for people to clean up graffiti. The last 2 weeks was an explosion. The lockdown kept a lot of energy inside, but it's out now. And liberal mayors let it rage. Liberal mayors control their police departments. If you can't protect your city, you're either a coward or complicit, or straight up stupid. So the media and the Democrats are exploiting the violent protests, capitalizing on the energy because they know Sleepy Joe can't excite the base. The left needs to divide us for clicks and for cash. The powerful do it to distract and pander so they stay rich writing all the rules. But the rest of us, we have to pick up the pieces. This movement is killing innocent people, committing crimes and looting and attacking cops and expecting America to say, you're right, this is a movement that deserves respect. You think the American people are going to trust the movement after what we just witnessed? People are going to move out of the cities and buy guns. I'm sorry. Some of us are trying to move forward, but I'm afraid we just got set back. Here with reaction, Fox News contributor Dan Bongino. What do you think, Dan?
Well, you know, Jesse, when we talk about things that they're using, like these buzz terms like systemic racism, it's incumbent upon us, you know, people who are trying to think about this rationally and actually solve the problem. Well, if it's systemic, then what system exactly are, you talking about? Again, we see these movements that throw around these buzz terms to collectively impose guilt upon everyone else. By the way, people genuinely interested in solving these problems, but they never want to reference where these systems seems to be hurting people the most. I mean, Jesse, have you noticed that a lot of the outcry here and a lot of the complaints about the system that is basically hurting people's lives are in liberal cities around the country? I mean, is anybody going to think this through, or are we just going to accept this, from these movements and this collective imposed guilt upon all of us? And one more thing about this. This has been very destructive, this whole thing, because there are people out there who genuinely want to solve this problem or try to get to a better tomorrow. And what's happening? We're seeing these things on Twitter, people kneeling before other people, begging their forgiveness for things they never did. You really believe this is going to help? I mean, if we're really interested in black lives and Hispanic lives and other lives, we'll focus on good policing, rebuilding our communities, freedom, liberty, and making all people feel wanted, not imposition of collective guilt on others for things they never did wrong.
Yeah, there's a lot of guilt and there's a lot of pandering going on because they think, if we do that, then they're not going to attack us. But you know what? They did. They just destroyed everything. Black, white, Hispanic, rich neighborhoods, poor neighborhoods. I mean, you saw it. And it all happened in liberal precincts that's been controlled by liberals for the last 50 years. And when these cities destroy themselves and they have all these problems, they just point the finger at Republicans who don't have anything to do with it. And Republicans just sit there and take it and apologize. And at this point, what do we have to apologize for? Let's just fix the problem together.
And Jesse, again, I can't say this enough on this network. We had a genuine moment where everybody saw what happened to Mr. Floyd, everyone. There's an incredible commentator out there that said, oh, that was okay. Nobody said that. Nobody. And the entire moment was ruined. And now you double down. You have people in the media defending Antifa. You have others out there hijacking this movement for political gain. And then you have things like the absurdities, like defund the police, coming from Hillary's spokesman, Fallon, on his Twitter account, Brian Fallon. Are you kidding me? Don't even mention the term Black Lives Matter if you're going to subsequently say defund the police. Are you nuts? Who do you think's going to stand in the divide and defend people in these communities where they actually need the police? The Avengers? Superman? The police do that. They're the thin line between chaos and between civility. You got a taste of that chaos over the last week.
And the first time a brick goes through Fallon's window, he calls 911.
He'll call the cops.
All right, Dan, thanks a lot. Exactly. Exactly. Waters World went down to Washington, D.C. to talk to the Vice President, Mike Pence, about the riots. Also, Bill Clinton all forward. I spoke with Vice President Mike Pence in Washington.
The death of George Floyd was a tragedy, and President Trump's made it clear. Justice will be served. We know now charges have been brought against all 4 police officers, and the president immediately deployed Justice Department officials to examine the possibility of federal charges to be brought as well. But what happened on that street in Minneapolis shocked the conscience of the nation, and we stand with every American who was taken aback by that act, and we will stand for justice every day until it's achieved.
The Black community is in a lot of pain right now. You're a man of faith. You've marched with civil rights leaders, Bloody Sunday anniversary. How are we going to go about healing this country?
Well, as the president said, we stand with all the peaceful protesters. And what's been so troubling is to see the way that the anarchists and criminals and even Antifa have infiltrated these protests to riot, to loot, to bring violence against individuals and law enforcement personnel. But the first order of business was to restore law and order. Going forward, we believe now it's time for us to have ears to hear, to listen carefully. I met with African American leaders here at the White House. I'll be traveling to a church nearby to listen to African American leaders and also to listen to business owners whose livelihoods were impacted by some of the rioting and looting. But I think it's important that we listen first, and then I think President Trump will do like he always does, and that is continue to lead on behalf of the security and the prosperity of every American. You know, on that election night, President Trump made it clear that his aspiration was to be president of all of the American people. And when it comes to African Americans, I couldn't be more proud to be vice president to a president who oversaw the lowest unemployment rate ever recorded for African Americans, expanded opportunity zones to cities all across the nation by the thousands. $100 billion of investment are going into our inner cities, areas lacking jobs and opportunities. But as we go forward, I think it's incumbent upon all of us to listen with open hearts about ways that we can address some of the long-term challenges that minority communities and African Americans in our cities have faced, whether that be educational challenges, whether it be economic challenge or healthcare. And we're determined to do just that.
Some of these liberal politicians like Mayor Bill de Blasio won't protect his own city. There's a playbook for protecting it. He won't execute it. He's not letting people shop, but he's letting people loot. Why do you think that's happening?
To see places like Fifth Avenue, places that every American, even those of us from the heartland, know about. Legendary places where people come from all over the country and around the world, destroyed and looted, was unacceptable. What the American people look to in leaders in times like this is first to respect all of our rights, and then to protect the lives and property of our citizens. When I see people, and I'm talking about the peaceful protesters that have come out by the thousands, it tells me, Jesse, that that some of the long-term inequities in this country have been laid bare by the tragic death of George Floyd. And I promise you, building on our record for African Americans over the last 3.5 years, that once we restore order in our streets, once we make sure that any families or businesses impacted are remedied through this, we're gonna listen very carefully. We're gonna offer an agenda that's gonna truly offer not the failed Democrat policies of the last 50 years that have failed African Americans in many family-centered cities. We're gonna offer a positive agenda and real results. And that's always the approach President Donald Trump takes.
The president left the White House, took a walk over to the church that had been burned the night before, and held the Bible up. It was a very powerful symbol for the country. What did that symbol represent to you personally?
What that said to me was that here in America, we will not tolerate burning churches, rioting and looting, or taking advantage of what would otherwise be peaceful protests to pursue criminal aims. The president strode across Lafayette Park. He paid his respects at one of the most venerated churches in America to make that point. But he also took action. The president's decision to deploy the National Guard here in our nation's capital to ensure that here in the very seat of our democracy, that we preserved the law and order that is necessary for a free society. You know, that our prosperity, our way of life depends on security, and it's the reason why the president took that decisive action and also called on every governor in America to utilize their National Guard in a similar fashion. It's about protecting peaceful protesters. It's about protecting businesses in the areas where some of the rioting has taken place and looting. And ultimately, it's about creating the conditions where Americans can express themselves in freedom and openness that we've always enjoyed through our history.
More with Mike Pence on Joe Biden and Mad Dog Mattis after the break. And later, shocking new details about Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein. Plus, Antifa
Capitol. The crowd's growing so large that the White House installed new security for added protection. And a political battle is brewing in Washington after the mayor of D.C., Muriel Bowser, commissioned this enormous Black Lives Matter mural. You see right there, a mural so large it can actually be seen from space by satellite imaging right outside the president's front door. But the move was criticized by the D.C. chapter of the Black Lives Matter group, calling it a, quote, performative distraction. And for his part, President Trump has tweeted that the D.C. mayor is grossly incompetent. Stay with Fox News as we continue to update you on the nationwide protests throughout the night. I'm Jackie Ibanez. Now back to Waters World. For all of your headlines, log on to foxnews.com. Thanks for watching.
The Trump administration coming under attack by Mad Dog Mattis and Joe Biden. The vice president had some thoughts on that. General Mattis came out and has said that the president of the United States is divisive, he's a bad guy. Where did that come from? Have you spoken to General Mattis about that?
I haven't spoken to General Mattis, but I can tell you he's wrong. But what this president has done in recent days is what every American expects a president to do in times of crisis. And that is put the lives and the property and the liberty of every American first. When the president this Monday called on every governor to use their authority to call out their National Guard, to bring law and order back to their streets, that's exactly what the American people would have us to do. And as we bring law and order, and I must tell you, Jesse, the reports from around the country have been very encouraging. We've seen violence declining across the country. That's a credit to our extraordinary law enforcement community, a credit to more than 32,000 National Guard that have now been deployed across the country. But as we put this challenging time behind us, I really do believe we have an opportunity to come together as never before, to listen, to learn, to address the long-term inequities that many African American families have faced in our cities.
Joe Biden has emerged, and he's saying you guys are making things worse, and his campaign is bailing out rioters. How would you react to that?
Well, I was astonished to hear that aides to Joe Biden's campaign were investing money to bail out people that had destroyed property, looted, engaged in rioting, and so marred what should have otherwise been peaceful protests in cities around the country. But I'm not surprised by it. I mean, the truth is that we see in Joe Biden a willingness to align himself with people that are rioting on the streets, destroying the property and livelihoods, claiming the lives of innocent civilians and law enforcement officers, and yet not speaking a word on behalf of those that have been victims. It's all a part of the predictable, divisive politics of the American left.
Lastly, everyone's looking forward to the Republican National Convention. Where is it going to be?
Well, I'll let the president make that announcement at the time of his choosing. But I will tell you, Jesse, we're disappointed that it couldn't be in North Carolina because Governor Roy Cooper would not work with the Republican National Committee and work out the arrangements for us to hold that historic event in Charlotte. President Trump is looking around the country as states across America are reopening. Places like Texas and Florida and Georgia, other great states around the nation. And I'm very confident that we're gonna find the right venue. We're gonna bring Republicans together. We're gonna renominate President Donald Trump for 4 more years, and then we're gonna reelect this president come November 3rd.
To underage minor females.
Objection, harassing, argumentative. Are you kidding? Were you sexually abused as a minor?
You know, I'd like to respond to all your, if any, questions seem to be relevant, but I would like to respond to any relevant question at this time. However, my attorneys have counseled me that I cannot provide answers to the questions relevant to this lawsuit today. I must accept their advice or risk losing my Sixth Amendment right to effective representation. Accordingly, then, I assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment right to the United States Constitution.
One of the guys who deposed Epstein, probably more than anybody, Bradley Edwards. Edwards came face to face a number of times with the pedophile in and out of the courtroom. His relentless pursuit of Epstein finally put the billionaire behind bars in New York. And his book, Relentless Pursuit, My Fight for the Victims of Jeffrey Epstein, is probably the best book that I've ever read on the subject. And he joins me now. You saw this guy face to face. You interviewed him. You spoke to him, even in Starbucks, trying to hash out your legal differences. What did you gather from this guy?
He was a master manipulator and extraordinarily charismatic. Had no conscience whatsoever, but would constantly try to make you think otherwise and ingratiate himself with anyone. And he was very disarming and used every different weapon he possibly could to gain an advantage. The deposition clip you just shows one side of him, but at the Starbucks, he was a totally different person trying to be my best friend. So really a master manipulator, which is how he accumulated so many victims.
So, complete narcissist. You mentioned that he's basically running a sexual Ponzi scheme. I mean, he's like the Bernie Madoff of child molestation. And he used this psychological warfare to gain any advantage. And I guess if you have $1 billion, you can just kind of throw any sort of weapon out there. And he was very vicious in the way he attacked people attacking him. He used private investigators, used threats of violence, and just carpet bombed you into submission. But you didn't let that happen. Because of what you did on behalf of these victims, Southern District of New York was able to pick him up, and then he went behind bars, and then we all know the rest. One of the things that came out in the documentary, they interviewed a guy that worked on Pedophile Island, and he fingered a prince and a president. Watch this.
I saw Bill Clinton sitting with Jeffrey on the living room porch area, which was Jeffrey's favorite spot. I saw no other guests there at that time at all. I just said, hey, wow, Jeffrey sitting with Bill Clinton. It's probably around 2004. I saw Prince Andrew. He was at the pool. He was with, at that time, an unknown girl to me. She was young. She didn't have any top on. They were engaged in foreplay.
All right, so we all know the Prince Andrew situation. That's just horrific. We're not accusing Bill Clinton of anything. He's managed to kind of float above this thing, although he didn't tell the truth about how many times he's been on Jeffrey's private plane. And now, he said he's never been to this island, although now we have someone that says he was at the island. Do you see any shoe dropping on the former president, or do you think he's able to kind of rise and skate above it?
Well, I would just say it this way. In all of the victims and survivors that we interviewed and know about, and there are many, none have ever accused him of wrongdoing. But what we do know is that he was in Jeffrey Epstein's presence, and even more so in Ghislaine Maxwell's presence, many, many times on numerous occasions, including on occasions when others who were victimized by Jeffrey Epstein were there. He has a lot of information. If we've invited him to speak to us, if you're going to do what you should do, then sit down, talk to us, and tell us everything that you know. The fact that he's been less than helpful is troubling to me, who has only been trying to fight for the victims and survivors and get real answers from people who are willing to tell us. And he just hasn't been one of those people, which is extraordinarily frustrating and disappointing.
Well, I think that tells you a lot. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, but I think we might be able to read between the lines there. One of the things that is probably the most corrupt of all of this is this deal that they cut with the Department of Justice, where they hid all of these crimes, slapped a prostitution misdemeanor on it, and then wouldn't let any of the victims know that the Epstein people cut this deal with the federal government. It's atrocious, never been done before in the history of the Department of Justice. Do you still know why he got this sweetheart deal, and the government still won't tell us the truth about it?
I don't completely know the why. By the time I was brought into this, it was Courtney Wild who came to me, and I promised to get to the bottom of it. If it was not for the lawsuit that we filed against the U.S. government, nobody would know anything about this deal. So it's only the lawsuit that we filed that uncovered the fact that there was a secret deal that was constructed between the government and Jeffrey Epstein and his lawyers that were doing his bidding in total secrecy and privacy, and ultimately determined by a federal judge to have been a violation of the Crime Victims' Rights Act, a violation of their rights, which is also troubling. More troubling, though, is we still, the people who did it still won't provide answers as to why they did it to the victims, which there's no good excuse for that.
We're going to continue to put pressure on Acosta because he still to this day has not explained why he let this pedophile slide the way he did. All right, Brad, thanks again. Coming up, anarchist.
Fox News alert. Marchers take to the streets across the country once more in the middle of the second weekend of protests since the police custody death of an unarmed black man, George Floyd, in Minneapolis. Good evening. I'm John Scott, and this is a special 2-hour edition of the Fox Report. A live look at some of the protests taking place in major cities across the U.S. tonight. Minneapolis, New York, Dallas, and Washington, D.C., where the White House is expecting its largest gathering of demonstrators yet. We'll also have a full recap of the emotional memorial service for George Floyd held earlier today in his home state of North Carolina. But first, to our live team coverage across the nation this evening. We have Mark Meredith, Christina Coleman, Grady Trimble, Jackie Heinrich, Kevin Cork, and Lucas Tomlinson. But we'll begin with Mike Tobin, live from Minneapolis, on the latest on protests there. Mike.
And John, this is one of two protests we've been following in the Twin Cities today. Started at Bottineau Field, and the numbers were in the thousands with this particular march. And it all comes at a very interesting time when change, at least discussion of change, has come to Minneapolis. City leaders have been talking about disbanding the police altogether. A measure passed through City Council, banning chokeholds, requiring officers to report excessive force when they see it. In fact, creating a dynamic where that officer can face disciplinary charges if he does not report excessive force. It created a requirement for the chief's approval if any non-lethal weaponry like tear gas, like rubber bullets, like flashbangs are going to be used for crowd control. Still, the people who are out demonstrating say it's not enough.
I think that what's going on right now with like the reform, with the use of excessive force, I think that's a step towards what we're working for, but we still have a lot more to fix and more progress to make.
As far as I'm concerned, we should be out here every single day, 7 days a week until shut it all down. We shouldn't go back to work. We shouldn't. This is more important than anything economic that's going on. This is systemic, and it's going to take some level of systemic change, or we out here every day.
And one thing that has changed with these demonstrations in Minneapolis is that they end. They have an organized start time, an organized finish time, and at the end, people wrap it up and they go home. They fit the definition of peaceful protest. Police protect the route at the beginning and at the end, and then ultimately people go. But as far as how long it will take for people to keep continuing to return to the street, demonstrators tell me that they will continue protesting until they feel it's time to go. John?
All right, Mike Tobin from Minneapolis. Mike, thank you. Protesters are once again gathering in our nation's capital for what might end up being the largest protest yet since the death of George Floyd. Lucas Tomlinson is live at Lafayette Square across from the White House with the latest. Lucas.
John, there's no curfew tonight in the nation's capital as thousands of peaceful protesters have gathered here at Lafayette Square in front of the White House, a far cry from earlier this week when part of the historic St. John's Episcopal Church burned. All active duty military police stationed outside D.C. have returned home. Defense Secretary Mark Esper has also ordered all 5,000 National Guard troops in the nation's capital to disarm. That's roughly the same number of U.S. troops deployed in Iraq right now. So far, we've not seen a large police or military force. The Guard troops we've seen a few blocks away are not wearing any helmets or body armor. Clearly a more relaxed but very vocal atmosphere, as you can hear, and clearly more relaxed social distancing, as you can see. This corner of 16th and 8th Street next to the White House has been renamed Black Lives Matter Plaza by order of the mayor. John?
Lucas Tomlinson at Lafayette Park. Lucas, thank you. We now go to downtown Washington. Kevin Cork is reporting there live. Kevin?
John, quite the evening here in the nation's capital. We are just north of the White House, where we have seen thousands of marchers come from environs north and east, and they've made their way directly toward 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. We have been marching along with them throughout the city. We actually began the day over on Capitol Hill. We have made our way all the way up past U Street to Malcolm X Park, and we now find ourselves here in Scott Circle, as mentioned, just north of the White House. And as we show you these live pictures, I just want you to get a sense of how large this crowd is. And just for perspective, keep this in mind, we've actually been here in this exact position for the better part of an hour and a half, and we have seen a steady stream of marchers. It's a little bit clearer now as you see some law enforcement there trying to usher the crowd ever so close to Lafayette Park. It wasn't all peaceful, though, throughout the day. There was actually some heated exchanges happening. If you take a look at what happened over at the mayor's office earlier today, she's actually been criticized quite vocally by supporters of the Black Lives Matter movement. In fact, she faced heavy criticism for her decision to put Black Lives Matter along 16th Street. The criticism being it seemed like a trite gesture meant to appease those in the more Tony areas of the nation's capital, that according to some of the officials with Black Lives Matter. We've actually been all over the city, over the Lincoln Memorial. You probably saw great crowds there as well. A peaceful day, the day that is thus far. We hope that will continue into the night, John.
Kevin Cork. Kevin, thank you. And an update on the 10th straight day of protests against police brutality and systemic racism across New York. Governor Andrew Cuomo shifting slightly in favor of a stronger police presence. In a press conference earlier today, he called for all looters to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law and urged people to abide by the 8 p.m. curfew. Jackie Heinrich is live from Brooklyn with more. Jackie.
John, there are several different groups protesting across the city. This is one large group here in Brooklyn. It seems like it converged with another group that was marching in a different direction. Police have largely, been allowing them to do what they please, except for at one point there was a group that was looking like they were going to cross over onto the bridge, and police lined up to block the entrance to that bridge, an apparent effort to kind of keep them controlled to the area that they had been marching in for several hours now. There have been really no altercations to speak of. However, we're approaching curfew in under an hour now, and most of the arrests that we've seen have been around the time of curfew as police try to get people to go home. So we're hoping that it continues as peacefully as it did last night. There were only 40 arrests last night. That's considerably lower than the last several days. And since this all began over a week ago, there have been about 2,500 arrests. So we've seen people who are apparent organizers trying to serve as sort of negotiators between police and groups that are out here protesting. Last night, someone got in between them and said, you know what, guys, go home. It's curfew. Come out another day and protest again tomorrow. And then earlier we saw another apparent organizer kind of corralling that group that was trying to cross the bridge and getting them to move on here. So the district attorneys, though, are also saying they're not going to be prosecuting, peaceful protesters who were arrested for low-level offenses in an attempt to reduce unnecessary interactions with the criminal justice system. However, that stands in opposition to what Andrew Cuomo said, the governor, about looters. He said they will absolutely be prosecuted. Take a listen.
The last thing we need in New York City now is another frightening circumstance, right? We had COVID, we went through that, people were petrified. On top of that, now they have to worry about rampant looting, out of control, and a police force that isn't managed properly and didn't have the resources to stop the looting? No.
Meantime, NYPD Commissioner Dermot Shea, who has condemned the killing of George Floyd and cracked down on 2 instances of officer misconduct, also praised yesterday some protesters who alerted the NYPD to unusual activity that led to the arrest of 2 men from Ohio who they say planned to incite violence. Protesters spotted a car with Ohio plates near a demonstration. Officers searched that car. They found knives, a machete, gasoline, gas masks, a hammer, and a wrench, some other things. Police are trying to determine if those men took part in any of the demonstrations or orchestrated any of the attacks on police officers. Meantime, NBC's reporting the suspect in Wednesday's officer stabbing was recorded on a police body camera as saying Allahu Akbar 3 times during that incident. The FBI is reportedly investigating it as a terrorist attack, although the NYPD is also cautioning against assigning any ideology at this time based on conflicting signals in the suspect's online activities. So that's what the Wall Street Journal and NBC News are reporting. That suspect has been charged with the attempted murder of a police officer. So for the most part today out here, things have been very peaceful, although earlier we did interview a man who suggested that violence could come to the Diamond District if city and state officials didn't give the protesters what they wanted and show that they had listened to their demands. He said that maybe tonight we go to the Diamond District, and thanks to President Trump, gas is cheap. So that was an apparent threat against the Diamond District. I saw that man out here again just under an hour ago, and he asked me if I thought he was kidding. So not representative of the vast majority of people who are out here, but there are absolutely people within this group who seem to be very angry and making those threats. Hopefully police and protesters can continue through the rest of the night without too many violent interactions. John?
Yeah, certainly some ominous signs. Jackie Heinrich, live from Brooklyn, New York. Jackie, thank you. 2 Buffalo police officers charged with assault for this. A video showing them shoving an elderly protester on Thursday after he appeared to touch one officer's arm. They left him bleeding from his head on the sidewalk in front of City Hall.